Another hour and a half of Harry Brook, and you'll have another 100 odd runs quickly.
Smith works the ball down to fine leg off his hip, and it can't be cut off either. So that's a boundary for him as he moves to 5. 132 for 4, lead of 363 now England.
So on last night's show, knowing how demanding Zoltz is, how much actual cricket was shown? Was it like 48 minutes of Zoltz's day and stats?
Got to give the people what they want, Cookie.
And we just showed the wickets.
I'd say it was enough, the amount of time he got, the amount of airtime he got eventually.
Well, how has it affected you today? Could you get to the ground? Or just bombarded with autograph hunters and photos?
Smith drives uppishly into out to deep cover, pushes the single and comes back for a couple as deep cover rushes around to his right. 140 for 4 England.
Yeah, it's probably the closest I felt to peak Elvis. Just hope the paparazzi let me live a normal life.
He walks in, Jayasuriya, left arm round. Bowls, and that's pummeled out to the deep mid-wicket boundary by Smith. He just gets back deep into the crease. The length was there, and he throws his hands through it, picks up 4, lead of 378, Smith to 15.
Yeah, straight batted pull. I'm going to describe this up. With Jayasuriya's skiddy nature, you don't want to hit the ball too square. He might hurry onto you. A lot more control with a slightly straighter bat. Big gap, he's hit that beautifully. So he does time the ball well.
Kumara bowls, Smith pulls out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's a couple of bounces before it rolls into the rope. Does try his luck, Kumara, but Jamie Smith saw it early. He was quick to pounce on that one. He goes to 20, 154 for 4, a lead of 385.
You're an hour behind, so if it updates, you must be closer. Or is it just frozen?
So
sure it hasn't frozen?
For Oasis or my tour show?
No, your tour show sold out hours ago, Zoltz.
Oh, did it?
This is Jayasuriya bowling to Root on 49, and Root gets a thick inside edge on a drive and gets a single towards long on. Not the most convincing way of going to a half century, but he's there nevertheless. He's done it again. The cry Root goes up from the crowd. Is he going to double it up and break Sir Alistair's record today? We shall see this afternoon. 165 for 4. Here is Ratnayaka bowling. Back cut. Really fine stroke from Root for 4 down towards deep third. Silky. Lovely timing. Deft. Guiding it through gully. One of the best shots he's played, actually.
What did you call it? What did Andy call it?
Routian.
Routian.
Yeah.
That was very Routian.
He loves it down there.
Just laid the bat on it. Pure timing. Hardly hit the ball, actually. Just laid the bat on the ball.
Smith on 26. Jayasuriya bowls to him. A sweep shot. Shout for LBW out.
Oh.
He went to hit that into the leg side. Jayasuriya really confident about that, and so too was Joel Wilson.
I tell you, it has to turn.
Smith has reviewed it.
Yeah, it's got to turn from down that slope, and if he hasn't turned it, it'll probably carry
We've
on.
got player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Both feet of field. Let's go to front on when ready.
Seeing it now front on for the first time.
Okay, we just need Ultreach just to confirm there's no bat.
Just held its line, didn't it? Didn't really bite.
Appears to have gone under. Thank you.
Well, Smith's seen the replay on the big screen.
Looks a bit sheepish.
Sri Lanka quite confident.
Just waiting for Ultreach, Joel.
We don't think he's hit it, but they have to go through the protocol, so they have to put up ultra edge. The ball tracking, of course, is the key. He has been given out. Right, ultra edge.
Keep going. It's going under the bat.
Bat.
Just roll that back, just double check there's no bat there.
This is Chris Gaffney, TV umpire. He's not hit it.
Flat line, no bat involved, just ball tracking ready, please.
When there's ball tracking ready, sometimes it takes a while, sometimes they fire it up straight away.
Yeah. loaded up.
Here we go.
Here you go, Joel. Pitching outside off, impacts in line, wickets hitting.
Just
When you get back on screen, you can stay with your original decision of out. You're on screen.
Joel Wilson raised his finger for a second time. That was hitting leg stump.
Sri Lanka have taken a while between overs here. One slip in places, Root full toss. He's bowled a few of those earlier today. And this might have just been placed to perfection for the boundary, and it is, because Long On was back on the boundary. There was a deep mid-wicket, and he's just found the gap perfectly. 180 for 5. And Root onto 60. Drilled out through mid-wicket, pulled across the line low along the ground.
Beautiful.
Safety from Root, and 4 again all the way. He's just flown. He loves the outfield here at Lord's. It's raced away.
beautiful position, a beautiful placement. You say, got deep mid-wicket, deep long on, and he's just taken that early from outside off stump, just sort of pushed it through that gap beautifully. Really good placement.
Root 64, England 186 for 5. Now the lead up to 417 as Ratnaik a short ball and pulled away up the slope to the grandstand. Can it be saved? No, it can't. It's 4 more for Root. He's starting to flow.
He's flying.
On to 73. Here's Ratnaik in outside the off stump, slashed away to short extra, and Wokes has gone. Catch taken. And so another wicket falls, 196 for 6. The game within the game is, can the England tail stick around with Joe Root? He's on 74. A little rueful look from Chris Wokes, but he's on his way.
Well, they've clearly been sent out with a message, because Joe Root is galloping along. Chris Wokes just gave space there. He got his left side out the way, very much like a one-day shot to whack it. And he hit it straight to... who caught that? Good catch at
I
extra
think it was
cover.
Patum Nasanka.
Yeah, nice catch. Just to his right, he hit it quite hard. Chris Wokes goes for 5. England lead by 427. I reckon we've only got about 10 more overs of batting, you know. I think England have set themselves a target of probably how many overs they want to bowl today. And they're probably thinking, well, with the way that they're playing, they're scoring at 6 and 7s. They'll probably get to 500 in the next 10 overs. And if Joe Root gets to another century and goes past their eyes to cook today, well, that's fantastic. And he's well on his way. He's played beautifully under those sweep shots that he plays. Oh.
Well, let's see what the next little passage of play brings, with Atkinson having joined Root, who's on 78, on the hunt for record-breaking 34th Test 100. It's Atkinson for his first ball. It's full, looking to drive, edges past first slip. He's almost in a second slip position, but it's run to the pavilion for 4. And England's lead moves on. And they've got the 200 up, 200 for 6. A streaky start for Atkinson, and he's opened his account.
That'd have been about right, wouldn't it? Out first ball.
And Fernando goes flogging in again. Round the wicket he goes, bowls short. Atkinson goes to the hook. There's a top edge, runs down towards the boundary. And there's an acrobatic save down there, but he's taken the ball with him over the line. Full length. He did very well to grab the ball, but then it all went a bit wrong after that. He just the momentum.
Yeah, Gus has come out again, hasn't he? 13 from 10.
Yeah.
He's playing some nice strokes once more.
No change to the field. There is a ramp man now down there, a very fine third man. As he goes, a reverse swish.
Gone straight to him.
It's gone to him. Well, that's remarkable. I don't think I've ever seen a catch taken there, not in a Test match. That was a reverse. You've got to call it a reverse swish. I don't know quite what else you describe.
It's the reverse hook.
It has flown. It's flown straight to that man I was just describing. Stokes is laughing. And Atkinson's shaking his head.
I didn't see Jack Callis play these kind of shots.
I don't think so.
Well, he's changed around to be a left-hander, and it's a bouncer. And he's kind of not got his hands in the right place, and he's gone to play the hook shot left-handed. He's trying to hit him a bit too soon, and it's flown.
Yeah.
It's flown all the way
He's
down.
picked out that man who didn't move a muscle.
It's great field save.
It is. Well, there was an unusual shot, and it's led to an unusual form of dismissal.
Well, I've seen some dismissals in my
Yeah.
time.
That was a beauty.
Oh,
Well, good old Fernando. He's got a wicket with toiling away as he is. 221 for 7. In goes Fernando, bowls another short one, pops down the leg side, tries to flick it away. Oh, there's an appeal for a catch here. Somewhat a belated one. But Fernando's quite optimistic about this, and one or two of the Sri Lankan fielders who are nearby are having a conversation. They're going to review this. Potts looks too bothered. I must say, I didn't hear anything in my headphones. It's just an innocuous ball down the leg
Direct
side.
from TV umpire. We're a player review for.
Well, Fernando is convinced, isn't he?
Both feet of field. Let's go to front, and we got it.
Let's have a look. Ooh. Well,
The ball's pretty close to gloves. Can we go to Aldridge?
they can only have hit the gloves if it's hit anything. Let's have a little look here. We're going to find out.
keep going,
There it
keep
is. That's it.
Okay, we've
Potts
got
is out, caught behind.
Ball on glove with a spike. I'll go back on ground. Pull. I'm going to recommend you change your decision to out. You're on screen.
Faintest little feather. And Potts goes. England lose their 8th wicket. Joe Root's on 88. Anxious times. Possibly. I suspect he'll be very phlegmatic about it. Alistair Cook arrives at a timely moment.
He sets up once more. He's forwards and whipping the ball past mid-wicket out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And that will fly away for 4. Over towards the tavern stand. Ben Stokes sheepishly on the balcony looking over. He can't watch. 245 for 8 now, England, and a lead of 476.
That's a brilliant shot. From the hack, the ball before, this is one of great control. Shuffling down a little bit just to get to the pitch of the ball. Timed it beautifully for 4.
Joe Root, open stance. Taps his bat down. He gives himself room. He carves it out to the cover. And Joe Root goes to 34 Test hundreds. He jumps in the air. He raises his bat to the crowd. Everyone up on their feet to witness a man do something that no other England player has done before. We salute you, Joe Root.
He is quite simply England's greatest. And it's absolutely right. He should have the record on his own. Take it in, Joe. We are watching a genius.
Kamara passes stumps around the wicket to Stone, who's hoisting that away to the leg side. Fine leg underneath it. He's pedalling backwards. Does he take the catch? He's down on the ground. He's covering the ball, yes. Both hands around the ball. And Ollie Stone is out. Is there going to be a signal from the dressing room? 250 on the board for England. They lead by 481. Joe Root is signalling to the dressing room as if to say, what are we doing? I think we are going to see Shoaib Bashir as Sri Lanka gather together down by the fine leg boundary.
Well, that was a seriously good catch, but if England declare now, they will get 20 minutes before tea. If Bashir comes out, which I think he is, then tea will be taken. So actually England probably would like to bat for a bit longer, because that leaves a very, very long last session for them to bowl.
Root pulls the ball out into the distance, and it's taken out there, is it? Yes. Deep backward square, diving forwards. In front of the grandstands. And up we go again. Joe Root is out. That is the end of the innings. England all out, 251. Joe Root, 103. And all of the Sri Lankan players rushing up to congratulate him as he raises his bat once more to the members in the pavilion. He turns around to face the grandstand and over to the tavern stand as he steps over the boundary rope and up those famous steps into the long room. It's seen many greats over the years, and they've just witnessed another. They'll disappear now up into the changing room. And there we have it. England 251. Joe Root, the constant, once again. Scoring runs for fun.
And Atkinson scurries in. He comes there now and he bowls. That's clipped away, bit of
lovely.
bottom hand, and he's sent that to the boundary. Wide mid-on, no messing at all. The ball rolls down the slope and bounces over the boundary sponge. 4 runs. What's up?
I think that's the way they've got to play, isn't they?
Yeah.
They've got to go out there and say they had a bit of a nightmare, haven't they? The top 3 or 4 for Sri Lanka. So if it's there, look to play it.
Try and put a bit of pressure on, try and gain some initiative.
Absolutely. Perhaps get a 50 for yourself or something.
Works again, bowls. Oh, that's surely out, LBW. Yep, up goes the finger. Unless he's nicked it, Karunaratne is out. Full length, he's on the back foot for some reason.
Gone underground.
Madushka's coming down to have a word with him. And I think, he's going to review it. Well, it's not one of those reviews that suggests that he's confident that he
Straight
edged
to
it.
TV umpire with a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Both feet are fair. Let's go to front time already.
Well, perspective here, look plumb, I've got to say. But it's not always the best of views, but let's have a look at it. See where it always has to pitch on the stumps for a left-hander. And then
Looks like it's Mr. Beck. Where's Hep Ultries? Just to confirm, please.
height, off-stump line. I don't know. These are the little things that have to be decided upon. He has been given out.
Keep going.
Hasn't hit it.
He's not
No bat involved. Just ball tracking. and
Right,
please.
here we go, the technology. How many reds are we going to get here?
Not looking very confident,
No.
England.
He's been given out. Waiting for the computer to
Load up.
do whatever it has to do. And here we go. 1 red.
Pull.
2. Ooh,
Pitch in
and
line.
impact outside.
Impacts outside.
Yeah.
I'm going to get back on screen and recommend you change your decision to not out.
Hit outside the
On
line
screen.
of the off stump.
Yeah. The way he played it, I thought it had sort of gone underground a little bit. He was sort of trapped on the crease, hadn't he? And he sort of
Yeah.
like jabbed down on it. Looked like he'd scuttled through him, but
Wokes is pulling a face. He
Yeah.
can't believe it. Paul Rifle's saying, I'm not sure about that.
old pistol.
Yeah.
He would have had a few like that in his career.
Well, he would. He was so far back, but yeah. Well, he just got himself far enough across
Yep.
to be hit outside the line of that off stump. In comes Atkinson, bowls full, driven out towards cover. It won't go all the way. Chase there, the fielder from mid off, and no, Potsy, as they were saying out there. He did all the hard work, picked the ball up, went to throw it in, then threw it over the boundary. Oh dear.
Looks slightly.
It sort of slipped out of his hand at a
Yeah.
vital moment, didn't it? Picked up, going to throw it. Oh, out it came out of his hand.
Well, it's bashed into his knee as he sort of cocked the arm to throw it.
3 slips to gully, a short leg, Atkinson in outside the off-stump, edge to first slip, and there is Joe Root. He's got 100 in each innings, he's passed Giles de Cook's record, and now he's held a catch at slip for the first wicket as England chase the victory.
Totally unnecessary, Ali, that comment. Thrown in there. Got Atkinson, another wicket at Lords. I don't think this went in very cleanly from Joe Root. I think
Little bit of a
might
grin
have got,
as he-
he might have got it on the second attempt. No,
It was
No.
into the chest, he hugged it to his chest.
just his reaction. Actually very comfortable. And a challenging innings. He was challenged a lot, Maduska. And fails again, poking at a ball he could have left. But it is hard to leave from the pavilion end.
He's on his way for 13 from 25 balls, 19 for 1. Sri Lanka having been set that target of 483. So it's with a bowed head that Madushka steps over that boundary rope. Expansive shot now, down on one knee and up in the air, down towards the boundary for 4. Is it 4?
Yes.
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 Thought it had bounced in front of the rope, but Nissanka deciding to take on Joe Root. So 4 runs off that opening Root over. 30 for 1 in gloomy conditions. Sri Lanka set that nominal target of 483. They're battling to save the game, and England looking for 9 more wickets.
Stone now to Nissanka. Nissanka in behind a ball that's short of length, dropping the ball onto the pitch. The ball stops, and Lawrence steps forward from short leg to pick up.
Do you think there's anything in, these bats these days, they're so thick, aren't they? Real big chunks of wood. Do you sometimes think that about, because I used to always feel that I always knew when I hit it, and my bats were a little bit thinner, maybe they rattled a bit. Do you think there's anything in the fact that these big chunks of wood that a batter wouldn't feel the odd inside edge?
Well, Lawrence didn't feel his last night, did he?
No, he was adamant that he didn't hit it.
Stone to Nissanka. And that's edged and caught by Root at first slip. Stone gets a wicket in his first over. And Sri Lanka are 43 for 2. Nissanka walks off, just poking at the pitch. Not easy conditions for England seamers, like not great. And Sri Lanka under pressure. The ball outside the off stump, he fenced at it. And Root took the catch.
200 Test match catches for Joe Root now. And it's a nice one. He's in mid-air actually when he takes it because it rises. It's a good ball from Ollie Stone. Just that extra bit of bounce. Joe Root's he's just ticking off records, isn't he, this week?
Yeah, his 200th catch. He also went past Alistair Cook's record today of England hundreds, 34 to his name, and he's not far away now from Alistair's overall England run scoring record. He must be around about 100 away from breaking that. He's got a good chance of doing that at the Oval.
Poor old Cookie's just getting picked on this week, and he's just ticking him off.
Is Alistair with us at the Oval or not?
I'm sure he will, but we'll invite him along.
He gives himself room. He carves it out to the cover. And Joe Root goes to 34 Test hundreds. He jumps in the air. He raises his bat to the crowd. Everyone up on their feet to witness a man do something that no other England player has done before. We salute you, Joe Root. It's a ground that he loves playing at, Joe Root, here at Lord's on day 4. He joins 11 other England players to score a century in both innings. And he's absolutely set the game up here for England. He broke records yesterday, 34 Test centuries, and he's way out in front now ahead of Sir Alistair Cook. Joining me, Steve Finn, who's looking very Shoreditch, Phil Tufnell and Russell Arnold. It is gorgeous conditions here. A bit of cloud cover, but a lot of blue sky. It's pretty warm. The heavy rollers going across the pitch as we speak. We can see England bowlers warming up to the side. Gus Atkinson, Chris Woakes, Shoaib Bashir, as they'll be searching for the final 8 wickets. They've got 2 days to do so. And Sri Lanka, well, they're just battling to save the Test match, trailing by 429. Before we speak to our guests, let's get to Simon King for the weather.
Isha, thanks so much indeed. Yeah, well, we had yesterday a pretty glorious day, and today, well, I think there'll be lots of sunshine. It's going to be much, much warmer, more humid than yesterday. Temperatures this afternoon could be as high as 28 degrees Celsius. So a really big difference actually to how it's going to feel out there, and that might affect the ball as well. Now, yesterday I talked about the threat of showers. Now, those are likely to kind of clear and not really affect Lord's. There is still a yellow warning in force for the Lord's area, but I think those will actually stay out toward the west. So I think we're all clear on that front. So yeah, plenty of dry weather, plenty of sunshine today, very warm and humid day. If we need it tomorrow, much cloudier skies and the threat of a bit of rain, but again, largely dry, but much fresher temperatures of 23 degrees for tomorrow.
That is wonderful news, Simon. So plenty of time for England to extract these wickets. And if you're in the area and fancy coming down to potentially watch an England victory, then do get yourself some tickets. We are at the home of cricket. It's been an unbeaten summer so far for England, as we can see the players warming up, playing football. Sri Lanka over in the other corner, gathered together, probably talking about what their approach might be today. But firstly, Phil, let's reflect on the magnificence of Joe Root yesterday.
Well, he's got a sense of occasion, hasn't he, Mr. Root? You know, gets 100 in the first innings, you know, at Lord's to equal Sir Alistair, and then, you know, just peels off another 1 second innings. He's got it all done at Lord's, hasn't he? I mean, an amazing achievement, England's finest. And there was almost a sort of an inevitability about it, wasn't it, that second innings, that he was going to come out there and get 200s in the Test match. Batted beautifully, gets better and better, and I can see him getting better and better as well. Wonderful, wonderful to watch.
It was a fluent innings, wasn't it?
It was perfect, and there was in the first innings there was carnage going on around him. People threw their wickets away, and he was the glue that held it all together. Then he supported Gus Atkinson with that brilliant 100. But that second innings, there was an air of inevitability about it, wasn't it? Alistair Cook, he's been going around telling anyone that listened that he called it after 10 balls that that Root was going to score 100 yesterday, and he just looked nailed on, and he was never throwing that one away.
From a Sri Lankan point of view, did you feel the inevitability of it? Was there anything else they could have done?
Well, they could have thought of getting him out early. There was an opportunity. They didn't have the slips in place when he walked in. Whoever you are or whatever form you bring in, Isha, I think when they come in, it's an opportunity to try and make inroads. I think they sat back thinking of saving runs because of the situation of the game. Maybe that's all they could have done. Keep hoping that he makes a mistake, but once he got through that, I had to agree with Alistair Cook in that 100 coming its way. Never expected that ramp. He tried it again and missed. But all in all, he looks in a different world compared to everyone else. The way he controls innings, the way he reads the game and adjusts his game. I'll also go back to Old Trafford, where that second innings, it was all about absorbing pressure. And that's what you get from a quality player. He can address situations as well.
Well, it was a fabulous knock, and after the day's play last night, we managed to grab him, myself and Alistair Cook, on the highlight show, which is still available on iPlayer, but here's what he had to say.
Yeah, very special. Just had a nice chat with Cookie about it. But no, seriously, it was a good day again for us, and nice to be able to be a big part of that.
How did that feel for you?
Well, it shouldn't be about me today. It should only be about Joe Root. A brilliant achievement, congratulations. But I'm actually genuinely proud of you. I'm glad you did it today because they can stop talking about you when you're going to break my record. I called it after 10 balls, you were getting 100 today. When do you start thinking about it?
Only towards the right at the back end. I think what you're always trying to do as a player is just immerse yourself in the situation and play what's right in front of you. And it was a nice position to come out and bat in today with us so far ahead of the game, and it was like, how quickly can we get to that real position of strength and have that decision where we can go on and make a declaration or the natural course of things because of the speed in which we've got to where we are. So just having that at the forefront of your mind, having your focus completely on that makes things a lot easier. And I think it helps you manage the situation better.
And quite amazingly, it was your fastest century of the 34. Did you set out to do that?
I like to say the situation sort of dictates how you play. Obviously, the fields were set back as well, so it was easier to rotate and try and pick off twos and occasional boundary here and there. And when you've got guys like scoring so freely at the other end, the bowlers always feel under pressure, and you always feel like you're going to get opportunities to score when they start looking for wickets and stuff. So that's how it sort of panned out today, and nice to take advantage of it.
The only thing that was going to stop you was the wickets falling at the other end. Were you getting nervous 6, 7, 8 wickets down that you might get left stranded?
Not really. I've always felt like we would be able to manage it. The only time I was getting twitchy was when the game wasn't really moving anywhere, and I was trying to take the seamer, take the bounce on, and try and get a couple of boundaries that way. You don't really want the game to stagnate, and that sole purpose is all about your 100. You want to continually keep moving things along. That's what we're about as a team. That's how we want to play. So it was nice to sort of get it done, and we could focus on winning the game.
Alistair, you've seen this guy right from the start. What would you say is his greatest asset?
The consistency, I think, is incredible. I think that even on his bad days, which there aren't many, his consistency of scoring, and it's very hard to tie Joe Root down. When I used to bat with him, he'll come in and I'll be on 30, 35, guts my way to 35. Joe comes in and he glides his way to 40, catches up with me, and it's so hard to stop him scoring, and it's all done with such low risk. That's what makes him so special.
And for yourself, do you feel that consistency was always there for you?
I guess it's something you always, so you want to be hard to bowl at, and you want to find ways of making it hard for the opposition, and if you can get off strike sometimes, use the guy at the other end, build those partnerships that way, then it can make life easier for yourself too, and then you bounce off each other. And I guess that's from always being very young. I was always really small, so I had to find ways. I couldn't just bash it to the boundary. I always had to find ways of manipulating the strike, and I think over time, and as I played more and more, that sort of helped me in that regard.
Well, I actually played I think it was your first List A game, and he opened the batting, and he actually couldn't get the ball off the square. I think he got 60 off.
I lost as the game, yeah.
Yeah, I know, 60 of 90 balls.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like flamboyant, but what it was exactly. I was small as well, so you have to get a technique to be able to survive. And then obviously he's expanded his game to be incredibly hard to stop scoring.
Listen, did you know he would go on to break your records? Just the most runs to break next week at the Oval, hopefully. Just lastly, a word on your family who are here today.
Yeah, obviously very special to be able to share it with them. Managed to see Dad on the way off on the stairs on the way up. He got himself some TV time. I'm sure he'd have enjoyed that. But no, it's clearly very special to share it with Carrie as well here, and the kids too. So. No, that's what it's so nice to have moments like that where the people that you love.
His father, Matt, was present by the pavilion as he walked off, and at one point we thought he hadn't noticed him, but they did manage to grab a hug before he walked off into the long room and up the stairs after that fabulous innings. And it is available if you want to watch it back on the iPlayer, on the highlights. Joe Root speaking to me and Sir Alistair Cook last night. Amazingly, Sir Alistair Cook, he actually said to me off air that he wasn't quite expecting Joe Root to become the consistent performer that he has eventually become through his first, I guess, sighting of him, where he mentioned just then that he couldn't actually hit it off the square, Steve, but he developed very much into this player where I guess when you're in the dressing room, you just feel so calm when he's out in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I saw him play, actually, it wasn't in a game, it was in a net scenario. He got picked on the tour to India in 2012, where he ended up making his test debut in that last test match. And I was probably bowling as well as I'd ever bowled, and eventually it was probably the best summer of my, or best year of my career, 2012. I bowled with decent pace, and I love bowling reverse swing, and you'd pick these balls in the nets that reverse swung, and I was coming back from a quad injury, and I was told to bowl at Joe Root in the nets out the back of the stadium during the first test match to try and get fit for the second and third tests. And I was running up and I was hiding the ball, and I was bowling a decent pace, and I was bowling away swingers, and he was watching it out my hand, making it look easy. Then I was like, right, I'm going to set this youngster up, bowl a big in swinger, and he kept his balance and just defended it to mid-on when I bowled the in swing, and I was like, okay, he can really play. And he's just developed into this amazingly consistent guy with this tenacious desire to just score massive runs and be the person that holds everything together. He's been able to transcend it across formats. He's retained his form whilst he was captain, and everything was burning around him. He still managed to score runs. He's been a remarkable player, and he still sounds very hungry to keep on going.
We talk about players and the greats being able to evolve their game, as we can see Jimmy Anderson just watching on, Matt Potts going through the motions and his paces here pitch side. He is someone who has evolved his game, but he is also a team player, and when Ben Stokes became captain, he very much adopted the positive Bazball approach. But interestingly, he kind of has gone back to what has served him best over this summer and brings about the performances, the fastest century of the 34 yesterday, Phil.
Yeah, I don't know whether I wasn't paying any attention. It didn't feel like it, did it? I think that's what he's done. He's found very quickly in his test career, I think he realised what suits him. And, he said he's not this great big strength player smashing it for fours and sixes. Found his sort of test match tempo, hasn't he? He's had a couple of little ups and down periods. I mean, one of them being his conversion rates, wasn't it, from 50 to 100? Well, if that's what you're worrying about, you're not in a bad place, really, are you? Because at least you get in runs. So it's just his sort of test match tempo, really. And then he had a little go, because that's the mark of the man, the character of the man. He wanted to support his mate Ben Stokes in this new sort of aggressive front foot cricket, and then realised that that's probably not for him, and he's just slotted back into his own sort of method, really. And yesterday was just the perfect sort of Joe Root 100, really. Just knocked it around. When he bats well, he's very difficult to bowl dot balls to, because he's always looking to deflect, even on the front foot. He's just knocking it into gaps. When you just sort of try and pin him back of a length, he's always opening the face. So he's very difficult to bowl maidens at. And when I was growing up, you bowl maidens, you create pressure. That's how you get wickets. Very, very difficult to do that.
And he's a player that absolutely loves the game. Russell, I mean, you had the privilege of playing with some Sri Lankan players that went on to score thousands of test runs. But how is he viewed in world cricket, do you think, Joe Root?
One of the best. That's for sure, because you need to score runs in all sorts of conditions, situations, handle pressure. He's one of those who's trying to better his game all the time. Now, across all formats to shine, Isha, you only find 2 or 3 players who can do that actually. Maybe a Virat, maybe a David Warner, Joe Root certainly does fit into it. And that puts you in a different state, because that's legendary stuff actually. And when you watch him bat, the game is all about defense. But then again, straight away, if there's an opportunity, he's able to express himself. A lot of players, I'll go down to say even 95 to 96% of batters, they are in certain zones at certain times. But Joe Root just naturally ebbs and flows, and that's why he's so good, and he's able to score risk-free runs.
It's artistry, isn't it? Joe Root, he's just 33 as well, Steve. How long do you think he can carry on for?
Well, I think by the sounds of what he was saying yesterday, he sort of said, yeah, I'm going to tick Cookie off, but I've got a lot more to score. Sachin Tendulkar, who's the leading test run scorer of all time, is about 3,500 runs away from Root at the rate that he's scoring. That's just 2.5, 3 years of test cricket. So he'll see that as his next obstacle, I think. And yeah, he's fit, he's hungry. He doesn't look like slowing down. He seems at the peak of his powers. So a long time yet, I would say.
And still a chance to influence this game as well in the slip cord. And we've just been watching the England slippers in action. Joe Root, Ben Duckett and Harry Brook as well. And they are absolutely going to want to come into play here when it comes to taking these 8 wickets required. Sri Lanka trail by 429. We saw Karunaratne and Jayasuriya just warming up with the side nets a little bit earlier. Russell, what is going to be the approach from Sri Lanka?
Just bat. Don't think of anything. Forget what's happened prior. In every sense, it just feels a batting day. It's warm. The sweaters have disappeared. Everyone's in T-shirts, even the Sri Lankan players. The pitch still playing very, very well. It is a good batting pitch even as now. There are some quality players to come, and you just hope that they just cash in. Forget everything what people have to say, what's happened in the game, the situation of the game, and just be hungry as Joe Root. The law of probabilities, I'll bring that in as well. 4 days in Manchester, 3 here already. So today's the 8th day of Test cricket. Yeah, surely it'll be 1 day, isn't it? This game can change.
It's true, anything can happen. You've got a lot of experience to come. Angelo Matthews, Dinesh Chandimal, Dhananjaya De Silva, and then probably your best player this tour, Kamindu Mendis.
At 8, bat deep, Isha.
That's exactly right. Who do you think they're looking at as their biggest threat?
As from a bowling unit, I don't think England have been very special or unusual here. Probably they haven't needed to, because Sri Lanka have been falling over here and there. But it's the unit. They've been consistently building pressure, just working on slight angles, the slope from every end, and have been just nipping away at the Sri Lankans. So it's about handling the bowling unit. There's no real threat even from the spinner at this stage. I said its conditions are very, very good. I think the Sri Lankans' threat is themselves and what's going on through or between their ears at the moment.
Do you agree with that? What are you expecting from the England bowlers?
Look, the scoreboard pressure is very telling at the moment, and you'd imagine that if they do manage to get Sri Lanka 5 down, mentally that's a very difficult hurdle to overcome. But I thought Matt Potts was probably the pick of the bowlers in the first innings. I thought he bowled a lovely, consistent line at length, bringing the batters forward, the odd bouncer. And it's going to be interesting to see, I think, from an England perspective, how Ollie Stone pulls up and bowls in the second innings here. I think he was maybe a touch anxious in the sense that he's coming back from that big injury and 3 years out of the Test game. He's got that first innings out the way. Can he really let the handbrake off and make a difference today for England?
Well, this is a big day for him, isn't it? You know, the comeback game, first Test match in 3 years. He picked up his first wicket in the second over back. He picks up a wicket in his first over of the second time he gets the chance to bowl. So this is a great opportunity for him, especially ahead of the Oval.
Absolutely, and he'll have sensed this coming into this game with Mark Wood being injured. He'd have said to himself, and as a bowler, when you're coming back from injury, it's very difficult not to put yourself under a lot of pressure and the anxieties that come with that. I think he's handled that initial bit very well, but he'll recognise that this is a chance for him to make a statement to say that in 15 months' time, when we go to Australia, I am the sort of bowler who can play a big part. And if he bowls well in these next 3 innings of this Test series, he almost cements his place in that England squad for those 15 months.
You've got Chris Woakes as well, who'll be wanting to lead from the front. Gus Atkinson with that extra bit of pace. And I imagine uneven bounce might come into play a little bit later on once that heavy roller wears off. But Phil, what about Shoaib Bashir? Is he going to get much turn today?
Well, I mean, I was just been having a look at the wicket. There's hardly any footholds there. But you would like to think with a little bit of slope, and as the sort of pitch deteriorates, which it has done a little bit, he'll come into the game. He has been getting some turn. So, yeah, he's going to come into it. And he's got the perfect opportunity just to keep this fantastic run going. Great big score in front of the Sri Lankans. The pressure, you can have men round the bat. Keep sort of like mixing up your paces, mixing up your lines outside that off stump. He'll be looking to pick up wickets.
And someone we haven't really spoken about yet. This will be a pretty good test for Ollie Pope as well, won't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, yes. But, I mean, as you said, we've been talking about this big score in front of him. He's just got to really rotate his bowlers. OK, a few little funky field places. I think he did all right in the first innings, didn't he? Had those couple of guys behind square, leg slip catches. So, obviously, a couple of plans came together for him. Really, the bowlers should do it for him.
Is there any pressure on him, though? If there is a partnership that's formed, is there a chance that he might get a little bit impatient?
Look, I think Phil's very correct there. The scoreboard pressure is the thing that's going to be most telling today. And I agree. I thought he kept him well in the first innings. He rotated his bowlers well. He recognised the times that it needed a change. He had those couple of different fields with men round the corner and he took wickets. So, yeah, it's another test for him today. He's very early in his captaincy career and he's about to be 2 from 2, you would imagine.
Yeah. Isa, as I said before, England really haven't been tested. So today could be the day. He's done or what he's made decisions, what's been required to. He's been impressive. He's held it together and it's been nice, the innovative field positioning. But the pressure has still not come on him. So that's when you'll really be tested because he doesn't have the runs. Also, he's going to feel a bit of pressure on himself. But as of now, the rest of the team are doing it for him.
And the importance of winning 5 out of 5, how much will that come into play?
Well, absolutely. Always nice, isn't it? You know, get a couple of series under your belt and then, you know, look forward to what's round the corner. So they'll be wanting to do that. You know, there has been some criticism, hasn't there, about this England side, that they're all very good to watch and everything, but you don't win a lot. So they'll be, you know, they would have sat down and had a chat, right, OK, let's keep playing this positive stuff that we're playing, but let's make sure we get across the line. And they've done that very well this summer.
It's a lovely atmosphere building here at the moment after everyone's come in, fresh from a lovely breakfast, no doubt. Tuffers, did you have a good one yourself?
Yes, we went up to see Mr. Tommy Banks up there. It was lovely. It had a bit of smoked eel.
Yeah, that's right. You chose smoked eel. It didn't really come with much else, did it?
Well, no. Light breakfast. These test matches, you say, you've got to manage the old waistline a little bit. Can't just keep having full Englishes every day. little bit of omega-3 for the brain.
Especially when you have the option of going to see Tommy Banks every morning. Gentlemen, final predictions then. What do you think is going to happen today?
I'm with Russell. I really hope Sri Lanka put up that fight that they showed in the second innings and the back half of the game in Manchester. They definitely have the players who are capable of doing so, but I do also think and have been in positions where you're entering day 4, 430 behind with 8 wickets left. Things can happen pretty quickly. So I think some initial fight from Sri Lanka, but I do anticipate it being over around tea time.
Russell?
Finny, you're coming back tomorrow.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Yep, I'm being bold. I'm being a little cocky. I think England are gonna be thinking about the game tomorrow. I really hope that, and I'm also going to predict a Manchester United win today.
There you go.
Manchester United.
I love a bit of fighting talk down here.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to a great day. Lords is always an absolute pitch. It's a flat pitch, as Russell was saying, and the Sri Lankans are going to be desperate to get a score. They haven't got a score. Any of the batters have got a score. Flat pitch. They're going to be thinking, come on, let's get out there and put some pressure on this England side. But I'm agreeing with Finney about tea time.
Tough as Russell. Finney, Russell stormed off in a huff. It's going to be a fabulous day of Test cricket. We do love being here at Lord's. It is so special, so much history here. You can really feel it, especially when you're down here pitch side, as we can hand up now to Sir Alistair Cook and Jonathan Agnew. Good morning.
Morning, Isha. Thank you very much. Well done, everyone down there. Just looking around the stands, a little bit worried about what crowd we might or might not get here today. Sunday of a Lord's Test match, fourth day of a game, and there are some very empty stands. That's something we might be talking about at lunchtime with our journalist panel that we put together. Cost of the tickets, the length of the games, the duration of them, all those sorts of things. You know, if only a few thousand turn up here today, that's well, it's a worrying sign, I would suggest. Morning, Alistair. You've been on the road. Well done. You've got some brownie points. Driving home to a wedding.
Yeah, we had a really nice.
Yeah, well done.
Really nice evening.
Yeah.
Last night.
It wasn't local either, was it?
No, it wasn't local, but it was worth it to see Sophie and Richard get married. It's a really nice evening.
You'll have a bag full of brownie points when you go back tonight.
Well, hopefully. It's actually quite a good thing for Stephen Finn. There's not many people in today. Because of that outfit he's got on.
Wow.
Like a baggy gilet and a London Spirit cap.
His dress sense is a bit odd. I tried to look after him, as we know, in India. Tried to get him a couple of nice suits, trousers and so on, but no, it's, yeah, he's got an interesting dress sense, the old boy. Anyway, was that a London Spirit cap, was it?
Well, he looked like one from here.
Well, yeah, same sort of colour. 4:27 all out England, and Sri Lanka replying 53 for 2 at the resumption. Just looking at the overs bowled, so 20 overs with this ball, but 9 have been bowled by spin already. I don't suppose that's too many, but I think they were right to go off. You know, you don't want to wreck a ball just for the sake of, you know, there's so much time available. And I know people are upset and grumpy about bad light, and I totally get that. But, you know, these are the rules and regulations of the way the game is played. Why toss up a load of spin with a new ball when it's going to be likely that your seam is going to do the damage?
Absolutely. I actually thought Ollie Pope did really well in that situation. I thought he timed it just about right. He gave, you know, Bashir and Root just enough overs to see if there's any, not just one over, a little bit to get into a bit of spell. There was hardly any spin, and absolutely the right decision. But by staying on that first time, he actually managed to get 2 overs of seam.
Yeah.
And the light forgave him.
And
got a wicket.
Yeah.
So I thought he managed about right, because you do actually want to stay on, because you know the opposition are just desperate. Every time you're batting in that situation, you're looking at the umpire saying, when are they going to have a look at that light reading? When are we going to go off? And, you know, actually, I was not giving them stick for sending out a light watchman, but actually it was the right decision in the end.
I don't know if it was a light watchman or a night watchman. It was about the same at that time. It was very dark and very grey. And so, yeah, he will continue. Of course, he'll be resuming shortly. Jayasuriya, night watchman, and Karuna Ratne, the very experienced left-handed opener who has not had much of a tour so far. But, you know, there is batting to come, as I was saying. I mean, Matthews, Chandimal, De Silva, Mendes. You know, there is some batting there. So let's hope that they do get their heads down, that they do knuckle down and cause a good fight. You know, I don't think they're going to score 430, but you never know. We've got the players arriving out there, or it's either that or that's applause for Stuart Broad and Kumar Sangakkara wandering off the ground, having done their television commitments at the far end. Well, now, here's your ticket prices. £15 for under 16s. All right. Adult prices start at £95.
Is that for today?
It's for today. I just think that's, you know, that's a lot to shell out on the 4th day of a Test match when 2 games have gone this far this summer. You know, Sri Lanka for everything, and they're not a massive draw. You know, there are times surely where administrators have to give Test cricket a bit of a leg up, a bit of help, and charging 95 quid to get in, I think that's expensive. Well, it is expensive. I think it's excessive, to be honest. But anyway, we'll talk about it at lunchtime. And well, look who's here. I mean, it's a barren crowd, isn't it? It's a very, very small crowd. I can't remember a 4th day crowd at Lord's like it, to be honest. I can't see the 2 stands behind us, the Comptons and the Edrich, because of where we sit. but the grandstand deserted. A few more in the Warner. There'll be members there, I guess. Members themselves. Loads of white seats. Tavern stand. 50 people. Whole top tier closed, I imagine. And the mound stand as well. Virtually nobody there. David from Yorkshire. Maybe the attendance numbers would be higher if Lords didn't get 2 tests a year, and if London didn't get 3, and tests are spread around the country more. Well, it's a thought, David. I mean, they're all stage management agreements, as we know. The Oval's got a staging agreement for years, so they'll always get one. And I will just say about the Lords thing, if you remember when the West Indies were not scheduled to play a Lords test here, they took it very badly. I mean, the West Indians took it badly. They took it as an absolute slight that they were not granted a Lords test. So it's not simply about Lords saying, hey, we should have a test match because we're Lords. It's the visitors. And you imagine the Sri Lankans didn't get a Lords test, so you're going to go to Birmingham instead. You know, that is an issue, and it was certainly an issue with that West Indies team when they changed it in the end. So they did come back here. So there is that element to it as well. Now, we have the players in the middle. 53 for 2 is the score. Karunaratne is on 23. There are 3 slips. It's a gorgeous day. Very warm. Not a cloud in the sky. Quite sultry. And Woakes is going to bowl from the nursery end. Paul Rifle. But he's hunched up looking at something. It can't be a light meter. What's he looking at?
Well,
there?
I think they're just waiting for the actual time to tick over, aren't they? For the adverts, I assume, so that they can start. And actually, if you go back to the beginning of this series, you'd say Sri Lanka's batting lineup was their strength compared to their bowling. Actually,
Yes.
their bowling has shown a lot of fight, but their batting unit hasn't. And this is a great opportunity. A lot of their guys actually average over 40, don't they? So this is a good chance.
Right, Paul Rifle's happy. The adverts have finished, and we can get underway. Karunaratne on strike. He was given out early on yesterday, but he reviewed it and survived. Here's the first ball of the 4th day then. Woakes runs in and bowls him, and he tucks that away firmly, beating short leg and square leg. Long legs running round from the boundary, and picks it up in the shadows of the tavern stand over to our left. And Sri Lanka start with a nice comfortable 2 runs and go to 55 for 2. And Karunaratne on to 25, but we talk about the Lord's hum, don't we, and the buzz, and well,
it is there just.
Yeah. I think Tanya's turned the microphone up. See her through our porthole there to the left. 55 for 2. Karunaratne 25. And goes Woakes over the wicket. Oh, hits him on the pad. Appeals leg before wicket. Umpire Rifle says no. Thought about it. There's going to be a discussion here about that. Chris Woakes certainly liked it. It came back, and well, it bounced a bit high. It was given not out, which immediately gives you a bit of a start. But Ollie Pope is reviewing this.
Instantly, I said leg side.
Director third umpire.
When you
With a
got hit
play
on the
review
other
for LBW. Ritual decision is not out. Both feet are fair. Let's go to front. I'm ready.
He was a long way outside off stump, wasn't he? So
Yes, he was.
Does get across his stumps.
See where it pitched, first of all. Did it pitch in line? I think it did it? Simon's saying no. I can see
we
his
go to
leg
Ultra, just
stump as
confirm
that
no
hits
bet.
him.
Thank you.
It's all about whether this is pitched
Yeah.
in line.
Appears to be no bet.
I think he did pitch in line, 'cause it cut back at him. And I can see his leg stump.
Running through.
Height.
Flat line. Ball track when available, please.
Here we go. It's quite. Let's see where it
Here we go, ball.
pitches.
Pitching outside leg.
A fraction
Back
of a
on
ball
screen, you can
outside
start with the
leg.
Original decision of not out. You're on screen.
Good decision, Paul Rifle. I mean, that is so difficult to judge that. Did everything else right?
Well, I reckon on that one it was very close to pitching and very close to how high it was as well.
Yeah.
So actually, all 3 had to
Yeah.
get right. And fair play to him. He hasn't had the best of games, Paul Rifle, but that was a good decision.
Yeah, very good. 55 for 2. Woakes again, disappointed, runs away, bowls. Oh, something goes across him. Beautiful piece of bowling.
And that's a challenge of facing Chris Woakes, isn't it, there?
Yep.
His use of the ball nipping back and nipping across as a left-hander with that angle, which one's to play, what's it doing first, and then how to play it.
Fabulous ball, really. Perfect follow-up ball from the one before.
Yeah, so that was an attempted Chris Woakes away swinger to the left-hander. rather than the wobble seam. You can see his wrist right behind her.
Then goes Wokes. Past the umpire, bowls. Karunaratne feels for this. Ball runs away to backward point. That's where Potts is fielding. 55 for 2. Jayasuriya 3. Hasn't faced a ball yet. He's the night watchman. Leaning on his bat down at this end. And Karunaratne, who's nearing 100 test matches. Deep into the 90s now. He's got a job to do here for Sri Lanka. He's settling over his bat again. Wokes turns below us. We've got our window open today. It's lovely. And goes in again. That jaunty run he bowls. Oh, well, Karunaratne suggests that kept a bit low, but he is quite crease bound. And he jabbed his bat down there. Now comes up and does a little bit of gardening. 55 for 2. He's on 25. Wokes pacing round, waiting for the ball to be returned to him, I think. Where is it? Oh, here it comes. Must have had an extra polish from first slip. Pope throws it on. Wokes turns round busily again, runs past his bowling marker, lying there on the grass, and moves in, bowls, and Karunaratne again plays across that pad rather. He does set himself up as an LBW merchant, you have to say. Picked up at mid-on, 55 for 2, and that's the first over of the day.
He's right on the money for that set of 6. Chris Wokes, as you would expect. What did you get up to last night, have I?
The quietest, earliest night, because I was feeling a bit coldy yesterday, so 9 o'clock into bed.
No.
Yeah, a couple of paracetamol, woke up at 7 o'clock. Best night of all time. It was, yeah. So woke up, oh.
So you had a bad day 3, but you're...
Bad third. It's just
ready flying day 4.
Snuffly and coffee, but... So, no, what I missed, unfortunately, was one of the great sights, apparently, was of Phil Tufnell being introduced to food delivery systems.
I'm actually looking forward to hearing about it.
It was quite involved. It involved a 3-way conversation, apparently, with Tuffers, Henry, there in the bar at the hotel.
Well, I assume Henry had to do it for.
Well, no, because it's Dawn. His wife's also on the phone, another phone. Now, this is Jayasuriya playing his first ball from Atkinson. Off the back foot it goes. It's played into the covers. No, so wife is on another phone, tracking things and keeping... I mean, she obviously knows Philip to a T.
Well, on day 2, I had to order his food for him on.
Well, he was unleashed to do it by himself, but carefully monitored. And I think it arrived. I think it turned up by the sounds of it. But a lot of typical Tuffers. So what's going on here? This sort of thing. And comes Atkinson, bowls, clipped away down to mid-on. And there's no wrong with these delivery things. I mean, if you think of how horrendous COVID was in virtually every way, but these sort of delivery systems and stuff, they've lived on, haven't they?
Tell you what, it's definitely killed room service off, hasn't it?
Yeah.
In a hotel.
Absolutely. I mean, which
is quite a good thing because that was overpriced.
Overscope and dull.
Slightly.
Yeah. Lasagna and a curry, and that was about it. But this, you can just order anything, can't you? Atkinson bowls short down the leg side, almost flicked the glove. At the Oval, obviously quite near the communities that eat goat curry. That's coming in again. I had that last year. Fantastic. Oh, curry goat, I should say. Get it right.
I do like coming away for the test match. We don't have it on the farm. Delivery doesn't happen on the farm.
You can order it's anything.
Doesn't
Scope of it. It's fantastic. So anyway, cross-country bumpkins. It's all very exciting. 55 for 2. Jayasuriya is on 3. 3 slips, leg slip, short leg. Atkinson comes in, bowls a bouncer at him. And sways out of the way, plays it well actually. Normally number 9. Promoted in that horrible light yesterday. It's a cruel job, night watchman.
You can't have done it.
I was always doing it.
Really?
Yes, I was always pushed out there. It's a horrible job. You boil your boots off all day. You come off with about 20 minutes to go. You've got to get in the shower. Atkinson comes in bowls. Oh, inside edge into the pad there. Saved him potentially from an LBW verdict, I think. That's picked up at mid-off. And you're told to go out and put your pads on and go out and bat against the opposition fast bowlers who've had their feet up all day doing the Sun crossword. for the last 20 minutes, and he paid to go out and told to go out and do it, rather than someone who's actually paid to go out and do it.
Yeah, I mean, you are unfortunately looking at the wrong person here. Or even trying to... Cause
You never have one, ever.
Openers never had one, did they?
Never, ever. There's Atkinson. Bowles, a good one. That bounced. That did bounce from a goodish length, too. Too good for Jayasuriya. He couldn't get a bat on much of that over. 55 for 2.
I have batted with a night watchman who did the...
Right.
We went out
You
for
faced one over, something,
and,
yeah.
and I was... But I batted number 2, so I wasn't having the night watchman.
Was that Jimmy?
No, not for England. We never had it for England.
Ah.
Couple last in the Essex side.
I like the idea of the hawk. I mean, I think that not necessarily on the night itself. You've got to get through that. There's no point in having a night watchman if he's not going to really try and just survive. But next morning, you want, you want a shot player, don't you? Yeah. Dear old Hogster. He's got there just block for hours. Jimmy, he wasn't very exciting night watchman. Stephen Finn.
Do you reckon? Did Finney do it?
I still have a bit of a jerk when I think about innings in Dunedin. You were there.
The Watford Wall.
Yeah.
I was.
Batted for...
He was on a reward scheme.
Oh, was he? It was Wokes bowling to Karunaratne. Plays down to mid-on. What, the number of balls he could block?
Incentivised, yeah. every landmark he got, the prize got bigger and bigger.
Wow.
Well, it's all about man management.
It was...
I
It was a difficult watch.
Well, because I got out just before the close of play on day 4, so he came in.
Right, so have you, right.
But we were a long way behind the game, but
we were actually.
We escaped with a draw. I think about 2 days, pretty much.
Wokes bowls, thumps into the pad. That one did pitch outside leg stump. Rolls away into the onside.
So just quickly going back to the wedding yesterday. Really nice wedding, and I turned up. Yeah, said hello to everyone. Actually, the last person I saw was Alice. She was in the conversation. She came on. You have a good day? So yeah, really nice day. Oh, what happened? She honestly had no idea what had happened. No idea that Ruti. She said, "What's the score?"
Oh, really?
England got bowled out for 250.
Oh.
And she was like, "All right."
Here's Wokes bowls outside the off stump. No straight. That's a good sign. She's kind of moving on, is she?
And then I was, "Oh, yeah, the record went." What do you mean?
Oh, she
Ruti
didn't know.
got 100.
Oh.
Yeah. So totally and utterly oblivious.
Did she console you?
No, not at all. The same kind of reaction, I think, that everyone in this TMS box gave.
Not
She
true, because I gave it a little slap on the back.
With a funny face, I think.
No.
But yeah.
You're very magnanimous. In goes Wokes, striding out, bowls, one that goes across the left-handed Karunaratne. He just swishes the bat and lets it go by.
Shows it was a good wedding, wasn't it?
Yeah. And you were the taxi driver home, presumably?
Yeah, taxi driver home.
Oh, yes, you will. You'll be very
Well, I did my little bit.
You'll be very popular. Wokes spins himself a catch or two, sort of the reverse catch. Polishes the ball, sets off again. Past umpire rifle, bowls. Karunaratne with a slightly crooked bat. Plays towards the leg side, fielded by a short leg fieldsman, who's Dan Lawrence. Polishing and rubbing. 55 for 2. Lord's very quiet. I've just seen a photograph, actually, of the Edrich and Comptons, and they're deserted.
Might fill up a little bit.
Well, I hope so. But £95. 55 for 2. Goes Wokes. Bowls. Oh, well, that's a strange pull shot there from Karunaratne. Actually, he pulled out of in the end. It wasn't as short, I don't think, as he thought. 55 for 2. If you think what a family of 4 could do for £95, rather than one person coming and sitting at Lord's for £95 on a Sunday, I think people have rather made up their own minds, haven't they?
Vote with your feet, don't you? That's what the normal saying is.
Yeah.
Update from the other test match going on. England's next opponents, Pakistan, playing Bangladesh. Lost the first test. The first day of this game was rained out. So Pakistan trying to force a result in 4 days to tie the series. They were bowled out for 274 yesterday.
Atkinson scurries in from the pavilion end and bowls. The Jayasuriya turns that into the leg side.
with a 5-wicket haul for the Bangladesh off-spinner Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who
Yes, he's back, isn't he?
made a
Tormented England those years ago.
spectacular debut against your England side.
About 2016.
Yeah.
he was.
Then Pakistan, having sort of rejigged their bowling attack, no Nasim Shah, no Shaheen Shah Afridi, reduced Bangladesh to 26 for 6.
Okay. It's in Rawalpindi, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, normally very flat there. Atkinson bowls a very high bouncer. Collected by the keeper.
The top 6 getting 10-1, 4-1, 3 and 2. Then Lytton Das and Mehdi Hassan Miraz put on 165 for the 6th wicket, which is the highest 6th wicket stand in Test history that's begun with the score below 50. They took it from 26 for 6 to 191 before Mehdi was out, followed by Taskin Ahmed. So it's currently 193 for 8 at tea.
Right. Atkinson bowls. Oh, he prods at a wide-ish ball there and misses.
6 wickets for Khurram Shahzad, a seamer who made his debut in Australia last international winter season. Took 5 wickets in the match in Perth and taken 6 for 73 and 14.3 overs so far.
Shahzad. I'm thinking in terms of our tour there. Shahzad. Have we seen Shahzad? We have we? So what's the Pakistan attack then?
For this game, it's Mir Hamza,
Yeah.
Khurram Shahzad, Muhammad Ali.
Oh, we know him. There's Atkinson, turned away out towards long leg for a single. He's the fellow who about 9 wickets down at Rawalpindi last time, left the field, didn't he? Just disappeared. They had to flush him out of the dressing room because it was getting dark. And he just, I think it's his debut.
It was his debut,
I think it was Muhammad's debut. And he walked off the ground, 9 wickets down, light going down, and really getting dark, up against the clock. Muhammad just walked off, disappeared, went into the dressing rooms. And the umpires in England are saying, where is he?
What did he go to the toilet?
Had to go and flush him out. Well, I don't know where he went. But it was quite canny for a fellow on his debut. he must have wasted 10 minutes.
Yeah, and the light was closing in, wasn't
Well,
it?
it was. It was getting very dark. It was nip and tuck. Oh, right, so he's in.
He's back in the side.
Right.
No wickets for him today.
56 for 2. And that's edged and goes through the slips. He might just have got a hand on it there, Root. No, he runs down to third man for 4. It went quickly. It was a flashing back foot forcing shot. Root, he just got his left hand to it, I think, there at slip. Round about shoulder high, a bit higher perhaps. It went quickly.
It goes up. The old, if you flash hard.
Yeah.
He's whoosh good at it. Oh, and it's like a parry. It's like a save in the end. I don't think he picked it up very well, but again, another chance that. I mean, that's a toughie.
Yeah,
very tough chance.
That would have been a good catch. Very good catch. The best chance there is it rather like yesterday. We saw one that gets parried up. 60 for 2. 3 slips and a gully. And Atkinson running in, bowls. Karunaratne covers up, plays back up to the bowler again to end that over.
I did enjoy that first Test match. The Pakistan one.
Oh yeah.
Well, Dizzy's first ever game. Jason Gillespie's first. Yeah, we'll declare.
Yeah.
Declare 6 down, lose by 10 wickets.
I mean, that's extraordinary.
I mean,
we've seen.
I love stuff like that. It
Occasionally
makes me
declaration games lose, haven't we? I mean, dear old Freddie at Adelaide that time, but
that was. I think we
lose by 10 wickets.
Lose by 10 wickets. And also in your first ever game,
Yeah.
we'll play positive cricket. We'll take the attack to the opposition. This is our new brand of cricket. 2.5 days later, you're tail between your legs.
Well, presumably that's why he's been busily firing Shaheen Shah Afridi and others. He wasn't happy with the effort, I'm guessing, but he's wielded the axe.
I mean, yeah, it's a fairly brutal first game.
Yeah. 60 for 2. Jayasuriya on strike. He's facing Wokes. 4 slips. In goes Wokes. Bowls down the leg side. Collected by Smith. And there's no run. So just the actual state of the game then, Andy. Not sure we ever actually got there.
So the state of the game, T Bangladesh 193 for 8. They're 81 behind.
Right.
So this is
right.
day 3, but day 1 was washed out. So there's
So they're going to
2 days
lose
in the session less.
a big style today.
I don't know, this first
8 on
innings.
behind. Oh, first
So-
innings. Right.
Yep.
60 for 2. Wokes. In again. Bowls. Oh, goes down the slope a little. beats the prodding Jayasuriya. Collected by Smith.
The rumour is that in their Pakistan series, Shah Massoud wants the seamers. Wants Pakistan seamers, isn't it? Not the pitches with a bit more grass and carry on it, rather than say traditional, spinning wickets.
Yeah, well, they didn't pick a spinner in the first test. They've recalled Abrar Ahmed.
That didn't work well.
That did not work well.
No.
They recalled Abrar for this test.
Woakes bowls. Played away back up the pitch again. Of course, he played. Was that his debut as well?
He did. He wasn't picked in the first test. He was in the squad, and they brought him in the second test, and I think he got 10 wickets in the match.
Yes, he did.
Bowled a lot of overs.
Yes.
So he's had a good start to his career.
So they didn't pick a spinner at all. Did they win a toss and bat, or did they bowl? I mean,
They batted first.
So they batted first, but did Pakistan win the toss and bat?
Woakes runs in, bowls, and Jayasuriya plays that down into the fourth slip. Interesting to see what the pitches are against England. Will they take England on with some grass on, I wonder?
Yeah. But if they haven't got spinners.
No, Bangladesh won the toss in that first test, put Pakistan in.
Fine, because that would be even more bizarre, that game.
There must have been some grass on that for Bangladesh to do that.
Well, they had them 16 for 3, and then Pakistan recovered.
Woakes over the wicket, bowls short. A strange pull shot there, played on one knee by the night watchman.
Kind of the duck pull sweep. Kind of combination between all three of them.
Yes, that was a very odd one. 60 for 2, a ball to go in the 25th over. No joy yet for England in this opening salvos of the day. A bit some near misses, a bit here and there. LBW appeal against Karunaratne was unsuccessful. As Woakes runs in, bowls, and Jayasuriya, the obdurate night watchman, is still there. So 20 minutes gone, 60 for 2. Karunaratne 29, Jayasuriya has 4. Thoughts from Alistair Cook and then Alison Mitchell.
Oh, this pitch is playing very nicely. Not one keeping low, but there is an opportunity here for Sri Lankan batter to score some runs, you'd say. There's not enough demons in this wicket. And the sun is out after yesterday when they went out to bat and it was so dark and the floodlights are on. Can't complain about the conditions to batting.
Morning, Alistair. It's a glorious day, isn't it? Just too many empty seats around the ground at the moment.
But it is filling up slightly.
Slowly, maybe a few more will come in. Atkinson moving in. Over the wicket, bowls now. Forward comes Jayasuriya. Defends to sort extra. Karunaratne on strike here, sorry, the left-hander. 4 slips behind the bats. England striving to get wicket number 3. 2 down overnight, 8 more to win the match and secure the series with the Oval Test match still to come. It's a bit hazy, isn't it, in the distance today? A little bit of a light breeze keeping those flags fluttering above the pavilion turrets. And Atkinson's bleached blonde hair sort of stands out as he comes running in. Short leg in place. Karunaratne settles and Atkinson is in. A little bit of width chopped into the ground and into the hands of Duckett at third slip. And there is no run. I gave you a fun fact yesterday about Karunaratne. Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, I do remember.
You weren't anticipating that it would be a fun fact.
No. And you could have given me a lot of guesses and I would never have got the fact.
Dimuth Karunaratne, his first name.
You should almost ask. Go on, I
can throw it out. People will be.
They'll just do what I do, just Google it, yeah.
Zoltz will know. It actually ties into a conversation I was having on air yesterday as Atkinson is in again, a little straighter that time, worked into the onside, finds it, works at mid-wicket, no run. Conversation having yesterday about Jack Russell.
That's not his first name?
It's not his first name. In fact, it's not even his second name.
Okay.
I presume then that Jack was the middle name, and therefore it's Jack Russell, but it's not. He's Robert Charles Russell.
And he chose?
Well, this is again, in fact, I'd like to clarify. Did Jack just become the nickname Zoltz because of the Jack Russell Terrier? I mean, there was a Jack Russell in yesteryear of England cricket years and years before, late 19th century. Clipped on to the hands of short leg. Now, did that go on the ball?
Didn't quite carry. I reckon Dan Lawrence is at short leg. Not that close. He a little bit deep, he's going to have a little bit more time, but it was definitely on the half volley. It's straight at his hands. And probably a foot or so, landed a foot or so short.
60 for 2, the score remains.
The first Jack Russell played for England in the 1920s. Quite successfully, 500s in 10 tests.
And was his name actually Jack Russell,
No.
or was he also nicknamed Atkinson over the wicket? And bottom edge through to the keeper. Atkinson celebrating. Now Karuna Ratner is not going anywhere immediately. Well, as Dan Lawrence is making the notion to Ollie Pope to review, and now Pope as captain turns to the umpire and says, yes, we want to have another look at that. Just seemed to sort of cut him in half almost. Didn't get up. He attempted a low pull.
Direct the third umpire with a player review for Court Pine. Original decision is not out. Both feet of field, let's go to front time and available.
Well, he's gone to this shot a lot in this series, and it's caused him trouble. I can't actually remember him playing a good pull shot. This wasn't short enough to pull. I mean, it's only just, just going over the top of his pad, so you're looking to pull a ball kind of belly button upwards.
No problem.
Quite a clear appeal. There was no doubt, was there, from everyone around.
Nope, Jamie Smith gathered the ball, went up straight away. Darren Lawrence at short leg, and certainly he heard something and was saying, you've got to review, you've got to review.
Just waiting for Altreach there, Joel.
So England are in a huddle looking up at the big screen. It's 60 for 2, having resumed on Sri Lanka's overnight 53 for 2. Karuna Ratner is 29.
Has Ollie Pope got a review right yet on his
first innings? I think he'll lose a couple.
I can't remember one getting turned over.
Let's have a look. They're getting Ultra Edge on it. I'm not sure this is going to be a successful one either, Alistair. Doesn't seem to be any bat involved.
It is very close though to the.
It's got a flat line. Keep running it through.
So where's
to the bat? Well, we haven't quite gone past.
Just keep it going. Keep it going. Run it right back out again.
No, hasn't.
So let's go to the bat.
Oh, is that one of those deceptive noises of sort of spikes on the ground
Yeah,
because
there's
he
nothing
was
exclusive there. I'll go back to Joel on field.
his back leg was
Joel,
on the
you can stay
ground,
with your original
possibly
decision of not out.
Scraping on the turf.
You're on
but
screen signal.
I've never got that one. The spikes making a clicking noise. You know when everyone says, "Oh, the spikes make a noise," I'm like,
You never heard that when you
not
fielded
a,
close to the bat.
No, it's like a scrape, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing that you
But
could
what
wait
was
to
no?
sound a bat on ball.
What is strange? That is strange that everyone is shaking their head. And that wasn't a half-hearted appeal, was it? That was an all-in. Everybody from actually almost everybody heard it on the field.
Well, the verdict remains not out, and England only have one review left then, 60 for 2.
Yeah, he's not had a successful review yet this series. It's the 8th review England have had in the field.
Not a good start, is it?
The closest they had was the wicket off a no ball from Atkinson in the last test.
Atkinson in again under sunshine here, dropped it into the turf outside the off stump, fielded at short extra cover, no run to end the over then. So 60 for 2 the score remains with Karuna Ratner on 29, Jai Surya on 4.
Sorry, not off Atkinson, it was off Shoaib Bashir when Jamie Smith's gloves were in front of the stump. That would have been umpire's call anyway.
What surprised me about that is actually that Jamie Smith quite openly in an interview afterwards said he just was not aware of the law.
But
as a professional wicketkeeper, he's now playing Test cricket for England.
But I wasn't. I assumed that he had to be in front of the stumps, like that the line was in.
Okay, the front of the stump.
The front of the
stump,
stumps, rather than the back of the stumps.
Yeah,
and I think if you'd have asked 99.9% of cricketers, that would have said the same. Honestly, I did not know.
You guys don't spend your time reading small print. That's kind of what we meant to do up here.
Did you know it? Genuinely, would you have known you can't break the front of the line?
Yeah, I think I did. So I think I've seen it in a women's game. I mean, it does take sometimes circumstances like that. I mean, as you do game after game after game, loads of different scenarios crop up. But a new over then. A conversation going on here between the umpire and Karuna Ratner. So I wonder what they're talking about at the non-striker's end. Jai Surya is waiting with his bat about to settle. Whatever it was. Woakes ready to bowl again. 4 slips. Bob down behind the night watcher, or the light watcher as he was last night. Forward, defends a straightish ball, and there's no run.
Yeah, I used to get given every year when you signed your registration for county cricket, you got like the little, literally was the rules pack.
Oh, was it? You got the law?
Yeah, like that law was quite thick.
MCC.
I don't know what it was.
Rules of the game.
I mean, I can tell you
Did you ever read
what. I
it?
can tell you what. There was not one person I ever saw. I don't know why we got given them. I mean, No one would have read them.
That's what you do on a long-haul flight on a outdoor cricket
No,
tour.
there's plenty more things better to do on the long-haul flight.
Wokes over the wicket, full edged, and that is taken. Yes, it is. Taking a second slip, and Chris Wokes gets that breakthrough. I think it was Harry Brook who took the catch, and the night watcher Jaya Surya is on his way. The first wicket falls inside the first half hour of play. Sri Lanka are now 3 down with 60 on the board, and that target, of course, remember, set at 483. Healthy outside edge, and the catch taken a little bit behind Harry Brook and to his right, and because when he took it, he then ended up on his front, facing away towards the boundary, towards the pavilion. But he kept hold of it. 60 for 3, and Jaya Surya out for 4.
Yeah, nice catch from Harry Brook. Expected to be taken, but went quick enough because Jaya Surya did push at it. No feet, as you kind of expect from a lower order player. And England will be relieved. They've got 7 more to go.
That's it, they're counting them down. Do we wrap up the Karunaratne Jack Russell conversation?
You better do it before he gets out.
Angelo Matthews is expected to be next out, coming down the pavilion steps. So Dimuth Karunaratne's first name is in fact Frank. There you go.
And you can explain why.
Oh, I don't. This is his first name, and he goes by Dimuth. Maybe, probably Russell will be better placed to explain the preference for first names, second names. But yeah, Frank is the first name of Dimuth Karunaratne. And I'd still love to exactly know how it ended up that we've always known Jack Russell as Jack Russell, if it is just simply to do with the terrier dog.
I'd assume it was probably a childhood nickname. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, for both Jack Russells.
Maybe Jack's listening himself.
Yeah, the other one who played for your predecessor, Alistair, played for Essex. 437 first-class games, 27,000 runs, 71 centuries, 500s and just 10 tests. But England seems a bit harsh. He didn't get more games. 300s and 6 Ashes tests.
I mean, it's always strange. Like, not people who are known by other names. Isn't it Broadie's dad? Isn't it Brian? And he's known as Chris. Adrian.
Is Chris his middle name?
I think so. Paul Grayson, the Essex coach.
Yeah.
Was Adrian. Paul Grayson was just always called Paul. Like, I don't quite know how.
Preference.
It must be preference, but it's quite good to keep going at it, isn't it? Like,
yeah, no, I reckon there's a few, and probably our listeners will come up with plenty more as well. Right, new batter then. Angelo Matthews comes out here at number 5. 60 for 3, short leg stays in place. 3 slips in the gully as Wokes is in, angled out towards backward point region, and finds the fielder, no run. Bright sunshine, Wokes from the nursery end, can utilise that slope. The ball then moves away from the right-hander. Angelo Matthews, one of a number of former captains in this Sri Lankan side. He was captain in all formats, wasn't he, until he stepped down in 2017. Became the first player to be timed out in international cricket. Do you remember that against Bangladesh? Some heated scenes when that happened not too long ago. Wokes moves in, and that beats the outside edge. Some lift and carry through to Smith, away down the slope.
Yeah, that can't have improved relations on the
I
side.
don't think it did, no. Pretty sure it didn't.
Well, I mean, the stumping of Johnny Bairstow was fairly controversial. It timed out.
It was a highly unpopular decision amongst Sri Lankan supporters, obviously.
Yeah, timed out or man-cadded, which is worse?
I mean, I hate to say it, I'm a bit of a stickler for the rules, Cookie.
Really?
Yeah, Wokes moves in. Turned into the onside. Bashir is there at a wide mid-wicket, mid-on, and moves into field.
So
and I think timed out, you need to be aware of the laws, and you need to be ready to go and be in place, ready to face.
If you were captain of your side, and the person just, didn't he replace his helmet or something? He was out there.
Yeah, there was a different circumstance at play, actually, where you might have just thought, we'll
surely you wouldn't uphold the appeal. Well, he would. You're ruthless. You're ruthless.
Wokes drops us a little bit shorter, turned square behind the leg side. And a single taken. Matthews is off the mark. So I expect you can remember the exact circumstances, can't you?
Well,
was to do with
he came in to bat, and he was about to face his first ball, and I think the strap on his helmet had broken.
Right.
Yeah. And so he
did he
called
call
for another
change?
helmet, and in doing so, exceeded the amount of time allowed for batter to be ready to face his first ball. The ridiculous thing about it was that had he already faced one ball and that happened, no one would have batted an eyelid.
Or if you'd have marked your guard. Is it because you've only got to mark your guard, haven't you, or take guard? Anyway.
Again, that's why I should be reading that law book on long-haul flights to Australia.
It was
semantics.
Completely absurd.
Yeah, that particular circumstance, I do remember it now. That was Shakib Al Hassan as captain, wasn't he then? Who appealed and upheld the appeal. 61 for 3. Matthews prodding away at the pitch. Dark shadow beneath his feet in the bright sunshine. Very different conditions to what England were bowling in yesterday. Gus Atkinson, ball in hand. He took the wicket of Nishan Madushka yesterday. Atkinson in, bouncer. And Matthews ducking underneath it, passes over his back and into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Alistair has left us. Michael Vaughan, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. There's just a little bit of oomph in this surface today. There's been plenty of movement. Chris Woakes has got it on a string. He's nipping them away, swinging them back in. I just think there's a bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, the odd one has really gone through with some extra carry, hasn't it? Matthews settles over his bat, taps it against the ground once. Atkinson moves in, outside edge, but soft enough hands that it drops into the ground and then into the hands of Ollie Pope at gully, and there is no run. Nice breakfast this morning, Michael.
Yeah, very nice. I was going to go for the hat trick of full English, but I decided to go a bit healthier.
We visited the Edgeridge restaurant, which is just down below us in the media centre. Tommy Banks looks after that part of the ground, the Michelin-starred chef who was featured in played in one of our TMS charity games, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He's a very handy cricketer.
Yeah, he's a good player, good batter.
Matthews awaits short leg in place, leg slip as well, down the leg side from Atkinson, and Matthews doesn't play at it, just to get hands and bodies and bat out of the way, taken by Smith.
Phil went for just a nice little bowl of eels.
That was a surprising choice.
It was very nice. He gave me one.
Pure eel for breakfast. No scrambled egg.
It was a little bit smoked.
Was it?
Yeah,
the
smoked
flavour.
eel. Yeah, it was lovely.
Tuff has had a surprisingly good knowledge about eels and variety of eels. I think it took him back to his childhood.
Yeah.
Loves a jellied eel, as Tuffers. Atkinson in full. Dug out by Matthews up to mid-on, and there's no run.
He'd have studied the eel on the One Show at some stage.
I think he's caught a few, actually, in his time. Tuffers doesn't mind a little bit of fishing.
Really?
Yeah.
The
man of many, many talents.
There's no way Tuff not fishes.
I'm sure he's been fishing. You need to ask him about it.
No chance has he got the patience for that.
I think he's been fishing with Brenda McCullum. Atkinson in, a little bit of a fish outside the off stump. Again, just a bit of extra bounce and carry through to Jamie Smith, but Matthews was tempted by that.
Phil was introduced last night to, and he's only just realised that you can order food to your hotel from outside restaurants.
Yes.
From an app.
I'm not sure we'll find eel if he wants that delivered to home.
Yeah, it's a risky delivery, that. He also didn't realise you could actually order taxis from your apps and these days.
Say it ain't so. He must have known that. Another shorter ball from Atkinson, but this time swaying out of the way. Matthews doesn't really trouble the batter. Through to Smith it goes. End of the over. 61 for 3. 1 wicket down then this morning. Jayasuriya, who was sent in about an hour and around 45 minutes before the scheduled close last night. But the weather was murky and Sri Lanka had a feeling that they probably wouldn't be out there for much longer with the light, and thus it proved to be. So Jayasuriya resumed on 3 this morning. Only added 1 to his overnight score before Woakes found the outside edge and catch taken by Brook in the slips. That's why we've got Angelo Matthews out there, and Karunaratne was on 23 overnight. He's advanced to 29, so sedate first half hour in terms of any run scoring from Sri Lanka this morning.
Yeah, just 8 runs in 8 overs, and 4 of them were from the edge that was dropped at slip by Root.
3 slips behind Karunaratne as Woakes is in, angles it across the left-hander, and through to Smith it goes.
Yeah, I mean, Karunaratne's he's got himself in a few problems playing the pull shot. He was out at Old Trafford. There was that caught behind review, just trying to play that little pull shot, which the ball didn't touch the bat, but that's why they put a square leg on the boundary. Short leg as well. So I think every now and again they'll challenge him with a short ball. And he's a bit of a compulsive hooker.
Or when will Wokes offer him the opportunity? It's a length ball again. Worked into the onside. They think about a single, but the throw comes into the stumps. And in fact, he was out of his ground. And well, if that had hit, hands on heads from the England fielders, Karunaratne had got a couple of paces out of his ground. And then that throw came in very quickly. Now, Ollie Stone had a decent chance underarm yesterday. I can't quite see there. Dan Lawrence was obscuring the line of the crease, but I think from Wokes' reaction, here we go, here's a better angle. He would have been gone if that had been a direct hit. So sharp work. Ollie Stone is switched on there, mid-wicket. Karunaratne remains, though. Wokes in again outside the off-stump edges into the ground, though. And then Root there at first slip to field. A few things happening.
Yeah, England are bowling nicely to him, and he's not getting any freebies, but he just looks to me like he's playing with a little bit of negativity. Just kind of hanging back in his crease. That was a full-length delivery, and he was still not really getting forward to it. Just trying to, you know, I always think you've got to have a counter punch somewhere. You've got to eventually try and put the bowler under pressure. And at the minute, Karunaratne doesn't look like he's got much.
Wokes moves in past the umpire. Straightens a little bit on him and turns it to short leg. Lawrence is there to field, but he's not finding the middle of the bat. We haven't seen fluency in terms of stroke play from Karunaratne yet this morning. Score remains 61 for 3.
Yeah, he started on 23. He's had that one boundary, which was a drop catch. Tough chance for Joe Root at first slip.
It flew high, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a really tough one, but Karunaratne's just looking like to play for survival at the minute.
Wokes moves in. Karunaratne awaits, angles his bat defensively. The ball runs out towards backward point. And Potts is there. Field picks up, and there's no run. Beautiful day. It's only going to get warmer today, actually. I think it's meant to be nice, 26, 27. Possibly a little bit humid as the day moves on as well. And I think maybe some rain moving in overnight. But in terms of the day, I think we're well set. And England going to have to create periods of pressure and work for these wickets. There's not that much to be offered from the pitch itself. Karunaratne on 29, awaits and Wokes moves in again. He doesn't offer a shot, watches it go past the off stump and into the gloves of Smith. End of the over from Wokes. So Jayasuri, the only wicket to have gone down this morning. 40 minutes of play that we've had. England need another 7 wickets to win the match and the series. Michael Vaughan is here, and Vaughan, you're about to be joined by Simon Mand.
Yeah, England have been excellent. They really have. They've bowled very nicely indeed this morning. Plenty of skill. You can see Chris Wokes is he works overtime with his fingers on the ball. He's bowling wobble seam, conventional swing deliveries, in swing, out swing. He's got it on a rope this morning. Sri Lanka probably have one more over for him, and then it'll be Matthew Potts. You know, the big difference here this week, England have got 4 seamers.
Yeah, makes a big difference. At you the whole time. Good morning, everyone. Here is Atkinson going into bowl to Matthews. It's full. Matthews dabs into the offside and gets a single. Square with the wicket into a small gap there. Pope comes forward to pick up. So 62 for 3, Sri Lanka. Matthews to 2.
Yeah, that's why I can keep going on about the decision at the toss. When you think Sri Lanka have got 3 seamers and 1 spinner, so you've got a 4-man attack, you're thinking, well, they've got a few kind of Kamindu Mendes bowls left arm, right arm, but 4 mainstream bowlers, which one is your spinners, and you decide to bowl first. I'm just staggered by that decision.
Yeah, it's not
particularly in the conditions that were here on day 1.
Atkinson to Karunaratne, drives through extra cover for 4. Doesn't time it perfectly, but he's got enough on it. It's going down the hill, hits the rope now. England fielder pursuing, but well behind it. So pitched up from Atkinson and drilled away by Karunaratne. He's on to 33 and Sri Lanka to 66 for 3. A reminder, they need 483 to win. They have 2 days just about to get those runs, so they could score at what, 180 overs. They could score about 2.5 runs per over. But can they stay in? Of course, Atkinson to Karunaratne, bowls. That's slammed away into the onside for 4. Poole well in front of square, up to the grandstand, almost up to the Warner stand. That's how far in front of square it went.
So, Simon, these numbers are very similar to back in the 90s when Phil walked out to bat at Perth, facing Big Merv. And as he walked out, I think England Phil required 400 to win the game, or 2.5 days to bat for the draw. And Gucci looked at Phil and, come on, Phil, we can do this.
Did he? No, he didn't. Surely not.
As he walks out.
What did he mean? What, we can do this? We can get to lunch, you mean?
We can do this. Average of 5.1.
What number was Tuffers? Was he
number 11?
Number 11.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. 70 for 3. Atkinson bowls outside the off stump. Nothing from Karunaratne.
I'll ask him now, which he had many bat sponsors. Phil, which bat was it that you were using in those days? A Cali. He had a Cali bat.
Right. Did it make any difference?
I don't think so. He had pretty much every bat going. Short-term deals he was on.
I think they're making a change in the field by the looks of it. They're sending a man out to deep square leg. And the man who's going out there is Ollie Pope, the captain, going out to deep backward square leg, or deep forward square leg in actual fact. So 3 slips of gully. 2 men out for the pull shot. Atkinson bowls and Karunaratne plays that away for his body, and it goes through the gully and down to the deep third boundary for 4. Difficult to tell whether that was in the air to the right of gully or not. There's some hands-on heads out there from the England close cordon. Karunaratne's played 2 or 3 nice shots, but he's also looked a bit iffy this morning. It was, well, I think it was in the air through that area. Atkinson nearly getting him, playing away from his body. If there'd been a gully finer, and it would have been a catch, I think.
Yeah, it looks like he's just started to think a bit more positively, which is right, but it also could bring a mistake. You've got to fancy that slip cord and better get ready.
He is on 41. Atkinson bowls to him, and he dabs that into the offside, gets his 42nd run. And there is something significant about that, because I think he is now the highest scoring opener in this series. He's gone past Duckett's 40.
Yes, in terms of a single innings.
Yeah,
in fact,
single innings,
by
yeah.
any top 3 player. So if he can get another 8 runs, this series will avoid the ignominy of having got to the end of the second test without a single 50 from the top 3 of either team. And that is very rare historically. In fact, since 1956, there have only been 2 other series that have got to the end of the second test without a 50 from any top 3 player.
Well, there we go. The troubles at the top of the order, and we've had hundreds in this game. In the series, 5 hundreds, 2 at 4, and then 1 at 6, 7, and 8. Seems like the lower you go, the easier it becomes.
Andy, what's on your shirt?
Shells.
Shells. Very nice.
We really had some colourful clothing. We had Finney's Andy Pandy trousers yesterday.
Yes.
Russell's extraordinary suit.
Finney wears some gear, doesn't he?
He does. He's young.
He's got a blue cap on today, I see.
It's a London Spirit cap, is it?
Is that right?
Apparently.
Is that right?
Right, here's Potts into the attack. Bowls to Karunaratne. Karunaratne defends. Wants a sing that's definitely not there. Potts leaps forward to pick up, and there's no run. Lord's quiet today. It's quite empty as well. And this is kind of like an old-style 5th day crowd, really. But it's a Sunday, 4th day. It's a lovely day as well. The ticket prices have probably kept a few away. And also the match situation. Sri Lanka 8 wickets left. A long, long way from victory. And the point being, of course, that ticket prices were set earlier in the year. So you think ahead to August. You buy your ticket for whatever, £95 or £115. Here's Potts bowling. That's slapped away into the onside. It's parried at forward square leg, and Karunaratne gets a single. Well, he's looking to play a few shots out there now. Looking to hoik that away into the leg side. He made decent contact, but it was stopped at forward square. So he only got a single, and the score goes to 76 for 3. So you get to the situation, and the Lords then reduce the ticket prices for today and say, right, well, they're going to go at, I don't know, £30 today or something like that. Then what about all those people who bought their tickets at £95? You say, well, hold on a second. I paid for my ticket back in January or whatever, and suddenly everyone's getting in for £60 fewer or whatever. So there's that aspect. What you could do. Here's Potts bowling, turned away by Matthews into the onside. That's a sharp single. Matthew judged it nicely in the end. For a moment there, it looked as though he was under pressure. Wokes was going towards the ball. Matthews nice and positive with his running. and he gets his third run, 77 for 3. I suppose what you could do is you could actually make it up to the people who bought or paid those £95 for their tickets. You could say, right, we're going to give you some money back, or you could give them, you know, some sort of ticket deal for the next time they come to Lord's. That's one way of doing it anyway, one way of trying to get a big crowd in. I suppose it's quite tricky to organise at the last moment. You don't quite know where the match situation is going to be. Here's Potts to Karen Aratney, guides it away into the offside towards point.
Yeah, I mean, on day 5, generally, grounds allow the fans in for about £20, don't they?
Or sometimes free.
Yeah, £20. You know, if they just said £25 today, I think it would have been pretty much full. You're right.
But what about all those people here?
No, you're absolutely right, yeah. You know, if you bought your ticket a couple of months ago and you paid £95 and someone sits next to you who's paid 25, you'd feel a bit of grief.
Yeah. 77 for 3. Potts to Karen Aratney, who dabbles at that one outside the off stump, and it goes past the edge, and it's through to Smith. Jai Saria, the man out this morning, caught by Brook at slip off Wokes for 4. The light watchman from yesterday. Do you remember a light watchman before? It's probably happened, but
yeah, I'm sure it's happened. Yeah,
it doesn't happen very often.
He did quite a good job, didn't he, Jai Saria? He played quite nicely.
He's held England up yesterday and today. How many balls did he face in all?
41.
Right.
23 yesterday, 18 today.
This is Potts bowling to Karen Aratney. A low pull to a ball outside the off stump. Ball that kept low as well, and he misses it, and it's through to Jamie Smith. Well, Karen Aratney's out there now. He is playing a few shots. He's 43 not out.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that pull shot that he's played a few times. I'm not sure it's the kind of pitch that you can trust the bounce. You know, the odd ball's bouncing a bit steep, the odd ball's keeping a bit low, and he's got to be very careful playing that shot. I mean, he has played one nice one through the onside from the pavilion end, but I reckon he's played 5 poor ones. And I think he's a better player when he stands up and kind of punches it through the offside.
77 for 3. That was the end of the over. Karen Aratney has been dropped. Difficult chance to Roots left at slip. The sort of catch that, when you go back in the day, we talked about Ian Botham earlier in this test match, the sort of catch he would often take at second slip. But Joe Root got one hand to it and it went away.
Harry Brooks' catch was a good catch.
Yeah, caught behind him, didn't he?
And went sharp to his right. He caught it beautifully.
Ollie Stone's into the attack from the pavilion end. He's got a leg slip for Matthews and 3 orthodox slips and no gully. And here is Stone. Catapult action bowls to Matthews, who flicks it into the onside towards forward square leg, and there's no run. And the other thing you could say just on ticket price is actually that for the 4th day of England against Sri Lanka, that £95 is quite a lot of money. That's the other thing you can say.
Absolutely. I see the Big Bash draft is happening.
Ollie Pope's playing in the Big Bash.
He's going to Adelaide. The Adelaide Strike.
That was announced a few days ago, though, wasn't it?
Yep. I think Ben Duckett's going to...
Here's Stone bowling and forced away by Matthews, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
Ben Duckett's going to... let's have a look. I think he's going to the Melbourne Stars. So Peter Moores is the coach.
Melbourne Stars, one of the totally misnamed team. They've never won Big Bash.
I mean, they do have a few stars playing, but they don't win.
They never win, no.
Tom Curran's gone there. Jacob Bethel, he's got a deal as well. Laurie Evans, I think he's moved to the Renegades from Perth.
He helped them win a Big Bash a few years back, Laurie Evans. Here is this delivery from Stone. Thick edge from Matthews along the ground, past gully, down towards deep third. They can come back for a second. Pope's lobbing the ball in to Smith. So 2 more to Matthews. He goes to 5, and Sri Lanka to 79 for 3. It says on the board to win 404. Well, I mean, it's the biggest if in the history of cricket. If they do get there, well, it will be it will be the greatest victory in the history of Test cricket.
It's a long way off, isn't it?
It is a long way off.
I'll just get to 4 first.
Stone. Bowls turned away by Matthews towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. There were some pitches here at Lord's in the early 2000s where you thought that if the game did move quite quickly in the first couple of days as this one did, and a team were chasing something like 440 in the last innings, that you could conceivably see a team chasing that and breaking the world record. There was a game here, India, where who got 108 or 7 or 8 for India in that game?
Ajit Agarkar.
Ajit Agarkar got 100, yeah. And then Australia here we'll come back to that after Ollie Stone bowls. It was turned away by Matthews towards mid-on. It must have been the 2009 Ashes Test match where I think Andrew Strauss declared on the 4th morning. There had been some rain around. There was a question of how much time would be lost.
Flintoff produced a spell, didn't
he? Did on the next day, and I think Australia would set about 500, but it got a bit fidgety for England at one point, and then Freddie came in on that final day and took some key wickets, and when you look at the final scores, you think there was no chance of it, but felt like it could be for a while as Matthews tries to force that into the offside. It goes back up the pitch and it's stopped by Ollie Stone. That's the end of his first over of the day. 79 for 3. Kaneratne has 43 and Matthews has 5.
Yeah, that game in 2009, England made 425 with 161 by Andrew Strauss. Alistair Cook 95, which I think was the closest he came to a home Ashes 100. Australia all out 215 in reply, with 4 wickets for Anderson, 3 for Onions, 2 for Broad and 1 for Flintoff. England then 311 for 6 after not electing to enforce the follow-on.
So how many were they set?
They were set 522.
Yeah.
Lost some early wickets, so they were 128 for 5, and then Michael Clarke and Brad Haddin had a big stand. Haddin was out for 80. Mitchell Johnson came in and hit 63. But they got up to 313 for 5.
Yeah. So there was 313 for 5, chasing 520. Here's Potts bowling across the left-hander, Kaneratne, who lets it go. And you still say, yeah, of course you would expect to win defending that. But I just remember the pitch was quite flat, and suddenly you thought, hold on a second, are they going to produce something remarkable?
You get that quite often, though, don't you? But it very, very rarely does.
No. Well, there was a championship match in this season when Glamorgan was set, what was it, 592 by Gloucestershire?
That's right, it was a tie.
Tied the game.
That was at Cheltenham College.
It was. It can go flat there. Here is Potts bowling and Kaneratne forcing at that and missing it. Goes past the edge, low through to Smith on the second bounce, in actual fact. Just talking about the Big Bash, by the way, we'll have commentary on the BBL and the Women's BBL again this winter, as well as commentary on the mouth-watering Australia against India series. This is part of our rights deal with Cricket Australia, which will also include the Women's Ashes this winter and the Men's Ashes the following winter. So lots of cricket from down under this winter and next winter. Now that Australia-India series will be a fascinating
I'm
one.
intrigued with this Australian side. Are they just going over the kind of the edge?
Potts bowls, Kaneratne defends, back to the bowler who picks up.
Yeah, and how, a 5-match series against, I saw them last winter against Pakistan and the West Indies, where obviously West Indies beat them in Brisbane. And I just started to...
You were there.
Yeah, starting to just watch them and think, was it because the series wasn't a really intense series, or is it that team's just starting to...
Who in particular is just going over the hill?
I just think the batting unit, you look at Steve Smith and you look at Marnus Labuschagne.
Potts from the nursery end, bowls to Kaneratne outside the off stump, guided away, but straight to backward point. And there is no run. Dan Lawrence picks it up.
Yeah, who have been so consistent for many, many years. I thought Marnus started to look like he had a little bit of fragility about him. Obviously, Steve Smith, they put him to open the batting.
Where would you have Smith?
Oh, I mean, he's one of the great number 4s, isn't he? I can understand why they moved him, and maybe he triggered that by wanting a new kind of challenge in his career.
No Warner, of course, now.
Yes,
he's moved on.
I don't know. I just think Labuschagne and Smith 3 and 4 is pretty good, isn't it?
Potts round the wicket to bowl to Kaneratne, comes forward, pushing it short of mid-off. And they're through for a single. Stone rushes in to pick up.
Cameron Green moved up in the order. It didn't look quite comfortable. I think Mitchell Marsh at 6 he's outstanding. But then at 7, 8 and 9, usually, Carey, Cummins and Stark are so good at batting, but when they put them up against Shamar Joseph, who bowled quick, they didn't look like they were going to get many runs. So if England can arrive next year with a couple of pacers, you know, so many times in, you know, Ashes series in Australia, that's 7, 8, 9 for Australia. You mentioned Brad Haddon. He had a series, didn't he, where he was pretty much the difference.
Potts bowls. Matthews plays that as if it kept a bit low. He got the bat down and played it defensively towards forward square leg.
And that's
no run. It's the end of the over. 80 for 3.
Yeah, and that seam bowl in attack. You know, Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, outstanding. You know, it's up there with the best. But in another year's time, will they still have that oomph? You know, Lyon's clearly going to be a key. He's world class, and he plays a huge role for them. You know, there's not that many that I see underneath the main Australian side. Their best 11 is a fantastic 11, but there's not that many waiting in the wings.
The Wild Thing.
The Wild Thing, yeah.
Lance Morris.
Yeah, he's very inexperienced. I don't think England will be too worried about that. Lyon is the key. You know, if you've got world class, high quality spin, which he is. You know, you look back to last year. You know, he hobbled off here. If he'd have played the whole series, I'm pretty sure Australia would have won that series outright. And if he's fit in a year's time, you know, that's a challenge facing him in Australia.
Well, that's all for the future. It's an intriguing prospect, though, that series. Kaneratne on 44. Stone goes into bowl to him. He plays that off his hip into the onside. Forward a square for a single to Pope, who trots in.
If you look at Australia's kind of batters waiting to come in, there's not many. There's not many.
Have you identified?
Maybe Renshaw, but Renshaw's been
around for a
while. But he's not. You know, I think he's a decent player, but I think he's. You know, he's not in the top bracket. You know, Will Puskowski, who's had this problem with concussion. You know, he's looking like retiring, which is.
Well, he has retired.
Yeah.
Stone to Matthews. Matthews squared up, gets a thickish outside edge, goes along the ground towards backward point.
And he was.
Hope runs after it, lobs it in. Matthews goes through for a single. He's on 6. It's 82 for 3.
Yeah, he's been talked up hugely by some some fantastic ex-Australian players, but I don't see many others. I mean, Jake Fraser McGurk's a dasher, and maybe in Test cricket they'll throw him in, and maybe he'll have the kind of David Warner effect that David started in white ball cricket. But I don't see many that are coming through their system that you go, ooh, I'm worried about.
They'll find somebody.
They
always do.
They generally do.
They'll find someone to bowl and they'll find someone to bat.
We'll see.
82 for 3. That was a huge challenge ring. Their record in Australia is dreadful. There's some excellent Ashes series over here, but in Australia, no, not since that Alistair Cook dominated series. What, 2011, 12, 10, 11. Kaneratne on 45. There are 4 slips waiting for an outside edge. He has been flirting a bit there, and he's in behind that delivery though, short of a length, playing it up towards mid-on, and there is no run. We're heading towards our first drinks break of the day on this warm 1st of September morning. It's the 1st of September today. The start of the decline. Tuffers is here.
Morning all, afternoon, Simon, yeah. Rabbits. That's what you say, isn't it?
Is it rabbits?
Yeah, 1st of December. It's got to be before 12 o'clock, so I've just made it. Rabbits. I don't know why. My dad always used to say rabbits on the first day of the month.
Right, all sorts of field of scattering now. They've given up bowling conventionally. It's time for short ball theory. So we've got...
Find a space.
We've got a fly slip on the boundary. We've got a fine leg, very fine. Close to the boundary. There's a backward square leg halfway back. Forward square leg. Deep forward square leg. They've all just scattered... There. Yeah. He's got the word from the captain. They all just went back. Stone to Karunaratne. That's a short ball. He ducks underneath it. Bend of the knees through to the keeper. And John Wilson steps forward to indicate that that's one of the short balls for the over. You can bowl 2.
He's a good player, you know. I mean, he's had a bit of a shocker so far, but he, flat pitch, sun's out. He can get big hundreds, I think.
He's playing his 93rd Test match, and he's closing in on 7,000 runs.
Yeah.
Needs about another, roughly about another 25, 30.
20 exactly.
It is 20. Another 20. There we go.
Yeah, so he's
the average is just over 40 in Test cricket.
Loads of experience.
And Stone ran the wicket to bowl to him outside the off stump. He plays that way down into the gully, and there's no run. Lawrence is there.
He's had particularly good form in the last few years, since 2019, May 2019, basically the last 5 years of Test cricket. He's the highest averaging opener, who's batted 20 or more times as opener in men's Test cricket, ahead of Rohit Sharma. He's averaging just over 51 in that time. It's been a difficult series for him so far, but has been a fine player for Sri Lanka. 800s in that time, overall averaging just under 41.
Who's he got them against, though? That's the other thing. Stone bowls to him. And, he fences at that one. That was a good ball from Stone. Fracturing outside the off stump, but coming in a bit with the angle. So he felt he had to play it. Perhaps he was looking to run it down. Went past the edge. Through to wicketkeeper Smith. It is the end of the over. And our drinks coming onto the field at 4 minutes past 12. Although we've got extended first session today. We've got extended first session lunches at 1:15. So they're going to split the difference, aren't they? After, so the drinks will come on at 12:07 and a half.
Right.
Yeah, so since in this sort of period of Karunaratne's career since 2019, 33 tests. He played 60 from 2012 to 2018, so that highlights how relatively little Sri Lanka played. He has missed a few games. He missed a series that England played in Sri Lanka about 3 years ago. Averages 71 at home in that time, but he did get 100 in South Africa. He had a good series in New Zealand with 350s in 4 innings. That with limited cricket outside Asia, we've seen that a lot of the Sri Lankan players have maybe struggled to adapt.
Here is Potts beginning a new over. Bowls to Matthews. He turns it away down towards fine leg and trot through for another single. It just seems to be getting off strike quite quickly at the moment. Matthews bowling a lot at Karunaratne. Matthews is getting a single almost the first time he gets on strike again. So goes to 7. Score goes to 83 for 3. So we're in the sunshine here at Lord's. And so far Sri Lanka have just lost the 1 wicket of the Jayasuriya, the light watchman from last night, caught by Brook off Wokes for 4. Time for Isha Guha. Good morning. Good afternoon, Isha.
Good afternoon to you, Simon. I can feel the warmth coming into the commentary box here with the window open here. Tuffers.
Gorgeous.
It is lovely. It's got a nice Sunday afternoon feel. Karunaratne then. He defends the ball to the leg side off the bowling of Matt Potts, who's bowling round the wicket to him. 2 slips in position. There's a point. Wide open space on the offside. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep backward square. A man around the corner at leg gully and a man down at fine leg as well. And there's also a backstop. No, that's someone coming back onto the field. Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, that's not even anyone coming onto the field. Who is that?
I don't know.
They did have a backstop position yesterday, so...
Yeah, but that really is a backstop.
Potts bowls to Karunaratne, who defends the ball to the offside.
I tell you, they've got no faith in Jamie Smith.
We did see it, though, didn't we? On a couple of occasions during the Ashes last year. We also had someone positioned right behind the bowler on a few instances.
Yes, that's right. Who was that off of Nathan Lyon, I think? Yeah. Yeah. It was funny, I was just listening to the commentary beforehand, and they were talking about, trying to get the price of the tickets down, but people have already paid.
Yeah, as the left-handed Karunaratne sets up, defends, finds the outer part of the bat into the gap, down to third man. Second slip chasing after it, but won't retrieve the ball, so that's 4 to the score, 84 for 3, and Karunaratne goes to 49.
I always seem to sit next to the bloke on the plane, I've paid about, 500 quid or something, or 400 quid, and I'm always sat next to the bloke, who's paid sort of like 18 quid or something. I don't know how they do it. I never get those deals. Does hack you off a little bit,
Maybe he knows a pilot or one of the
or something, or has got all the points or something, or has been surfing the internet looking for all the best deals. Never me.
Karunaratne on 49, pushes at the ball, he comes through for a single, and that's 50 up. The second time he's done that here at Lord's. To an applause from the crowd, it's warmly received. Sticking it out for his team. They are under a lot of pressure, Sri Lanka. His 38 Test 50 in 93 matches. And there is experience to come when you look at the middle order, a flat looking pitch. He's got an opportunity here at Lord's.
Absolutely. Get yourself a score, take something to the Oval. As you said, he's had a bit of a poor stretch over in England, but he's got the experience, he's got the game. Flat pitch.
Edged by Matthews down to third. As they'll come back for a couple. And they're going to come back for three. Throws in, he's out.
Hello.
He's out. Jamie Smith takes the stumps. It's going to be taken upstairs. Matthews looking back at his partner.
We have an umpire.
It's tight. They had a
90 for three.
Sorry, they had a mini collision in I think running the second run. It was a good throw.
We're looking at it now. Jamie Smith takes the ball. He then takes the stumps. Karuna Ratner's back.
Thank you. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
God, that would have been a shame. Yeah, that was close. He just got himself to 50. Could have run himself out.
Yes, what, 50 off 98 balls with 7 fours. His 54th score of 50 or more in 93 tests. 1600s amongst those. Was dropped on 25. Had a run-out chance that he survived. A throw from Ollie Stone at mid-on when he was on 29. He overturned a review on 1. He had England reviewed 2 appeals against him on 23 and 29, both of which were not out. He's had a few edges as well, but he's battled through to his 50. Never had 100 against England. This is his 10th test against them.
Yeah, they do have a collision, yeah. Had to step out the way. It was his choice, though, Karuna Ratner, to come back. It was tight. As it is, he's not out, and Matthews on strike too. Shoaib Bashir coming into the attack here with Sri Lanka 91 for 3. And that target of 483. Bright sunshine here at Lord's. Ollie Pope just manoeuvring his field. There's a deep square going more to a deep mid-wicket. A leg slip, 45, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, man at cover and slip as Matthews on 10 sets up. Bashir bowls. Matthews defends to the leg side. How's he looking to bowl here, Tuffers?
Well, slightly wider of the off stump. You've got that feeling of the slope that as a batter that everything's going to be just turning into you a little bit. So you don't want to bowl too straight, but if you do, you've still got those 2 men catching. So you could just glance it into their hands.
Bashir bowls. Matthews turns it round the corner to 45. And that's the sort of line that he's looking at. Maybe even more outside the line of off stump.
What's that?
What's that?
What's that?
That's like a ruler, isn't it? 30 centimetres.
There you go, 30 centimetres. 30 centimetres. 30 centimetres outside that off stump.
Matthews on the back foot and
see, that's
landing
just a
the ball
bit
short leg.
Bit too straight that. And then also, as a batter, you're standing there going, right, everything's coming down the slope, everything's coming down the slope. One doesn't turn, and that also then brings in the outside edge. So just get him feeling or thinking about going towards the ball, you know, about mid-off.
Bashir bowls. Matthews advances and whips the ball past the bowler and past mid-on, out to the boundary. It gets there now in front of the members at the pavilion end. That is a good bit of aggression there from Matthews, 95 for 3.
One thing that, you know, a little bit of off-spin isn't going to faze Angelo Matthews. No. But, you know, it's going to be a good test for Shoaib. You know, flattish pitch, a little bit of turn there, a couple of good players of spin.
Spinning the ball in his hands as he's forwards. Past the stumps, Matthews on the back foot and misses the ball as he looks to work it leg side.
Big turn, big spin, I mean from short of a length, which usually means it's going to spin more. Just needs to pop it up, as you say, 30 centimetres please, show it outside that off stump.
He bowls again, this time on the off stump, and that's defended to the leg side. Really watching that one, Matthews, like a hawk as he plays it to mid-wicket. No run at the end of the over. 95 for 3 then. Matthews 14, Karuna Ratner 50. Lovely, gorgeous day here as the players will take on a drink. Quite humid conditions.
A little bit. Good day for a barbie.
It felt quite humid down on ground, I have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, good day for a barbie. Nice little tipple.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of toughest tipple. I mean, perhaps just sort of come around about 2. Come around about 2ish perhaps.
Yeah,
You
with
know,
the muffin pole.
Yeah, I'll just be chopping up now.
Yeah.
Just get the
Bit of eel.
Yeah, so it was a lot of chat about the eel this morning. Hey.
Well, you requested eel, but just eel.
Yeah.
For breakfast, which I've never heard of really before.
Well, you know, Tommy knows.
Yeah,
Tommy
okay.
knows it wouldn't be on the menu unless it was tasty. No, I like.
Do you have eel for breakfast? Send your messages in.
Well, I like a bit of haddock.
Okay,
A
haddock.
little bit of smoked haddock in the mornings, lovely.
Mackerel.
Bit of mackerel, yeah. No, kippers.
Mackerel on
love,
toast.
love a Sunday morning kipper. With a poached egg on it. Oh, that's kipper breakfast. Oh, beautiful.
I love it when you can dip the toast into your egg.
No, it was very nice. As I say, it was glorious again walking here this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really is one of the best views as well.
Very special.
Here at Lord's.
Yeah, and we were lucky enough to get out there this morning, weren't we? Had a little wander around the
Yeah.
turf, didn't we? Had a look at the wicket.
Yeah.
Everyone was in good spirits, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. I think the ground staff are happy. It's gone into day 4.
Yeah, they're pleased with their work. Lovely mowing. Beautiful mowing. Look at that. Like a tablecloth.
Yeah.
All you need is a
Patchwork.
massive bottle of Matthias Rosé on it with a candle in it, and you could be. What's the Italian restaurant anyway? Yeah, lovely mowing that. How does he get his stripes like that?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a full procedure, isn't it?
Oh.
But it does look a picture, especially late on in the summer where it can, it can fade away.
A bit dry.
Yeah.
A bit dry.
It's looking pretty good. It's lush green patchwork on the outfield.
It is indeed.
And,
Springy as well. I forgot how springy it is at Lord's here when I walked out there this morning. You're almost sort of like bouncing on it a little bit. It's such. I'm not quite sure what the grass is.
It's slightly different to the Oval, isn't it, where it does feel quite hard.
Yeah, slam your feet on it a bit. This has got like a little cushioning effect. Yeah, put a little blanket out on that.
Yeah.
Have a lie down.
Nice bit of fizz.
Not
Cheese and
during the
biscuits.
game, obviously.
Well, they got everyone on the pitch, didn't they, for Jimmy's last test?
Yeah, it was a nice touch, wasn't it?
Yeah, there were about 400 people out there on the surface, which, I was quite surprised by the ground staff that they allowed that. But
I bet they weren't allowed to walk on the wickets. So.
No.
Oh, good God, no.
No.
Oh, no,
It's a real treat for the spectators. As the players have broken, they've had their drink. They're now returning to their positions. It's 95 for 3, Sri Lanka then, and Karunaratne will continue. It's going to be Potts from the nursery end to resume.
There's a few more coming in.
Yeah, and I just wonder if actually they were put off a little bit by the thought that there might be some rain today, but we've been told that there isn't going to be any thunderstorms.
Right. I think it's perhaps because Sunday's slightly more leisurely, isn't it?
Well, if you're in the area, North London, pop on down.
Yeah. Got a good day. I think you've got a good fighting
£15
day.
for under 16s.
Is it?
£95 a ticket for adults.
Okay.
As Potts pushes away, he's bowling round the wicket to Karunaratne, who's struck on the pad. They go up in unison, but it's a half appeal really as it heads out to long leg. And it's given not out, but it is signalled a leg by, so 96 for 3 Sri Lanka.
Sliding down. Bustly, isn't he, Potts? Bowls that good sort of rush. When he bowls that full ball, it sort of rushes onto you. You've got to catch up with it with the bat. Strong boy.
He's definitely put on a yard or two of pace.
Yeah, well, he
the
looks
last
like he's
couple of years,
he looks like he's been
bulked up a bit.
Been in the
As
gym, yeah.
He comes in on an angle now, over the wicket to the right-handed Matthews. 3 slips in play. Matthews squared up, pushes the ball to cover. No run off the front foot. That's where he was dismissed, wasn't it, in the first innings.
Yeah,
Squared up
beauty.
again.
Swung.
Hit the top of off.
Lovely. Good ball, that was. You get the feeling that these two have got to hang around, don't you, for Sri Lanka to get any sort of platform. But it's the first sort of platform they've got a bit. I mean, I know it's only 96 for 3, but one of those is the night watchman. Always nice when your opener hangs around.
Potts into his stride. Matthews on the front foot defending the ball to the offside. No run. Again, just extra bit of lift off the surface from Potts.
I saw you getting stuck into the full Monty. You had the full Monty. It was almost the same size as you, Ish.
I did treat myself, yes.
Once in a
Full
while.
English. Sunday.
Absolutely.
I mean, you weren't going to get 3 in a row, were you? Or 4 in a row, was it?
What's that? What topic?
3 full Englishes in a row?
No, you can't do that. Plus all the sweets and cakes we have up here, you start losing your waistline.
Potts bowls. Matthews drives, he pushes off. Karuna Rutler was slow to go.
Oh, that's
and he's through. The throw is sent wayward from Wokes out to fine leg. But I just wonder how close it was if he had a hit. Matthews to 15, 97 for 3.
As George said down the lunch menu.
Oh, yeah. We're always thinking about food in here, aren't we? Look, Miss Wokes with the throw. Let's
I like
have a look.
this.
How close was it? He was gone.
He was gone.
He was gone, but it was a very
He's
wayward
had,
throw.
he's had a couple of brain fades, Karuna. I don't know whether he's just sort of on his heels or...
That was a big...
Yeah, that's like, what's that? That was 30
About
inches.
2 metres? 2 metres?
No, it wasn't 2 metre.
How far away that throw was as Potts round the wicket to Karuna Rutler, who's patting the ball back past the bowler for no run. Yep, it was a lovely, glorious breakfast, and I can tell you what's on the menu today.
Oh, have you got it? Oh,
Yeah,
I haven't received the memo.
The black bean lamb, trophy pasta,
Oh, what's that?
charred mackerel,
Oh, a bit more fish.
hen of the wood mushrooms.
Hen of the wood.
Yep.
You can't commentate without hen of the wood mushrooms for lunch, can you?
Hen of the
Leet yogurt emulsion as Karuna Rutler drives the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
No one can be expected to get through an afternoon of Test cricket commentary without some, what was it, yogurt emulsion?
We are very privileged here, I have to say. I mean, the chefs at Lord's, they really do go to town.
They do all right.
97 for 3 at the end of the over. Matthews 15, Karuna Rutler 50.
I personally had stats for breakfast, as always.
Yes.
I
You gobbled those stats right up, don't you, Andy? I'm going to move aside here. Aggers is going to come in.
I find they stick in the throat a little bit in the morning.
just we were talking about Smith and Labuschagne's form for Australia, and both have had a relatively tricky time in the last couple of years, really. Steve Smith's last 18 tests, his last 17 tests since the start of the India series early in 2023, averaging 37. He'd averaged over 60 in his career prior to that. And Labuschagne, only 100 in his last 20 tests, averaging 32, and he'd been averaging around about 60 before that as well. So both have had a bit of a difficult run.
So just the 1 wicket to go down so far. 97 for 3. Matthews 15. Karuna Rutler determinedly as ever, 50 from 101 balls. And Bashir's coming round the wicket and bowls to Matthews, who leans onto the front foot, plays the ball carefully back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Afternoon, John.
Hello, Tuffers. It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely.
Really is. Sunglasses on, window open. Lovely. Blue sky. Warm. 97 for 3. Bashir again bowls, and Matthews down the pitch and clobbers that up to mid-on. Wasn't a particularly pretty stroke. So he opened his shoulders, dragged the ball along the ground, fielded by Duckett.
Yeah, round the wicket, Bashir now to him, looking to hit that front pad. Looking to try and spin back one and get him LBW, I reckon.
97 for 3. Matthews. Bashir bowls, turned away to backward square leg, going for a quick single, sharp at the far end, misses the stumps. Bashir breaks the wicket. Matthews is home. Good piece of running.
Yeah, they've had a couple of iffy ones lately.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
No, definitely.
Yeah, you don't need that with a target of 483 hunt down. I want to get run out. I wished I had massive fingers. Wished I had really long fingers. Look at Bashir's size of his fingers. He jams that ball right in them.
He's a very tall man.
Yeah, but I mean, really sort of wraps them around like talons, you know.
Yep.
Does help.
Karuna Rutler then with a slip and a short leg. Waits as Bashir swings his arm, bowls to him, and determinedly he's on the back foot, blocking the ball away into the covers.
Feeling better?
Well, I'm a bit
Yeah,
you know, I like that very much. But no, fighting on, a brave soldier. I was in bed very early last night. I missed your shenanigans downstairs with the
There was no
takeaway food.
Oh, yes.
I think as Bashir bowls, and it's played away into the offside.
Well, it's amazing what they can do now. You know, it's amazing. You know.
I know. It's
Chinese food,
Yep.
Indian food, all these
Pick
foods.
what you want.
Just come straight in now.
Yep,
It's
some
my
chap
first
on bike
time.
turns up.
It's my debut.
Well done you. Heading into the modern age.
Brave you.
Yeah. Bashir again, past umpire Wilson, moves in bowls and is down the pitch, driving down the ground to mid-on. And it's fielded by Potts, and it's 98 for 3. Matthews 16, Karunaratne has 50. We're going to have a journo panel during lunch.
Oh, okay.
Assembling some of our heavyweights from downstairs.
What you're going to be talking
Well, there's quite a lot to talk about, isn't there? Not least the ticket situation here, which I know I'm a bit grumpy about today, but, you know, it's all very well selling under 16 tickets for 15 quid, but someone's got to bring them. And they've got to pay at least £95.
Yeah.
And I know, again, MCC will say, yeah, but people have been booking up since February, paid their £95 online. Well, I'm sorry, you can refund their card. If you drop the prices, you can refund that card and charge 40 quid or 50 quid or something. You must be able to do that.
Where's the next generation coming from?
Well, but there's no point about people banging on about Test cricket and how wonderful it is when this is the scene on a beautiful Sunday afternoon in August or September, whatever it is. Now, this is Matthews coming forward and playing Potts down the ground to mid-on.
Well,
you just feel like you're just losing the battle.
Your fist is thumping the table there, John.
It is. I mean, if the home of cricket for a Test match on a Sunday, on a day like this, is essentially deserted, then what's the message?
Yep. No, I'm...
Lovely new stands at either side, closed, the top two tiers.
Yeah, I make you right.
Tavern, top tier, closed.
Yep.
Potts on his way, bowls, bouncer. It's down the leg side.
Sorted out.
Well, it's just that's a lame excuse.
Perhaps
you
you could
could charge £90 because you can refund it. It's not beyond the wit of man to do your barcode on your ticket or whatever. Say I'm entitled. You drop the prices.
It'll run through.
Please refund that card that I paid 50 quid.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And we'd have another couple of 3,000.
It is not difficult.
No.
In fact, it is well.
No. Oh, why don't you start a committee or something? Why don't you be head chair?
I don't think I need to, Tuffers. I think people will. I think they can see it they can see it for themselves, can't they? Here's Potts bowling. Matthews steers the ball square into the offside. I mean, if you care about Test cricket and you're an administrator, and you see this,
you'll be disappointed.
But wouldn't you say, this can't carry on? We've got to do something.
Absolutely.
If you don't, you shouldn't be an administrator.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
But if you care, you've got to do something about it, haven't you?
All right, don't have a go at me. I'm behind you. I'm right behind you.
But it's logical. if there's an administrator out there who thinks this is okay, then go and get another job.
Right behind you, Jack. Oh, wow.
Well, why not?
Oh, you are a bit grumpy on a Sunday.
Yeah, I've had a couple of paracetamol. No, I'm sorry, I'm just speaking up for those who can't be here. Here's Potts bowling outside the off stump. And Matthews lets it go through. Well, we'll see if there's a change next year, won't we? But of course, it'll be India next year. So it'll be rammed out and they'll be charging goodness knows what.
Right behind
It has to be give and take.
Yes.
And some summers or matches you have to accept that charging £95 is going to result in this.
Yep. Well said. Good point, well made.
Angrily made.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, care. Care about it.
Andy's giving you a little clap there.
Well. Just seems pointless otherwise.
It's our duty.
Yeah. It's everyone in the game's duty. You know, whatever your involvement is in it. 98 for 3. Matthews on 16. Then goes Potts. Bowls to him outside the off stump. And he plays no stroke. 98 for 3. Some resistance being shown here this morning.
Good pitch. Still a good pitch.
Yeah. It is.
Ball's getting softer.
It is. And it's not 40 overs old yet.
No.
So you asked what the topics were. Well, there's one.
Oh, right, okay, yes. So that's going to take a while.
Well, I've said my bit on that, so I'll leave it to the others.
Yes. The power of the pen.
Power of the pen.
Go on, what else? What else you got for me?
What else have we got? Well, we've got Ollie Pope, I suppose. We've got Joe Root.
Oh, yes.
There's Potts bowls on the off stump. He's forced forward. Didn't really want to get on the front foot there, but he dragged him forward. Is out to extra cover? I don't know. Have you got any thoughts?
Oh, well, give me a minute.
If you were going to be in that journos panel, if you just say you were going to be hosting it, I'm not saying I'm bereft of ideas, but just say you were doing it.
Trying to pinch my
What
idea.
do you-
Go and
what
do
do
your
you-
preparation.
What do you want to talk about?
Just nicking everyone else.
White ball coach?
Oh, yes. Interim. Or I think they might be trying to get Baz, aren't they?
Well, it's a suggestion.
Well, yes, a suggestion.
You know Baz.
Yes, I do.
What do you want to do it?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing now. You see, it's not. I think he's pretty happy.
I would have thought he was very happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got a few months off in New Zealand with his feet up. Bit of fishing. Bit of golf.
All right. Oh, well, there's 4 things to do then. At least you've got 4 things to talk about.
Yeah, 35 minutes divided by 4, so that's about 10 minutes a topic.
Is that how you work it?
Now that's pushed away out towards point. Karunaratne steals a single. We can do perhaps 1 or 2 things to throw in there.
Yeah, all right. I'll go away and have a think, John.
99 for 3. And Matthews looks around. There's a slip. A leg slip. Short leg. 1 fielder in the deep out at deep mid wicket. Bashir looks around. He's got mid on quite tight there. Attempting Matthews to go over the top if he wants to, if he's brave enough. But he's forward to this one. The peel flag before wicket. Umpire Wilson considers matters and then rules not out. But that's the ball you were talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah, that one that just spins back. This is the bat, and he's also left that sweep open as well, which I like. The man's just quite far in front of square. Round the wicket, if you miss it and you're sweeping, you're perilously close to LBW. Sort of teasing Matthews, go and have a sweep.
Bashir bowls, back goes Matthews. Want a quick single there, off they go. They will make it. They throw up to the non-strikers. It actually spun quite a lot, that LBW.
Did it? What, too much?
Shout then, yeah. 100 up. Karunaratne 51, Matthews 17. Good resistance here.
Yep. First time they've sort of got a bit of a foothold, isn't it, Sri Lanka?
Yeah. You can see it's shown the replay there.
Yeah, it did
long
spin
way.
a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Just got to try and drag himself a bit wider outside that off stump.
Bashir bowls, and that turned away from Karunaratne and it bounced. It bounced.
Turn and bounce.
Yeah, definitely. Look at this one again. It pitched.
Yeah, lovely. A bit more flighty.
Leg stumpish and then really went.
Yeah. Just tossed it up a little bit more. All about finding the right pace.
Yes.
When you're bowling spin. The right flight.
Bashir bowls. Karunaratne again placed in the crease. He does do a bit of that. He's a bit crease bound, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a good player. Been around a long time, but he looks an LBW candidate against the quicker bowlers.
Yeah. Yeah, would have just survived that one early on. What, first, second ball of the day, didn't it?
Bashir bowls. That's played carefully, circumspectly by Karunaratne to end the over. 100 for 3. Tuffers off to go and help me out with my interval. Thank you, Philip. I really appreciate that. He's going to go for his lunch. That's what he's going to do. 100 for 3. The target, of course, is 483, so a very long way away. But Sri Lanka here showing some stubborn resistance with this experienced pair together now. They're still batting to come, but I feel this partnership is important if they're going to really try and at least get England into the 5th day. And these two need to be batting for a long time together. Matthews 17, waiting for Potts, who's going to bowl with 3 slips. Gully's quite deep there. There's a point as well. Wide mid off, mid on, deep square leg and a long leg. That's the field as Potts runs away, bowls, and that sort of bounced a little. And Matthews rather awkwardly prods that away out towards square leg. He took a bottom hand off the bat handle. So 1 more, and that field I described has now got to completely change round because it's right-hander to left-hander. And Russell's back.
Good afternoon, Agus. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, you were mentioning the fact that they got to bat deep. Well, all the hard work done. They've worn out the bowlers now. Ollie Pope changing them around, changing the fields around. Now Matthew Potts probably might bowl another one. You can't ask for a better situation to kick on.
No, it's very good. In goes Potts again. Bowls. Karunaratne head right over the ball. Turns that away out towards mid-wicket. 101 for 3. Karunaratne on 51. Just that 1 wicket to fall today. The night watchman, Jayasuriya, who did his job. Hung around last night. Got a few overs in the bowler's legs this morning.
Yeah, the sun's shining. It's such a calm day, Eggers. The pitch, a very flat one.
Yep, definitely. Bit of
Ball,
turn though.
ball
Bit of
soft,
spin.
partnership building. Yeah, bit of spin,
Yeah.
but
Here's Potts past the umpire, bowls. Again, that's that full length. That's the place to bowl to Karunaratne. He's very reluctant to get on the front foot. And Seamer's bowling that full length. He just gets a little bit tangled up, a bit crease bound. You can see why he can be dismissed, LBW. Plays across that pad. And that was a case in point there. Just a step up and playing on the front foot, and that would have been a completely different shot.
your Bashir getting the ball to bounce, getting some turn, but not a minefield, not a pitch that he can expect to blast the batters out.
Pope bowls and Karunaratne steers the ball away off the back foot and finds the point fieldsman. No run, 101 for 3. Breeze still blowing up from behind us today, but it's certainly much warmer than yesterday. It's a really pleasant day for watching cricket, and Potts has got that breeze behind him. He turns below us, waiting for the fielder in the deep to move a little bit squarer. It's a leg slip as well now. In he goes, energetically bowls, and Karunaratne again right back in his stumps more or less. Plays a full ball out to cover.
Plays it late, very late. Controlling those hands is the key though. A lot of the Sri Lankan batsmen nicking off, because the moment that ball nips away, the hands tend to follow the line. If you can hold your line, I think you give yourself more of a chance of surviving. Discussions held about the batting order, change in the batting order. We've also been talking about it, trying to get Kamindu Mendis up there.
The order, yeah. Karunaratne on 51, waits for Potts. And that last ball of that over is tucked away to Duckett, who's fielding at mid-wicket. So the end of the over, 101 for 3, Matthews 18. Karunaratne has 51. Lots of time left today. It's an extended day because of the time that we lost yesterday. So still 77 overs left today. So heaps of time, and it doesn't appear, at least at the moment, to be the sort of day in which bad light might interrupt things. So a lot of time for England here just to chip away. It's really what they want to do, chip away a couple of wickets, open up that Sri Lankan middle order, lower order.
Yeah, just to finish up on the point, I don't think it's going to happen. In fact, he might even come further down the order, because they used Prabhat Jayasuriya yesterday, and what a decision that turned out to be.
I know.
Massive risk, but they called it right in the end, in terms of the game being called off.
They did a good job. Bashir bowls. Matthews takes a pace up the pitch and then goes back again. Bashir saw him coming.
He can see the ball only when it's dark, bit like a bat.
Yes.
Prabhat Jayasuriya,
They
sun
did very
shining
well.
today, nicked off early. Matthews, Chandimal, then Dhananjay De Silva, who've been doing the job there for quite a while for Sri Lanka. I think opting to stay in those positions.
Bashir bowls. And, Matthews on the front foot. The ball rolls away for the spinner to pick up. Gives it a rub.
Well, both settled in their own little ways. If at all they've looked dicey, it's only been the running between the wickets.
Bashir bowls. Matthews down the pitch, has heaved that away uncontrolled into the leg side. He couldn't hang on for any longer. They got mid-on up, tempting him, say go on. And that was a bit of a thrash, really. He came down the pitch, tried to hit him for 6, but mistimed the shot. It's fielded out at deep mid-wicket.
The right idea from Matthews, though, not allowing Bashir to settle in, but that's the quality of Bashir. He's tall. He's very good at varying his speeds.
Comes again, bowls. Karunaratne on the front foot, rolls away for Duckett to field.
And when he goes over that front foot, imparts a lot of energy, which in turn gives him a bit of dip. So Matthews trying to hit to long on, just misjudging the length because of Bashir's skill and almost dragging it to mid-wicket.
Bashir bowls, and well, a howl of interest there as that's padded away to short leg.
He does a bit of umpiring, doesn't he, Bashir? Quickly signals, that's leg side, that's offside.
Oh,
this
he
is
seems to
turning.
know his game.
He's got a lot. He's got a lot to say as soon as he bowls. Even if the others want to review, he's quick to discourage them on a few occasions.
Second slip now. Bashir bowls, played away. Back to him by Karuna Ratne. It's the end of the over. We're heading towards, it's actually 1:15 lunch today, but that's what we should be doing there for your entertainment, having a journo's discussion. Russell, some thoughts from you, and then Alison Mitchell's coming in here.
Yeah, seeing Alison, I can only think of what she had for tea yesterday. 2 massive chunks of cake, chocolate cake and carrot cake, 2 scones and cream. My God, Alison.
Russell, you are so prone to exaggeration.
It's the truth.
So prone to exaggeration.
She told me, I said, for you? She said, no, I'm going to share, but didn't see her share with anyone.
You know, if someone had happened to walk past the commentary box at the time and said, I fancy a piece of cake, you know, the opportunity and the offer was there, but as,
Then who
as
ended up
nobody
finishing
didn't,
them all off?
it would have been
Alison
wasteful to have left it there. Good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. Good afternoon, actually. Now we're 20-1.
Yep, changing the bowling. I thought Matthew Potts might bowl another, but not. Sri Lanka doing their jobs really, really well for the moment, seeing off each bowler of their first spell to give them wickets. Tails up, they keep coming at you. Push England to plan B, to plan C. So far throughout the series, Alison, plan A has pretty much worked. Sri Lanka have been soft in that sense. Make them work deep, and hence the next 35 minutes.
Yeah, I've got an elongated morning session here, haven't we, because of the time lost yesterday.
1 o'clock, usual lunch. 1:15 it is today as we're trying to catch up on time that we lost yesterday. So delayed lunch for Alison as well.
I'll make sure I have plenty of time for lunch, don't worry.
So keep pushing England further back. Now get to lunch. That should be the next key for these two in this partnership.
Yep, it's those landmark targets you set yourselves as batters when you're faced with this enormous task of trying to save a game when there's so much time left and such a big target ahead of you now. We spread field on the leg side here. 5 on the leg side for Potts' first ball here. Short, dug in, and through to Smith, and Angelo Matthews not offering a shot with that field set back.
A very fine third man and a very fine leg. Now the fine leg being pulled in is coming to take a helmet. So there's a gully, a short extra cover.
6 on the leg side. One of these fielders on the boundary was signing some autographs.
And now he goes behind the crease. Or where is he going?
Yeah, short leg's being brought up. So
Short leg will come in front of the crease. So there's a square leg in front of the crease, a short one, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket. We are going to have that fine leg. Well, if you think of Malinga or Matisha Patirana towards the death overs or the end of an innings, bowling all those Yorkers, they have them very fine for those cute nicks. These guys are more for the ramps.
Stone racing in, digs into Matthews, who swivels, but doesn't go through with the shot. Allows it to pass through to Smith. 102 for 3 is the score.
Looked like he had time to watch it go by and hence thought about it and pulled his gloves away. Again, I mentioned 35 minutes to lunch, so that's a goal. 42 overs, generally time to change the ball, isn't it?
we might see England have a go. Stone, at the end of a lengthy run, moves in. Ball in his right hand as he approaches the crease. Short again. It does go through the shot this time, but doesn't make contact, and through to Smith once again.
No call from umpire Wilson, who signals to Rifle, who's, Wilson's at square leg, saying it was below the shoulder height. So that was a perfect short one. Matthews looked like he was cramped and then chucked his head down and had a swoosh. No, you don't mind that. You got fielders waiting for those top edges. So Matthews needs to make a decision here. Is it worth the risk?
Stone moves in past the umpire, short again, and he ducks this time, allows it to pass over him through to the keeper, not wanting to go after it.
That's the way. How long will Stone keep doing this with this pitch losing its speed? Hence, try and wear them down. Now, Ollie Pope, every ball seems to be making decisions, seems to be making changes. He's now, I think, calling in a leg slip. And that very fine leg is now a proper fine leg.
We've seen a couple of catches, haven't we, go down to the leg slip, leg gully position. And when Ollie Pope has manoeuvred batters into that spot. Chandamala Nisanka it was in the first innings. Short again, and that is angled behind short leg and down towards the wide fine leg fielder. Moves in off the boundary to field, and Matthews goes through for one. He's on to 20, 103 for 3. A reminder of the target that England set Sri Lanka, a whopping 483. They began batting after tea yesterday, faced with a session and 2 whole days to try and bat out. England managed to take 2 wickets last night, so Sri Lanka resumed today on 53 for 2. And just one more so far this morning, that of Jayasuriya, who'd been sent out as a night watcher, or as we said last night, a light watcher, because the light was fading and Sri Lanka weren't expecting to be out there for very long, and that's how it played out. But Jayasuriya dismissed this morning for 4, adding just 1 to his overnight score. Chris Woakes getting that wicket, caught by Brook in the slips, a healthy edge that went to Brook.
Very quiet morning here, with the crowd slowly building. A few coming in, I guess.
I hope it is building. Leg slip in place here, and a wide gully for Karunaratne, who drops this one into the ground, into the onside, and there's no run. So still 5-6 with that leg gully into the leg side there for the left-hander Karunaratne. End of the over. Just what I mean, I know a lot's been said about the ticket pricing, and I'm sure as we go along, like the way Test cricket is going, I think all grounds will sort of have to adjust and think carefully and maybe creatively about how they price day 4 tickets now. I mean, day 5 has always been the one where, you might throw open the gates and have a, sort of Manic Monday type day where you allow people to come in for a donation or tenner a ticket, that sort of thing. And day 4s, I guess because, with England, the way the England team has been playing of late, particularly with the Stokes-McCullum era, when the pace of Test cricket has accelerated, coupled with teams where England have been so dominant, at the start of the season, you probably looked at the calendar and thought, well, is it worth me buying a day 4 ticket in advance? Is the match going to go 4 days? Regardless of weather or anything like that, you just think the pace of which Test cricket is moving, coupled with the opposition. And it wouldn't have helped that the West Indies Test matches were over in 3 days. I'm sure that has contributed towards Lords being more quiet today. Shoaib from wide of the crease, now struck on the pad as an attempted sweep from Matthews, and they dart through for 1. The ball isn't released.
Trying to get it very fine. Angelo Matthews, just the fielder at 45. Bit of pressure to be put on Bashir around the wicket. He's getting a bit of purchase. He's getting that ball to turn. He's getting a lot of bounce, hence Matthews taking the chance. That was pitched on a round off stump now. It was a good shout.
Bashir in again. Tickled into the leg side, no run along the ground.
Because to me it looked like it straightened down the line, but was that bouncing too much? Now with Bashir, you'll get that more often than not. Did he signal leg by though?
No. I wonder whether there was some bat in that. Trying to hit it back down, gets it past the bowler, straight as you like, and picked up by mid-off, moving away to his left-hand side. Mid-off set quite deep. Single taken by Karunaratne, 105 for 3. So Matthews back on strike here.
Bashir diving to his left, managed to get a hand to it. He took the sting off that. He's just feeling his bowling hand at the moment. That was hit very hard by Karunaratne.
Did he played real intense to hit that back down the ground. Slip, leg slip, short leg. Matthews awaits and Bashir is in. It was slow. Oh, that's a full-blooded pull. It's ricocheted away off Dan Lawrence there at short leg, and Matthews just holding up a glove to say, "You okay?" I think it was. Where did that hit him exactly? He's not wincing, Lawrence. So
yes,
got him
he's
on the
not
pad.
showing any pain at all. That was hit so hard.
It was.
I think the back of his leg, maybe his calf, I reckon, here, because Dan Lawrence had turned when he saw that ball, saw that length of that delivery.
Bashir in again, forward, defends with a straighter bat. And got him towards Pope at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
But Dan Lawrence helps maintain the pressure, because Angelo Matthews looking to get that boundary. When the previous over there was a miss hit which went to mid-wicket, who's now much straighter than he was in the previous over. That's why Matthews is trying to play that sweep shot.
Bashir from around the wicket sweeps, goes aerial, and there's nobody out there at deep mid-wicket, so that can go for 4. Mid-wicket is well in front of square. It's gone much squarer out towards Old Father Time in the weather vane. Yeah, nicely struck. Matthews into 25. Sri Lanka 109 for 3. Results.
A curious morning for Dimuth Karunaratne, battling this difficult run of form he's had. Began on 23 off 48. He scored 29 off 71 so far this morning. Began with just 6 off his first 26 balls, 4 of which were from an edge that went through Root's hands at first slip. Then he hit 13 in 5 balls from a Matthew Potts over, 2 crunching boundaries, and another slightly aerial edge for 4 amongst them, since when he scored 10 off 40. So it's been a real battle. Talked, what a good record he has for Sri Lanka. Russell, why do you think he's found it a little difficult so far this series?
Yeah, getting into the game has been hard. They've not allowed him to score. He likes to play that pickup type of pull shot. In the previous over, we were talking about that hoik from Matthews.
That was a little inside edge.
The replay shows there was an edge.
New over, here is Stone, short ball again with the field set back. This bouncer attack from Stone.
And he's not been able to get into that zone where you think he's gone to sleep out there. Now today he's a bit like that. Doesn't seem to worry about anyone around. Doesn't seem to notice anyone around. Leave that ball. You bowl at him. Work you on to the leg side. That calmness. That anxiety, I guess, which you feel inside is the reason I think
Stone in short, ducking underneath one.
That he's not been able to make those runs as well as he would have liked. The moment he gets one knock behind him, he settles down and drifts off into his own world.
Well, hopefully, from Sri Lanka's perspective, this is a good sign that he's reached 50 and a battling 50. Still a test match to go where Sri Lanka, if they do lose here, yes, the series is gone, but you've still got to hold another test match to keep building your team, even for the next series. Stone bounds in off the hip, pulled away around the corner, controlled, rolled the wrist over the ball down to fine leg, finds one of the 2 men who are back behind square and goes through for the single.
Now, England have bowled really well to him. That's where they've got him out, searching for a run here or there. But now that he's spent a lot of time out there, even if he dries up, it's not going to worry him. He'll just bide his time out there and try and bat deep, try and bat time.
I wanted to take you back. Do you remember just looking at Angelo Matthews and how many balls he's faced out there for the moment, and these two trying to put on a partnership of the two as the 2 sort of senior batters? The test match in 2018, isn't it, when Angelo Matthews batted for hours and hours to save a game. Stone in, ball on a length, which just draws a bit of a fiddle from Matthews. Outside that off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Some applause from Dan Lawrence there at short leg.
Well, he's been dishing out short pitch stuff. He went back off a length that Angelo Matthews was not expecting. He's sitting deep in his crease to a very full delivery.
It's the sort of reverse element of surprise, isn't it, where you've got the field set for the short ball and you revert to length.
Yes.
Yeah, it was against New Zealand, wasn't it? Wellington Test match, and he batted some 7 hours to save the match.
Batted throughout the 4th day?
Made 100, and then...
The 5th day it rained off.
Stone, back of a length, turn behind square, out to the deep, and just be the one. Karunaratne raises his arm, says that'll be it. What happened at the end of it?
The 5th day it rained off.
Was that how the match ended? The thing I wanted to ask you about was that when Angelo Matthews scored 100 in the midst of that marathon batting effort, and I'm sure Zoltz is probably looking at the scorecard now, but he dropped to the ground and performed some press-ups.
Yes.
You remember that?
The reason for that was he was left out of the team because of his fitness, and then he went out and worked a lot on getting stronger, getting fitter. Got 100. I think the 100 was in the first innings. Zoltz, did Angelo Matthews get 100 in the first innings in that game?
Here comes Stone into the left-handed Karunaratne. Drops it into the offside. Wokes is there. There's no run.
He made 83 in the first innings. And then New Zealand established an almost 300-run lead. In the second innings, Sri Lanka were 13 for 3 when he joined Kusal Mendes. He made 120 off 323 balls. Kusal Mendes 141 not out off 335 balls.
And batted the the length of the 4th day without losing a wicket. And here we are.
Well,
on the 4th day.
Matthews.
Great batting conditions, Alison.
Yep, all the omens are there, Russell, for some fights here for Sri Lanka and frustrating England.
And even there, the batter who had his pads on all day was Dinesh Chandimal.
Yep, Salts is nodding.
And his wife, very superstitious, she shows up to the ground. This is Chandimal's wife. Sat there throughout the 4th day without moving.
Really?
Don't get up for lunch, don't get up for tea.
Well,
the husband's not come out yet, but that anxiety. Because in Wellington, the pavilion is where we commentate from. So they're right in front of us and we can see every movement.
It's Matthews who's on strike. And he's actually holding a glove up here. He's not quite ready for Bashir to come in and bowl. So Bashir does a little arm bowl without releasing the ball and now retreats to the end of his very short run up.
Now, if Matthews is trying to take a bowler on, it'll be Bashir.
Bashir in. Matthews, flick of the wrist to work him along the ground down to deep square, fielded inside the rope, and they go through for 1. But so Matthews had been criticised for being unfit at that time then. So hence why he made the 100 in this battling effort to save the match. Yeah, had been dropped down, did press ups. Wasn't he also like flexing his biceps as well?
Yes. So and everyone was praying while doing all the drama with the exercises and all that he wouldn't do a Hemi.
Karunaratne facing up. Defence, getting his head over the ball, dribbles into the offside where Pope is there to pick up. That reminds me of a match at Lord's here. Do you recall that, Russell, when Pakistan were playing a test match against England and Misbah-ul Haq, when he reached 100. Well, yeah, first of all it started because Misbah made a century and dropped down and did 10 press-ups. As Bashir is in again, Karunaratne goes back to cuts and we'll get one, might get 2 here because it's evaded backward points. A little flick back inside the rope. They come back for 2 then. The ball's picked up and it is just the 2. Is that Matthew Potts down there saving the boundary?
Fabulous chase.
Just quickly, sorry, the first single of the last over brought the 50 partnership in 18.1 overs, now up to 54.
It's a good battling effort between these two. They want to get Sri Lanka through to the lunch break, which is in 15 minutes time or so. 20 minutes or so.
About being superstitious, and even in dressing rooms you get players telling others, just sit still, don't move when things are going well, when there's a partnership on. I'll tell you what.
They run.
Jayasuriya wouldn't have moved all day.
Oh, is he superstitious, is he?
He'll sit near, he's been seated by the door.
Are you talking about the coach or the bowler?
The coach.
Coach, Sana.
He'll be a couch at the moment because he'll be not moving from there.
The coach becomes the couch. Slip and short leg. You're right about the Pakistan team, though, in that test match. Bashir, a little bit quicker this time, a bit fuller, up to the offside, no run. So Misbah did the press-ups.
Pakistan
and the whole team did it.
Went and trained with the army.
Yes. So it was in tribute, wasn't it?
Yes, in preparation for the tour.
It was quite a sight at the end of the match when they won and then dropped to the ground, all of them in formation in front of the pavilion. It was a great sight. Bashir's steadying himself.
We've seen a few strange or different celebrations, haven't we?
Karunaratne on 55, forward presses, back up the pitch into the hands of Bashir to end the over with a dot ball. So 114 for 3 is the score. Matthews on 27, Karunaratne on 55. What else are you thinking of?
Nasser Hussain got 100 here, and angrily pointing at the number 3
He'd been
on
criticised,
his back.
hadn't he? There'd been lots of media critique about his batting position.
A Saurav Ganguly shirt off, waving it around on the
very
visitors'
famous.
balcony after winning that famous game where Mohammad Kaif and Yuvraj Singh
Was it
stood
here
out.
or was it Trent Bridge, I think? Was it when Shane Warne grabbed the stump and gave it the old sort of left, right, bit of a dance on the pavilion balcony?
That game with Nasser Hussain and Saurav Ganguly, that was a one-day international here in 2000.
Was it the same game?
Yeah, same game.
ODI.
It was a titanic match. Both sides got over 300, which
The
pretty
youngsters
rare in
were
those days.
youngsters were Yuvraj Singh and Mohammad Kaif. No one had heard much of them, and they put on a magnificent partnership.
Ollie Stone, new over, short ball, and Matthews ducks underneath it, drops the head late, and it goes through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this. 5 in the deep, plus short leg. So the fine leg, and the deep backward square, not quite camped on the boundary in front of the Warner stand. Deep square leg, signing some autographs there. Matthew Potts in the grandstand.
Hit it to deep square leg, he's distracted. Well, not anymore, he's come back in.
The time your autograph signing for just between overs. Get a glare from the captain as the bowler's running in. Quick, pay attention. Matthews facing up, Stone moves in, blonde haired, back of the length, dropped into the ground. One hand comes off the bat handle there. He doesn't quite get up as a true bouncer, that one.
Well, Alison, in the first innings, Joe Root dropped one at mid-wicket on the other side of the ground. Remember that?
That's right.
In between balls, he was out there, but he's more experienced. He'll know. I'm not saying that was the reason, but yeah.
Well, it was surprising that was a drop, wasn't it? It was
From him.
I think Root was very sheepish afterwards.
Yeah, but between balls, he was making fans happy.
But that's also
Either
a beautiful thing, isn't it? The connection that fans have with the players fielding on the boundary. Stone moves in, back of the length, turned off the hip, down to fine leg. Yeah, just initially, no leg slip in place here at the moment. Single added, 115 for 3. Chris Woakes with the only wicket to have fallen so far today. Jayasuriya was the man out, caught by Brook at slip for 4. England have got Ollie Stone operating to bowl some bouncers and trying to entice a hook or a pull from one of these two. At the moment, they're being fairly circumspect about going after the bouncer. Square leg and deep square leg in place here, as well as 2 behind square. Stone in. The left-hander now has got something on. That's down the leg side. Gloved it to the keeper. The finger goes up. Ollie Stone celebrates, and Karunaratne is walking off.
One hand came off the glove, off the handle, but I think it hit the glove that was on the bat. Angelo Matthews quickly rushing to Karunaratne to question him.
Did you?
Was it?
Yeah.
Where did it hit you? Was it the glove
if your
that
hand
came
is off the bat? Well, it takes you back to the famous 2005 Ashes test at Edgbaston. But yeah, the right hand was still on the bat. He tried to fend, but then sort of try and leave late, and Jamie Smith duly took the catch. So England do get their second breakthrough of the day, the 4th Sri Lankan wicket. The experienced Karunaratne on his way for a, well, pretty hard-worked 55. Not the most fluent half-century that you will see. A battling innings. Sri Lanka 115 for 4.
Needed a good delivery. Really good delivery, because from over the wicket, it was coming at him. He had nowhere to go, and hence got the gloves in the way. Got in such an awkward position that one hand came off the bat. But fortunately, from England's point of view, brushed the glove that was on the handle and straight through to Smith. Wrong time for that wicket from Sri Lanka's point of view. We're talking
Just
about how
lunch.
important that partnership was. 15 minutes to lunch.
Yeah, an awkward time, isn't it, for a new batter for Dinesh Chandimal to come out here. But probably an opportune time for us to have a change of commentary with the fall of the wicket. We're mid-over. Matthews is still there on 28. Alistair Cook is coming in to replace Russell Arnold. And Simon Mann's coming in for me.
So Matthews and Chandimal out there, the 2 right-handers, experienced middle-order players, but such a lot to do for Sri Lanka. England is chipping away. They've been made to work hard this morning. Sri Lanka haven't really gone anywhere, though, in terms of their scoring rate. Just had a look at it, really, see where it's taken them. That's all they can do. It feels like an impossible situation for them. It's just a question of when, really, you feel. Unless someone can play, or 2 people can play the innings of their life, it's going to need something like that, or possibly even 3 people to do that for Sri Lanka. So much time left in the game. England moved it on so quickly. Not even at lunch on the 4th day. Sri Lanka 4 down then for 115. But it is an opportunity with another test match coming. It is an opportunity just to get some time in the middle. Both these out there fine players with decent records. And it's going to be Stone, buoyed by that wicket. He's picked up 2 so far and 4 in the match on his return to Test cricket. Goes in from the nursery end and bowls to Chandimal. Short, and Chandimal is hit on something. It goes down towards fine leg. And what was this? Was it upraised bat or helmet? He ducked, he took his eye off it. I think that's hit the bat. He's got very lucky if it has, because it's gone away from many close catches, especially on the leg side. Don't really want to be playing like that. You're going to get into trouble taking your eye off the ball. It's up periscope and hit the back of the bat. Could have gone anywhere. It went to fine leg for a single. 116 for 4.
It's amazing. All those men around the bat. It could have gone anywhere. And it just flew safely down to Joe Root at deep, fine leg.
Angelo Matthews on 28. A leg slip in and a short leg. The leg theory of him as well. Banged in by Stone. A guided pull by Matthews past that leg slip fielder down to the boundary for 4. Now, it wasn't far away, but it was actually pretty well struck by Matthews. Hit it cleanly. Did Ben Duckett in that leg slip position? Yes, he couldn't get across to his left-hand side. He did flash past him, mind you, went very quickly to the boundary. Matthews knew it was coming and was able to get the ball away. Just seeing the replay, he would say, look, that was a brilliant shot. I played it to the left of leg slip and to the right of fine leg, but it was in the air.
Karunaratne's final figures, 55 from 129 balls with 7 fours, and the partnership was also 55 in 20.2 overs. Quick update from the Pakistan-Bangladesh game. An extraordinary innings being played by Liton Das, the Bangladesh wicketkeeper. Currently 136 not out. This was after Bangladesh were 26 for 6. They were 26 for 5 when he came in at number 7. Scored over half of the runs in the innings. Had a big partnership with Mehdi Hassan, who made 78 in a 7th wicket stand of 165. So Bangladesh are now just 14 behind.
That's on the third day, is it?
Left. On the third day. The first day was rained off.
Oh, so plenty of time left for a result in that game. My eye was drawn to a match in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup qualifiers yesterday, a game in Kuala Lumpur, the 6th game in that tournament. Changing the bowling. Bashir is off and into the attack from the pavilion then. Now comes Potts. Potts talking about he likes bowling at the nursery end and Stone likes bowling at the pavilion end. Well, they've switched over. They've just changed it up, see what works. Potts' first ball is drilled out towards mid-off by Chandimal for a single. Match between Mongolia and Hong Kong, where Mongolia in a T20 match made 17 all out, and it took them 14.2 overs to get there. And then Hong Kong knocked them off in 10 balls. I suppose you're going to get matches like that in those competitions where you get emerging sides against sides that are just that bit stronger, but
it's not just that bit stronger, is it?
No, no.
That's a fairly one-sided game.
Yeah.
Who won the toss? The Mongolians fancy a bat on.
Let's have a quick look. Hong Kong elected to field first. Here is Potts bowling. It's forced away by Chandimal through the covers. It's going up towards the boundary, towards the grandstand, and it's got enough on it as well. 2 fielders after it. And nicely played by Dinesh Chandimal. So he goes to 5. That's his first boundary. 124 for 4.
I'm saying the captain of Hong Kong must have been a bowler. Because if you're a batter, batting captain, you're playing a weak opposition, and you open the batting, or you bat 3, you fancy having a knock, don't you?
Well, having said that, Nizakat Khan is the captain of Hong Kong.
And he opened the batting?
Bats number 3. He was 1 not out. They did lose 1 wicket.
He could have helped himself by the sounds of it to wherever he wanted.
He could have done, yeah. Here is a fine delivery from Potts going past the outside edge of Chandimal's bat there. Never easy with that slope and that just lining it up. Ball, does it come back in? Does it hold its line? Does it go up the hill a fraction? It was that almost like perfect line, really, pushed at it. You feel you have to play at it.
You do from that end, don't you? You do when you're facing pavilion end as a right-hander. Just don't want to leave the ball and cannon into your stumps. You know it's going to, if anything, going to nip down the slope. So you want to play a little bit more than you would from this end.
Potts bowls turned away by Chandimal towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. You do see some one-sided games in those T20 qualifiers, but I suppose the one thing you say is if it is one-sided, it's over quite quickly.
Yeah. How many, what's in there? I should know, sorry, but I don't. How many is their group? Is it just the top one goes through to the next stage of qualifying? Are we...
That I don't know, but you know, it's all done. It's all done in sort of meritocracy these days. You know, you get an opportunity to play.
Yeah, quite right.
And if you know, obviously you're not good enough, you get brushed out of the competition, and teams move on. We saw that as Potts goes in and bowls. Oh, and Chandimal not that far away from playing on there. And that was that one that comes back in down the hill, and Chandimal got enough of the bat on it to keep it out of the stumps and play it into the onside. And of course, you do get some of the merging teams making it into the T20 proper, the T20 World Cup, as we saw last time. And on occasions, causing an upset or threatening to cause an upset. Well, the USA did it.
So who are they? Who do they compete against? As in, like,
what in this?
Yeah, they're there, and then you get.
Well, I
England
think
will never
it's
have
done
any-
territorially.
Yeah, and then they play the winners of their group in the next territorial thing, and it kind of goes up the pyramid.
Potts bowls and a thick inside edge by Chandimal into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think you qualify. One run, sorry. You qualify in your area, don't you? So there's an African group, and then there's an Asian group, and you
An American group, maybe.
yeah.
And then you go through, and then like the bottom of, I say, the more recognised nations. So they have to play the winner of that to get into T20.
Well, there'll be a qualification process where something like the top, because they've expanded it, haven't they now?
Yeah.
So the last one was 20 teams. So yeah, some will be there on qualification, and some will be there on ranking, T20 ranking. Here's an email about ticket prices from Celia, Steve, Archie and Tom. It's 125 for 4. Stone is going to bowl, and Chandimal is on strike. Again, we've got that leg theory field. So some short pitch bowling coming your way, Dinesh. Ollie Stone moves in and bowls. Oh, that's a fine delivery. Short ball, pretty well played by Chandimal. Bending at the knees, it was at his head, sort of chest head area, and he bent at the knees and allowed it to fly through the wicketkeeper.
There must be something about Ollie Stone's bounces which the Sri Lankans are struggling to pick up, because it's not express pace. It's not Mark Wood's 95, 96 miles an hour. He's operating about 85, 86. So it's quick enough, but he seems to have found either the perfect length where it becomes very uncomfortable, or there's just something about him they're not picking up as well as they can do, because he's causing all kinds of trouble on a slow wicket. Or is it just the nature of the wicket that this very slow wicket becomes very hard to, you're not confident of the ball flying over your head. But then Old Trafford was, I would say, slower than this wicket.
There's a hold-up. Umpire was just blocking the way for Stone there. Now he's settled over the stumps, Paul Rifle, and Stone sets off again to bowl to Chandimal, and Chandimal up onto his toes, playing a ball that wasn't quite as short as the previous one, playing it into the onside. And there is no run. Hi teams, say Celia, Steve, Archie and Tom. We're avid cricket fans in our house, have TMS on all the time and love it and play and watch cricket whenever we can. We live in Kent, so Lords and the Oval are our nearest grounds. We were wanting to come to this test, but due to the price of the tickets and the fact they charge a 16-year-old an adult price, it was just too expensive. We couldn't justify £400 plus on 4 tickets. Stone bowls to Chandimal. Chandimal knocks it into the offside, and Stone has to chase it off his own bowling. A bit like you sometimes see in T20 when the ball goes out square with the wicket, because there's no mid-off. The field is set for short pitch bowling, not just on the leg side, but also on the offside as well. Now, there's no one. Let's wait for Bashir to go back into his position. He's quite square on the offside. I think he might be starting behind square, so there's actually no one in front of square on the offside. You don't see that happen too often. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders behind square, 3 on the off, 2 on the on. Of course, you can't have 3 behind square on the leg side. Stone bowls outside the off stump, and that's forced away again. It's a chase for Bashir from backward point. It's going up towards the extra cover boundary. No more than the push off the back foot. It's creeping towards the rope, and it gets there. Long chase from Bashir. It's an unsuccessful one. Push from Chandimal goes to 12. So just to continue that, the score moves to 131 for 4. So instead, we looked about and ended up driving to Old Trafford last week. 3 of us went on the Friday and 4 on the Saturday, and it cost £214. Lords shoots itself in the foot sometimes. There we go. So I actually went to Old Trafford, much further away. £131 for 4. Lords is quite empty today on this 4th day, lovely day. Chandimal on 12. Stone bowls. Chandimal knocks that into the offside and gets a single as well. Oh no, he doesn't. They decide not to go for it, and Bashir then hits the stumps. I think they will get a single finally, because the ball hit the stumps and it deflects up towards long on. Well, all sorts going on there. There could have been a straightforward single. There could have been a run out. In the end, there was an overthrow. 132 for 4.
Definitely a run. I don't quite know why Angela Matthews didn't go to start with. Anyway, the running has been a bit iffy today. I don't.
Well,
It hasn't been so far in the series, but today. Lords is getting a bit of stick today, isn't it? Doesn't often get much stick, Lords, but it's copping a bit.
Well, it's a lovely day. England playing Sri Lanka, Test cricket out there, and there are, what, I don't know, 7,000 people in the ground, something like that. Stone bowl short, guided pull from Matthews down towards fine leg. He has to go past the bowler there. Matthews, so he doesn't sprint back to the second. As it goes to the left of the field in the deep there on the fine leg boundary, running to his left front of the Warner stand. So Matthews gets the bowling at the end of the over. He's on 33. It's 133 for 4. We'll have one more over before lunch.
Have they made a statement or anything? Because normally when you're in this modern day and age, when you're copping a bit, obviously Aggers started off, didn't he? He came with his long run this morning. That you normally then defend yourself.
Yeah. Well, I think there's been a bit of defending going on behind the scenes. So this is what we are saying, and the message, one of the messages was that when that there are 7,000 people who bought tickets for £95 or whatever back in January, and everyone else had the opportunity to do so as well. And so you can't then release. This is what they would say: reduce the prices to £30. Because what do you do for the people who've paid £95? Well, what you could do, as Jonathan suggested, you could refund the people who've paid their £95, or
just take tickets. I would just give them the money back of their next ticket.
Yeah, that's the other way of doing it. Potts bowls, Matthews defends, playing it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, so for the next Test match at Lords, you could give some sort of subsidy. Possibly.
Or you get your 40 quid for to spend on the food. So anything. I mean, it is easy it's easy up here, and we have to make the decision. It's on.
Well, I suppose you have to administer it as well, don't you? That's the thing. So you have to put some sort of plan in place to administer all that, but. So there's a PR aspect to it as well, isn't there? That's the thing. 133 for 4. Matthews on 33.
It's not what you want as an administrator, is it, to have to administrate stuff?
Not on a Sunday, though, is it?
2 men out for the pull shot. Matthews on strike, clips that away towards mid-on off the bowling of Matthew Potts. England picked up 2 this morning. Karen Ratney 55. And Jaya Surya on 4.
You got talking about Ollie Stone's speeds. In the first innings, he averaged 85.1 miles an hour. So far in the second innings, 83.7. So nowhere near the kind of speeds that Mark Wood was achieving, around about the 90 mile an hour mark on average through the course of this summer. Which has been very effective. 2 wickets in each inning, so 4 for 92 in the match so far.
Potts bounding in, full of energy, bowls to Matthews. Matthews does get a single towards mid-on. Wokes can't prevent it. So that was decisive running there from Matthews. Haven't always seen that. I think that could have been at least 3 run-outs today. 134 for 4 the score.
Just quickly before lunch, I've got a bit of a confession to make to one of my friends. So last night everyone has WhatsApp group on our beds, the very famous Beds Farmers group. He put a bit of a message on saying, laughing that Ruta broke my record. Everyone ignored it, quite rightly. And then the skipper this morning put on that Ruta batted in the middle order. So I jokingly put, at least someone's got my back, as like a joke. Yeah. Anyway, instantly he replied to me.
Here's Potts bowling. Forward goes Chandimal. Hit that firmly down the ground for at least 1. Up towards the pavilion. They'll come back for a second. They might even come back for a third. Now they decide against it. It's picked up about 5 yards inside the rope. And they decide not to chance the third. So Chandimal has been busy so far. He's on quickly on to 15. 136 for 4, Sri Lanka. Matthews there on 34.
So instantly he replied off the group straight to me saying, you know, one of those emojis with those funny smiley faces. I don't quite get it, but what it means, he said, I was only taking the mickey. And I replied straight, well, I didn't really appreciate it last night. It was a tough day. And he's bombarded me, mate, saying, I'm really sorry, mate. I didn't realise this and that.
Potts bowls, big drive from Chandimal, misses. Good, so easy have nicked that. That looked a risky shot on the up through the offside. That was fraught with danger, that stroke, especially. And there's 1 ball left in the morning session after it. It looked a flirty shot from Chandimal. 136 for 4. So you're just being a bit cruel there.
Well, so and he's apologised.
Profuse apologies.
Apologies. A few other messages about didn't realise how much it meant to you. Blah blah blah. And I've ghosted him, but that's the modern word. And it's old. Yeah. You ghost someone, you don't reply. Blue tick him. So Ainsley, I'm sorry. I'm only winding you up.
Right. You need to just stick to your guns there, Ainsley.
You're not as cruel as you are, Simon. I thought an hour's plenty.
1-3-6 for 4. Last ball before lunch. 50th over of the innings. Chandimal waits, and this time it's a more solid-looking shot, although Matthews wants a single. Coming down from the non-striker's end. It's far too close to mid-off, though. And that's the end of the morning session. Sri Lanka resisting. England chipping. And England still very much in control of this test match. Sri Lanka need a further 347 to win. They've got 6 wickets left. And they've got 2 very experienced players out there who have not given anything away. They've worked hard. Matthews 34 from 68 balls. Chandimal has come in and played 1 or 2 shots, although there have been some gaps in the field. And England have picked up a couple of wickets this morning. The light watchman, Prabhas Jayasuriya, caught by Brook at slip off Wokes for 4. That was 60 for 3. And then Karunaratne, the first half century by a top 3 player in this series, made 55. And then he was caught by Smith off Stone. So 115 for 4. Lunchtime, 1-3-6 for 4. Lovely day at Lord's. The England players are just congratulating themselves for their morning. Well, they haven't had a fantastic morning, but they've done enough, and they pick up a couple of wickets. Sri Lanka haven't got away or anything. And still work to do, but still the prospect of winning this game quite comfortably, unless we see something dramatic, sensational in the next 3 or 4 sessions. Wokes 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 12. Atkinson 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 34. Bashir 11 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28. There is some turn out there for Bashir. That might be a factor as the day goes on. Root 4 overs for 9 yesterday. Potts 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 30. And Ollie Stone 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22. So 4 wickets in the match, with Power to add on his return to Test match cricket. So a bit more from you, Alistair, and then we'll go to our journalist panel, assess the state of the game at lunch on the 4th day.
Well, clearly England are still miles ahead. It's been a competitive morning. On a decent wicket, I think England are bowled well. I thought I've challenged the Sri Lankan batsmen who have really got stuck in. Hasn't been easy. And we always know Test wins don't come easy. They don't often just blow sides away, and you're certainly not going to blow sides away on this wicket. So decent morning's work. More work to do this afternoon, but the end will come, I believe, at some stage today.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? The new ball is 30 overs away, so Sri Lanka haven't gone that far, really. 136 for 4, so scoring at well under 3 runs per over, and England got those 4 wickets. So there's that prospect after tea today, if Sri Lanka do dig in. Right, time for Jonathan.
Thank you, Simon. We're going to be assembling our journalist panel in a few moments, but let's first check on what's happening in the County Championship, this final day in the latest round of matches. Kevin is watching the champions and the leaders Surrey playing Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge in a match where they haven't had it all their own way. Kevin, you've got a guest with you as well.
Peter Moores is with me, delighted that Peter's able to join us, former England coach, and of course he's now head here at Nottinghamshire, has been for a few seasons. But yes, defending champion Surrey, 104 for 4 at lunch on the final day. Second innings lead of 224 runs. Rory Burns again doing a great job for his team. Nottinghamshire made 405, by the way, in their first innings, avoided that follow-on. Terrific yesterday. I mean, it's just been an amazing game of cricket, actually. Peter will expand on that a little bit more in a few moments' time. But that lead, 224 runs. This is going to be a draw. You might imagine it's going to be only 2 sessions left of the game. The teams behind, so if we take a look at the top of the table first, Somerset in second, look to be in a very good position. They've had a bit of rain there, and that could be a bit of an issue this afternoon in various spots. But Durham, 94 for 6. They need another 326, so Somerset need 4 more wickets to close the gap, it would appear, on Surrey. I think it'll change from something like 35 points to 24 points entering that final round of matches coming up in September. We've got 2 or 3 games, including Surrey versus Somerset, the next championship round starting a week tomorrow, a week on Monday. So that's the one at Taunton. Essex in third, 75 for 4 against Worcestershire, need another 109 runs after Worcestershire. Such a spirit shown by Worcestershire this year. They made 321. They were in trouble in both innings, first and second, rallied. Terrific from them, but Essex with a target of just 184, 75 for 4 there on the final day. Big wins yesterday for Warwickshire, very important for them, an innings, 21 runs over Kent, which of course Kent are bottom. Warwickshire eased, but haven't diminished or dismissed their relegation opposition fears, and it was also a big win for Hampshire in innings and 37 runs over Lancashire, and Lancashire are in a lot of trouble. They're in the bottom two alongside Kent at the moment. I hope we'll have chance just to briefly mention two in a second, but I must turn to Peter straight away here, because Peter, this has been an amazing game. Just briefly, I say here, looking at it, could be a draw. In your position as coach at Notts, did you see it that same way or not with 2 sessions to go?
I think time is probably going to win out. I mean, because for people that aren't here, the pitch is turning quite a lot now. It's been a much more of a subcontinent type pitch, actually. Those games accelerate really fast. So it's never over till it's over on a pitch like this. We've seen that in places like India before. We've certainly bowled really well this morning with 2 spinners in Liam Patterson-White and Farhan Ahmed. At some point they'll come and have a go at us, and we're going to have to still bat well to make sure we can get over the line.
It's been an intriguing game, but made all the more intriguing for a 16-year-old on his debut, the youngest Notts player to play in Championship cricket, but coming on first morning, 11:25 on the first morning. He bowled 50 overs, or just over in that first innings, took 7 wickets. He's bowled another 19 in this second innings, 1 for 45. Farhan Ahmed, just amazing. Tell us a bit about him and just a quick assessment from you on what we've seen here.
Well, I mean, what we've seen is extraordinary. I've been in the game a long time, as you have, Kevin. So, I mean, 40 odd years of watching people come. I've not seen a youngster quite like it, I don't think, where his appetite, I mean, I think probably the biggest compliment I could give him is attitudinally, he's probably led the attack in how he's gone about it. He's bowled every ball with an intensity and a ferocity in some ways that it's brilliant to watch. He took a catch, I think, and probably something like the 48th over off his own bowling, which was a full-length dive. That shows how much he's been engaged in every ball he's bowled, and that's reflected in his figures. You know, I mean, normally when we watch a really mature player, you could watch a shadow of them and still know it's them, because you don't actually need to see him, because the shape of what they do, you can tell. Well, I reckon Farhan is so well grooved, even at 16, you could sort of see a shadow of him and you know it was him.
You're talking about the repetition
as well. The repetition, yeah. The repetition has been fantastic. Yeah.
And a lot of power in that shoulder you're talking to me earlier about.
Yeah, I mean, action-wise, if people imagine someone like a Nathan Lyon, very explosive at the crease, certainly his bottom half. Farhan is that style of bowler. He's steeped in cricket. Brother Rehan, obviously, all represented England. He's got an elder brother, Raheem, who isn't playing, but that family love cricket. He's come through that system. Credit to all the people, you know, Matt Wood and the team here in the academy, and how he's come through that system, and he's taken like a duck to water to first-class cricket.
And you were tempted, I understand, maybe even to play him at a younger age than 60, but that's for another day. That story. Listen, 19 years old, Freddie McCann, top order batter, second first-class match. He's made 154. He came in, bearing in mind that Surrey made 525, so that's follow-on of 376. Second over, a wicket already gone down, so much pressure. The innings he played at the end of the first day's play, and then what happened when he came in on the second morning, when word had really got round that this ball can turn and there could be a few problems here. Will Jackson's doing his stuff. He ended up with 7 wickets. What a knock from a 19-year-old Freddie McCann. Again, please, more on Freddie.
Well, Freddie's through the system. Played for England under-19s this year, did really well. Came into the side at Durham, got 50 in his first innings. And the innings today, or yesterday, was fantastic. I mean, one, he took a load of pressure at the start of the innings. At the start of the second day, didn't score very freely for about 5 or 6 overs. Not because he didn't play well, they bowled really well. And then once he got his 100, he played some audacious shots, really, when he was... he picked up the rate and took the pressure, and that's the most pleasing thing for a 19-year-old to handle pressure against what is a really good Surrey team and play like that. It's fantastic for him, but great for us moving forward.
If it is a draw, I reckon it'd be something like 10 points separating yourselves and Lancashire and Kent there at the bottom, so important draw points for you. Could be different. Well, let's wait and see what happens this afternoon. Before we go back to Lords, talking of players we've seen here, hugely exciting. Exciting, but also, no doubt, quite emotional to see Ollie Stone back playing for England again in a test match. Here at Notts, of course, you'll have been following his progress, his agony, his despair in the injuries, and see him doing what he's doing now.
Yeah, I'm so pleased. Everybody here is so pleased for him. We've watched him, brilliant pro, great fella, and he's been through so much, Ollie. You know, he spent so much time in the physio's room and doing rehabs and coming through, and he's managed to stay on the park this year, touch wood, and he's got better and better. And in some ways, watching him bowl for England now, he saves his best, I think, to sort of the big stage. He's always been that sort of player. So pleased for him. Hopefully it's the start of one, a great international career for him, and two, you know, he's going to keep bringing to us Ollie Stone. You know, he's batted well this year. He's bowled well. Not always got the wickets for us that you'd have thought he'd have got, but he's only going to go from strength to strength.
Thanks for popping up and seeing this, Peter. You need to go back and talk to the lads, I know. Just briefly, top of the second division, promotion 2 go up. It's between Sussex, Yorkshire and Middlesex, really. Sussex in their game have got Derbyshire 208 for 4, following on, still trailed by 109. And Yorkshire Middlesex play at Leeds, where Yorkshire now in their second innings, 14 for no wicket. They lead by 93 runs over Middlesex. Back to Lords.
Lovely, thanks Kevin, and please say thanks to Peter Moores for us as well, and you can listen to all today's county games on the BBC Sport website and the app, of course. Now here we are at lunch then, and Sri Lanka are 136 for 4. England needs 6 more wickets to win this game, so it's heading towards its conclusion. So time for our newspaper and website friends to join us to discuss the various issues that have been thrown up in the last week or so. Who have we got? We've got Ali Martin from The Guardian. We've got Lawrence Booth from the Daily Mail, also, of course, editor of Wisden, he says deferentially. Stefan Schemmel, BBC's cricket writer here. And Rex Clementine. Good to have you here, Rex, and the Island newspaper in Sri Lanka. Right, where do we start? I've been off the long run this morning. Not literally running around Regent's Park or something, but actually off the long run, about what we can see in front of us here. Thousands and thousands of empty seats. Lawrence, what do you reckon? What do you make of this? It's Sunday, it's Lords, it's a beautiful day, it's a test match, and there's, I don't know how many people are here, but it's not nearly enough. £100 odd or something to buy a ticket to come in. People said no thanks.
Yeah, it's not a good look. I was here a couple of Sundays ago, the final of the 100, and it was full, and I hate to make those comparisons, but it's not a good look for Test cricket. I think there are a couple of things going on. You mentioned the prices there, which is clearly a factor, and we'll come back to that. But I think this summer was always going to be a difficult sell for English cricket. We had the Ashes last summer, we've got India next summer. With respect to West Indies and Sri Lanka, this feels a bit like the sort of wafer-thin ham in the sandwich, really. And I think asking fans to keep shelling out is a challenge. I think the Bazball factor, dare we say it, is also interesting. I mean, the West Indies test here didn't get to lunch on the 3rd day.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hoopla about Anderson. That kind of covered up the fact that it was a short game. So people perhaps are not risking 4th day tickets for England games now, because I'm not sure how much cricket they're going to get. But I think, yes, the prices are an issue.
Yeah.
You know,
and you can get refunded if there isn't 25 overs or whatever. So you do get some money back. But do you what do you think?
Well, it's not. It looks terrible, doesn't it? I mean, they flagged up 7,000 for today in advance. Perhaps the hope was that they wouldn't need a 4th day and we wouldn't face this kind of situation. But £90 odd for the cheapest ticket is a lot. They're saying under 16s are free, but you know, the risk of resurrecting the Kirsty Allsop debate, you probably need adults to come in with you.
Yes.
So I think that is a problem that they haven't resolved, and they seem reluctant to drop the prices for the reasons you alluded to. No, not a good look.
Yeah. Ali, what do you made of this morning?
Yeah,
Well,
it's not a great follow-up to Old Trafford, where the crowds were a bit thin there as well. I've been sort of sitting downstairs wondering whether actually peak cricket watching season, we normally talk about the school holidays, but actually with the Premier League having started a fortnight ago, is that perhaps it's between football seasons now, which is when we have the peak season. Next year, the Test summer finishes on August the 4th, I believe.
Yes, early, yes.
Yeah, which some people aren't that happy about. It's not a great look here for Lords, I don't think, also because they have the World Test Championship final here next year, which that one is locked in, but the incoming ICC chair, Jay Shah, has made noises about moving that final out of the UK in future cycles. I think the fact that it's in June does give English cricket an advantage there, and I think Lords will be very keen to get the next 2. I believe talks are underway at the moment, but that's all predicated on the fact that Lords is able to bring in a crowd regardless of who's playing, even if it's not England. Then you know, there's the various, you know, the demographic of the UK should bring in a crowd. 2/3 of the Sri Lankan population in the UK live in London. So one question I would have for MCC, and maybe if you do get someone on later you could ask them, is have they done enough to reach out also to the Sri Lankan community here? Because, you know, Sri Lanka have got a proud record in London. They've not lost in London since '91 in a Test match.
No.
So there's a few things to consider there, but as Lawrence says, and I think as we all agree, it's not a great look.
No, and don't you have to accept that some years, you're going to make loads of money. Australia next year with India, ching ching, you can put your tickets higher than this. But there have to be years, if you really are trying to sell Test cricket, and trying to sell the game, and trying to get people in to Test cricket, and not at the 100 and not T20, but you do have to be flexible those prices, don't you?
Absolutely. And one of the phrases of this weekend has been dynamic pricing, hasn't it? Because of the huge queues for Oasis tickets that have been online, people going nuts for 8 hours watching it, being frozen out of the website and what have you. But actually that is about kind of people are flagging up where there's potential kind of price gouging, where people have been waiting for so long that once they get to the front of the queue, that the prices have gone up and they've invested so long. This is kind of the other way. You'd like a bit of dynamic pricing in terms of if you can see a fourth day coming and you haven't shifted that many, that, as you say, that you have the credit card details of the people that have bought the existing tickets, and if you feel the prices should come down, you could perhaps
refund it.
Refund a small element of that to make it understandable for when you drop the prices for the sort of general admission on the day. That's one factor. Also, I would say that my understanding is that the Oval are also reporting a similar phenomenon for day 4. Now, that is a Monday. It's a Friday start, that third test. But as I mentioned, with that big Sri Lankan population in London, England playing Test cricket, maybe looking for their first perfect summer since 2004. It's not the Ashes, but that really should be pulling more people in.
Yeah. Rex, you're nodding. How much is it to get into a Test match in Colombo these days?
Actually, Colombo's Test matches are free of charge because there's
Okay. And how many turn up?
Yeah, that's the other question. Not much of interest shown by people to turn up at the ground and watch the match, and people would be rather happy to watch it off the TV. But in Kandy and Galle, there's a bit more interest.
Right.
And anyway, tickets for Test matches back home are free.
That's amazing. And so you must be scratching your head at the thought of people paying £100 to come in and watch a day of Test cricket.
Yeah, coming today out of St. John's Wood Station, every day, it's like you see lots of people walking out of the station, but today was exception, and I thought maybe, later in the day people would show up, and a bit surprised that, there are not many people are here, but then I got to know that, tickets have been priced so high as well. But then, having said that, Sri Lanka haven't played well. That may be one reason that keeps the Sri Lankan community away.
Yeah.
From the moment they won the toss, they made some poor calls, and they've not been up to the mark, and that probably could be one reason as well.
Yeah, that's fair comment. Stefan, do you think that possibly some of the answer is because there's actually, as was said earlier by Lawrence, that this is kind of a very thin layer of ham. I can't remember how you use it now. Wafer thin ham in the sandwich. That was it. But we've kind of talked about that, haven't we, in advance? We've talked about this summer being the summer of rebuilding for England because it is actually, it's Sri Lanka and West Indies. Therefore, it's a chance to look ahead to India and the Ashes. So maybe we've all talked it down a bit as well.
It's not just that. I've just wondered for a little while if this summer would make the English game wake up to the plight of Test cricket across the world. And for too long in England, we have said, we're okay, we're selling out Test matches, we don't need to worry about anything else. But if the whole economy of English cricket, at the moment at least, is based on the England men's team and having a great product, which obviously they have on the field, but selling out grounds, making sure that TV rights are maximised, England need teams to play, and they need those teams to be competitive and well prepared and to provide good contests, not just in the years that Australia and India are here. And if every other year those contests aren't going to be great because England and those other countries, India and Australia, haven't done their bit in making sure that everyone else is competitive. So I'd go back to rumblings in Australia, where in Adelaide they complained that they had back-to-back tests against the West Indies and they didn't feel that was such a great product, a great sell. What are these big countries doing to make sure that all of those teams that come and play them all the time are competitive and make spectators want to buy tickets for day 4? And all that now is coming home to roost. And if it takes a half full or a quarter full Lords for us to finally sit up and say we haven't done enough to make sure that everyone who plays Test cricket is competitive, well, it's about time.
I guess what you could say is whereas we as cricket correspondents have talked about this summer, as I said, about being a rebuilding and an exercise to look ahead. should administrators do that with their prices too? Well, actually, this is a lower key summer, and I know the prices are cheaper than they will be next year for India and were last year for Australia, but they just seem to have got that level wrong, and you've got to take a hit sometimes. Well, 30,000 at 40 quid, I suspect they'll have made more money than 6,000 at whatever they've made here. But don't you think administrators should work in that same sort of cycle in which the actual players do?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly a question of microeconomics, but also, as Stefan's saying, macroeconomics. You go back to 2014 when we had the Big Three coup, where England, Australia and India tried to carve up the game's finances to suit themselves. And there was a bit of kickback at the time, but we've basically gone back to that now, because last summer the ICC's redistribution of funds boosted India's share of the pie from sort of late 20% to nearly 40%. And most countries just stood aside and said, yes, please, no problem at all. Because, of course, it's an old theme. I think I talk about it every time I come on here, but people bend over backwards to accommodate them because India run the show. They bring in most money, and everyone wants a tour from India. No one wants to upset India because they need the visits to generate the broadcast revenue. So, but here we are now, as Stefan says, we are sort of reaping to a degree what we have sown, which is an imbalance in the game. It probably goes back a decade or more. What did we expect, really? Did we expect even England fans who love Test cricket to keep watching the sort of, I suppose, second-tier Test nations, if you like? There's a lot of talk about, do you divide Test cricket into 2 leagues of 6? Or at the moment, Sri Lanka would be very much in that second tier. So would West Indies. So, perhaps England got lucky by beating West Indies in 7 sessions at Lord's early in the summer. We were spared a scenario like this on the 4th day. But this is something that the game has to get together and look at. If we're going to keep not giving these teams the resources that they need, then perhaps this is what we're going to get.
I think my frustration, Ali, was mainly because we all love Test cricket. We all are trying to make others who aren't aware of Test cricket, we're trying to demonstrate this amazing game that has got so much depth to it. And yet you see this, and like you said, the 100 final was full. Well, great, okay, and that's 100, it's T20 cricket, terrific. We're trying so hard to say that this is the ultimate in cricket, the Test match, which if we're not careful will be gone, and when it is gone, it won't come back. So I think that's the kind of the frustration behind it, and that you can't just keep trying to take money out of this sport, because it isn't strong enough to do that.
No, I'd say that, I mean, the health of Test cricket in England is still strong. Today it's not a great look. The crowds in Old Trafford weren't great, but it is still Test cricket that pays the bills in this country. We have the broadcast deals set up as they are for cricket in this country, and the majority of that money, I should say, is generated by Test cricket.
Yep.
You saw in the COVID summer of 2020 when there was fears that cricket might not get on at all, the EC moved heaven and earth to get Test cricket on. So it is still the bedrock of the game here. It just, as Lawrence has said, and as you've alluded to, it's going to need a little bit more dynamic and nimble administration for the summers in between, and looking in the round as the entire global game about that redistribution of wealth. I mentioned Jay Shah earlier, who's coming in as the ICC chair. One aspect that he has spoken about is this potential Test match fund, setting up a minimum payment of match fees for overseas players. England will also be paying Zimbabwe a touring fee for that one-off test here next summer. So it's looking at small elements like that and trying to build the thing overall. And I think the problem will be particularly acute in England if Test cricket does sink, because it is currently the bedrock.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is a beautiful day, it's a shame the way we are. I just got an email here from Maria from Norwich. Hello, Maria. In total this summer, she writes, I've spent approximately £500 on cricket, and that is 1 ticket for the second day of the Old Trafford Test match, return trains between Norwich and Manchester, 2 nights in a Manchester hotel, 2 tickets for the 100 at Headingley, bargain, she wrote, return trains between Norwich and Leeds, and 2 nights in a Leeds hotel. All those trips worked out cheaper than a much shorter journey to London, staying 1 night to visit the Oval or Lords. And that's kind of the point. And just the last word on this, I think, is that the idea of the 100 in particular, and not going to go at that, but there's the concept of it, is to get new people in to watch Test cricket. What an opportunity this is to see, A, if that works, and B, to do it. All these people that could be here, that this new tournament is supposed to be attracting to Test cricket. What are they going to think when they see this ground on the televisions deserted,
Well, I mean, I'm yet to be convinced that the 100 acts as a gateway drug to the longer formats. That's one of the sort of selling points of it initially. I thought, well, great, if they make it work, good on them. But there's been very little kind of overlap in the advertising. Sometimes the advertising for the 100 comes out and you think, go on, sneak in a mention of the T20 Blast, or there's a test match next week. Is there dynamic ticketing arrangements going on? Do people who came to the 100 final of the day, were they given a discount for a day like this when they suspected there'd be not as many people coming through the gates, or for the Oval? What's been going on there? That does seem like a missed opportunity. How much communication is there going on? I think that's a fair question to be asked.
Right. Well, let's leave that alone, shall we? We've banged on about that, but it's a yeah. When you sit here and you see it, and you have our view here, for instance, there's no avoiding what you can see out there. Do we mention bad light as well? I mean, that came back to haunt us again last night. I mean, do you think that, again, short form of the game is again really focusing the need on Test cricket to be able to play through some bad light? Stefan, have a threat out, yes.
Just play every Test match with a pink ball. To me, I know, I can see
every Test match.
Absolutely. What if we can play day-night Test matches with a pink ball? And those tests. So when England go to the Ashes next winter, they're going to play a day-night test in Brisbane.
They will.
And that test match goes towards the scoreline of the Ashes. You don't get half a point in the series for that. It is one test match win. Last time there was 2 day-night test matches that counted 2 wins for Australia. If a pink ball is good enough to play a day-night test match, and that goes towards statistics, results, history of the game, why isn't the pink ball good enough to play every single test match?
Well, I'll just throw in there that because I think probably most of the players don't think it is good enough generally.
So then don't play day-night test matches. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
No, and I can tell you're not having it, Agus. But it's a very.
I think we'd have some short games in England with the
maybe,
pink ball.
But to me, it is a. Or I don't like this idea, but it's another one that's been floated. If a red ball can be changed when it goes out of shape after 40 overs, and it's literally just an umpire sticking his hand in a box and coming out with something that's completely different, why can't you change to a pink ball when the light's not good enough?
You could do. Again, it could have some quite dramatic impact on a game.
But lots of things have dramatic impacts on a game, like cloud cover, like floodlights being on, all sorts of things. I'm being slightly playful.
I know you are. But my argument is that would be that precisely because it is dark and the lights are on and it's a bit murky, you put a pink ball into that situation, it's going to go all over the place.
But teams can get the wrong end of the conditions at any point of a game, can't they? I just say if the pink ball's good enough to play one test match, why isn't it good enough to play all test matches?
Any thoughts down there? He says holding a red cricket ball in his hand at the moment. Ali?
You got a Readers in your hand there.
I'm not sure what that one is actually. Oh, it is a Readers, yes.
Yeah. I kind of agree with what Stefan's saying, although albeit a full-blown pink ball every single test. I would also agree with you, Jonathan. I think the standard of that ball needs to be improved before that idea can come in. But yeah, I don't necessarily have an issue with introducing a pink ball into a game in a bad light situation, for the reasons Stefan's given, in terms of the ball changes that occur anyway, and the swings in conditions that can affect a game at any point.
I mean, I think the main problem is excessive caution by the umpires. I mean, I just thought it was ridiculous yesterday. I mean, England effectively were the ones who ended it eventually because they didn't want to keep bowling spin. They wanted to keep the ball relatively fresh for their seamers this morning. I get that, but it just seemed it was such a bad look. The 100 final keeps coming up, but would they have gone off in those conditions? Switch the lights on and got on with it. I think the sort of elfin safety perspective can go too far sometimes in Test cricket, and there are people who are drifting away. They could have had another hour and a half of cricket last night.
Could you have a situation in which you carry on playing, bowl who you like, but you can't bowl any bouncers? Bowl a bouncer, you're out of the attack.
Yeah, that's possible, but then I suspect we'd have more scenarios like we had yesterday where Ollie Pope was, right, we can't do that. We don't want to bowl our spinners. Let's go off. I just think that people are too cautious. The umpires are too cautious. And at the moment you see, there's one of those depressing sights in cricket when they sort of come together very slowly and look at their light meters. You know exactly what's coming and the game grounds to a halt. And again, it's not a good look. Test cricket can't afford these looks.
Relatively soon, and certainly in our lifetimes, bad light will have to be eradicated from the game, won't it? If you think of Test cricket being an entertainment product and trying to compete against, firstly, other forms of the game and other sports and other forms of entertainment, and with people paying either good money in the ground or TV companies paying lots of money to show it, it's going to have to go. That someone's going to have to come up with something, because eventually it's just unsustainable for everyone to be walking off just because the lights got a bit gloomy. I know it's been part of the game for years and years, but it's something that's going to have to be solved.
Correct. That does have to be done. Rex, thoughts on Sri Lanka? Preparation or lack of? Is that a difficult thing? We had the same situation with the West Indies coming here as well. I mean, is it always a worry of yours that they won't have had enough practice here?
Yeah, I mean, the international calendar is so tight these days that, there's hardly any time to play, many warm-up games. When Sri Lanka came here in 2002, they played 5 warm-up games before the first test match. So by the time the first test started at Lord's, they had spent 1 month in England. And in that test match, they made England to follow on when that game ended in a draw. So, yeah, ideally, they just, on this tour, they just coming off after just 1 warm-up game. Ideally, if they can get about 2 games or so, that will help players to sort of, get more comfortable with the conditions. But then I thought although they lost the first test match, they fought well in Old Trafford. But this game, they've got their some strong, won the toss and should have batted first. Conditions.
Yes. That was a strange one, wasn't it?
Yeah, very strange one. And also the fact that, someone like Camilo Mendes batting, today he'll be probably batting at number 8. He's been the best batter of the tour, and maybe, they should have tried to move him up in the order a little bit. So, yeah, they've got their, some messed up, and hopefully they'll get a few things right at the Oval.
Okay. Let's bring Ollie Pope into the conversation, shall we? Lawrence, what have you been telling your reader about Ollie Pope and his situation and how he finds himself at number 3 at the moment?
I think the captaincy is not quite a red herring, but not far off it. It was always going to be a short-term gig. What it has allowed England to see is that he perhaps isn't cut out for the job, which a few of us suspected in advance anyway. Forget comparisons with Stokes, so those are always unfair, but whether or not Pope has it in him to be a leader of men and an inspirer on the field. He's not actually bad tactically on the field. He did quite well when Sri Lanka's first innings here. The key question for him is runs at number 3, and that is becoming an issue. I think the captaincy hasn't helped him. He talked about struggling to compartmentalise batting and captaincy before the game, which was an open and honest admission, but perhaps
a surprising one.
Yeah, shone a bit too much light perhaps on his frailties, and people have picked up on that inevitably. His issue is that though he still has a good record at 3, he averages over 40, strike rate of 73 in the Bazball era, 500s. That's pretty good when you look at some of the number 3s going back. He's so hit and miss that England can't rely on him. 200 against Ireland was his highest score. People will do what they call root maths, where they take out his biggest innings and work out his average. Then that's possibly a bit unfair. But against the big teams, he's been struggling. Averages 11 against Australia, 20-something against India. And when he looks bad, he looks horrid. And the 2 dismissals here have not helped that debate. Awful pull shot in the first innings and then uppercut to deep point in the second. So he hasn't yet convinced anyone that A, he's captain, and B, he's our long-term number 3. We've got Ashes in 15 months' time, and England will want to nail that down.
Isn't it surprising? Number 3 I've always viewed as having to be that really calm person, because he can be out there in the second ball of the innings, 0 for 1, bit of chaos in the dressing room, and you send him out and he sort of soothes the situation. The opposition are all up, they're jumping around, they've just taken a wicket and everything's... Someone just to go out there and be really calm and just play, and that doesn't look like Ollie Pope. He is a jittery starter, but I don't understand, Ali, is why he hasn't really made an effort just to play those first 20 balls. Just give those 20 balls to the bowler. Just play. But he still has to, I don't know, sort of fidgety and imposing himself.
Yeah, and this England team have flipped a few conventions, but I think one of the sort of truisms of number 3 kind of holds firm here is that you do probably want a calm head out there. And actually, some of the, I'm setting the bar very high here by bringing up some of the great number 3s, but a player like Ponting would almost walk out and own the space immediately, which would actually almost lessen the value of the wicket just taken. And you'd kind of, because he would immediately be out there as a presence. And Pope, he says that, when I score runs, you call me busy, and when I don't make any runs, you call me sort of frenetic. Or,
yes.
So I do understand that side of it. I'm not, I don't have test runs myself, But when I watch his defence, I see him jam down on that ball and off stump with an angled bat. And it's very strange when you see a number 8 like Gus Atkinson playing such a pure straight bat to those deliveries. It's pretty harsh to compare him to his Surrey colleague there. But so there are areas that I think he can work on there. He also tends to start a series and some as well, but kind of fades, and whether there's an exhaustion there that kicks in. And, you know, for that reason, yeah, it is a valid talking point. I suspect England will keep faith because they like to keep faith. Having said that, if, you know, there will be positions that they'll be talking about as they try and sort of hone this team for next year. Sorry, Rex, to say to treat Sri Lanka like a... But you know what I mean? They are looking to build in this second phase of Brendan McCullum's 4-year contract and nail down that team for what is a sort of huge finale. And Ollie Pope needs to address a couple of issues to make sure that he's part of it.
It's frustrating because he can play, can't he? You know, we see his hundreds with Port Elizabeth century. I mean, you see the way he can bat.
Absolutely, and in his favour next week is a return to the Oval, which is obviously where, you know, his figures are outstanding. So maybe that can kind of he can put things to bed there for a while before that Pakistan tour, because he'll want to be part of it. And he was a key part of that win 3-0 there in 18 months ago.
Yeah. Mention of white ball coaches and coaches in general there. Stefan, you've been busy today writing a piece about McCullum and the white ball team. Now, because there is a gap there, we've got Marcus Trescothick as an interim thing. Is this just sort of a think piece that you think this ought to happen, or is it something that you think will happen?
I'm not for one second saying it will happen, but I do think if England are looking around for the best coach to take on the white ball team, there's a very good chance that he's already in the dressing room. And I know that the obvious stumbling block to that is the schedule and the fact that Brendan McCullum lives in New Zealand. But I do think that a two-tier or a split coaching role ends up creating a bit of a two-tier system, especially when you've got split captains. And the 2 times that England have done it, both recently and 10 years ago when it was Flower and Giles, it just seems that the white ball team sort of gets left behind, that the test team gets pick of the players and everything else. And because the red ball setup is so settled, everyone wants to be in it, I think the white ball team would like a piece of that. And England's schedule, Rob Key said it himself when he was interviewed on the TV the other day, that after this Christmas, because between now and then the schedule is tight, after that it does ease out. It would be, I think, fairly simple for McCullum to be the sort of coaching supremo and some of his assistants dip out for certain tours. I think that would be a really good thing for the likes of Trescothick and Collingwood, and maybe another assistant coach that they could bring in, because English cricket has been really poor at turning our best players into head coaches. England go to New Zealand on the next 2 winters anyway. There's a test tour this winter, there's a white ball tour next winter. The sort of subject of extending Brendan McCullum's contract hasn't happened yet, but this might be his next to last test match at Lords for England. Next year is his last home summer. I think he's told you, Aggers, quite a lot that he thinks he's got the best job in the world. Well, if he thinks he's got the best job in the world, can England coax another 2 years out of him and maybe give him responsibility for everything?
We shall see. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. The umpires are already coming, and they've got the players behind them as well. Ali Martin, Lawrence Booth, Stefan Schirmer, Rex Clementine, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your tour, Rex, and things go well for you at the Oval. Thanks you two down that end. Lovely to see you as always. Thanks to Stefan. And the sun's still blazing down and reflecting quite strongly off those empty upturned seats, but there we go. It'd be nice if we can speak to somebody from the MCC at tea time, perhaps, just to give their perspective. 2 sides to every story. Let's see what they have to say. It'd be nice to talk to somebody about that. Isha, you're glowering at me. What's going on?
Go and enjoy your lunch.
Looking at. Well, thank you very much.
It was rather lovely.
Was it?
Yes, it was.
Right. Well, you come in here and get us underway here, and you've got Toffers with you.
I do indeed, and it is glorious sunshine here at Lords. It really does look a picture. Window open and a nice warm breeze blowing as the players return to the field. A couple of wickets to be picked up this morning, and Sri Lanka are 136 for 4. England require another 6 more wickets for victory. Sri Lanka need 347 more runs to win, but experience out in the middle, and Dinesh Chandimal and Angelo Matthews. Hotter conditions today. I just wonder if that ball will just start to well, get a little bit softer as Bashir's going to be starting from the nursery end, whether we'll get a little bit of turn, but certainly some more uneven bounce, as we so often see here at Lord's, as it has been over the last decade, really. You generally get day 4, day 5, when it's a bit drier, that uneven bounce that comes into play, especially when that heavy roller wears off. So it's going to be Bashir to start. Slip, leg slip, short leg in play around the bat. Got a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a man on the 45, quite wide, as Bashir is into Matthews, who's forward pressing and covering the ball to the offside. No run. Good afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon, Isha. Good afternoon, everyone.
Enjoy your lunch after your eels this morning?
Yeah, I did enjoy it, actually. Lamb in black bean, which was... I haven't really heard of lamb in black bean, but it was very nice.
I have
Always
black bean lamb all the time at the Chinese.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Matthews on 34, turning the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
Beef in black bean? Always.
They do lamb as well. Or lamb sizzle.
Okay. It was very nice, whatever. Roast potatoes.
Mm.
Yeah, it was good. Little nod to the Sunday roast.
Yeah. Which I'm sure many people have had today.
Oh, do you reckon?
As Matthews clips the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
Do you reckon? I don't know why.
I don't know why.
Doesn't
Maybe it's
feel
because it's
like
Sunday.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a Sunday roast today for me.
Barbecue, you reckon?
Yeah, it feels
Prawns
like
on the barbie.
little bit lighter, yeah, a little bit of seafood or something, glass or something. Everyone's having a wonderful time out the back doing exactly that.
Matthews forwards and defends the ball back to Bashir, who tosses the ball to mid-wicket. Ollie Pope there, polishing it ferociously.
One thing that England will be mindful of, that if Sri Lanka do get stuck in during this session, new ball not too far away after tea, is it? I don't think.
Yeah, 30 overs
Yeah.
to go for the second new ball as Bashir comes through again. Matthews turning the ball just past leg slip, who's diving out to fine leg. The ball goes. Chris Wokes chasing after it. He retrieves it and throws it in now. They pick up a couple. As the score goes to 138 for 4, Matthews to 36.
No, they've been made to work hard, haven't they, the English bowlers?
Well, it does look flat.
Yeah. Yes.
But you know, Ollie Stone, really good spell from the nursery
Yeah, he was.
end. He was looking threatening. He was bowling aggressively. He wasn't, not every ball a short ball, but
No.
it was certainly causing some issues as Bashir, tall in stature, comes through, bowls, and Matthews turns the ball to 45. No run at the end of the over. 138 for 4, and Matthews 36, Chandimal 15.
And they'll be happy to see that as well. Say no Mark Wood, and that's that sort of enforcer role a little bit. And he came in, and you're right, and he bowled some good hostile deliveries, good well-directed short balls all around that throat and armpit, and got his rewards with Kunaratne.
I'm just watching the players just really taking care of the ball at the moment. Like everyone who gets hold of it gives it a good shine.
Yeah.
So whether reverse might come into play at some point.
Well, it's your tool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look
In these conditions where it is a bit hotter and drier.
You've got to look after your tools.
Chris Wokes will start from the pavilion end. 1 for 12 from his 10 overs so far. Bowled a lot from the nursery end.
Yeah.
And
oh, yeah.
interestingly, he's going to have 3 slips. He's got a leg slip and a leg gully as well. So no one positioned at cover. There's a big, wide open gap there for Chandimal. But it looks like he's going to be bowling at the stumps. See if he can get the ball to reverse at all. Just going through his motions. Nice breeze coming through here. Chandimal, so much experience behind him. He certainly has looked more comfortable getting on the front foot and driving the ball through covers as Wokes pushes forwards. He bowls. Chandimal drives uppishly past point as it will head out to the boundary and will reach it now. Gus Atkinson rushes to collect it. 142 for 4.
Yeah, you wouldn't really say it's Chris Wokes' end, would you, the nursery end, the pavilion end? But why not have a little go there, just getting the thick outside edge.
Yeah, it was a wafty shot.
Yeah.
Happy to really climb into it.
Well, you've still got to be positive, haven't you, if you're Sri Lanka? You've got to look to sort of try and throw a punch back, haven't you? Can't just sort of hang around and So much time left in the game.
Chandimal back and across, turning the ball wide of leg gully, who dove to his right. And that will go for 4 down to fine leg. It was Dan Lawrence there. Goes in between leg gully and leg slip. So 2 aerial shots to start from Dinesh Chandimal. How close was it?
It was very close, and that's exactly, the trap was set with 2 fellas round there. Nearly went to Dan Lawrence. It was good effort. I mean, it's so difficult because it does come flying round you. It's just a genuine shot, that really, isn't it? You know, you're kind of looking to get a good deflection off the meat of the bat. It did go quickly, but just evaded the catcher.
23 from 17 now for Chandimal as Wokes comes again. Chandimal this time forwards and pushing the ball to mid-off, no run. Definitely some interest there.
Absolutely. Well, they got a couple first dig, didn't they? Which would have pleased Ollie Pope. Bit of captaincy. Love it when a plan comes together. And with that hill, if you do just, you know, with that hill, if you just ride that hill as a batter, sometimes it can just pop there. And they've got 2 there catching.
Well, it did a couple of times in the first innings.
Yeah.
Found the fielder. Wokes on an angle, bowls to Chandimal, this time turning the ball past leg gully, out to deep square, making sure he got all of that.
Yeah,
And comes through for 1.
Yeah, not that that's sort of Chris Wokes' plan, is it? I mean, he's a bit more of that sort of pitch-up bowler, isn't he? But just put something in the mind of the batter that you can't just sort of see it go down leg side and just go, I'm just going to clip that away, that's easy.
Trying to see how much movement he's getting in the air. That was a wobble seam delivery from Wokes.
Did you use a wobble, the seam?
I did, only because my hands were too small as Wokes bowls to Angelo Matthews, who tentatively prods at that one in front of him, no run.
It just sort of happened naturally, did it?
Yeah, well, the Kookaburra used to, so I always say this, but the diameter of the men's cricket ball, it could vary less than the women's ball. So at any given point, the women's ball could be larger than the smallest men's size ball. So sometimes I would get the ball in my hand and it would just feel a bit too big in my hand.
Yeah.
As Wokes is into Matthews, who's squaring up and turning the ball to mid-on, no run off the front foot. The end of the over, 147 for 4.
But in your day, you were always told to sort of like seam up, wouldn't you?
That's right.
Yeah,
but sometimes if it was too big, you know, you like to have it quite, you know, cushioned in there, so that when you release it, it comes down perfectly straight. And for me, sometimes I just couldn't do it, so it would wobble.
Yeah, nice.
Naturally.
Happy accident.
Yes.
That was a bit of luck.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would practice sometimes. There was a ball that I used to get in practice that was sort of cut one side and the other, so it would literally just be the seam that you'd be holding, and just I'd keep using that middle finger to.
Well, it had the leather sort of taken off of it.
Yeah, so I had to practice, you know, using your fingers down the back of the ball. As Chandimal sets up to Bashir, who's forwards and working the ball to wide mid-wicket, who stops it to his right, no run.
Because all those young seam bowlers out there, you want to get that feeling of sort of almost.
It's like a fizz.
Describe that on. Describe that on radio. You want almost the sort of like the fingers to be spinning the ball backwards. Is that correct?
Chandimal forwards and covering it to the offside, no run.
Isn't it?
Yeah, and the way it leaves the fingers is it's almost like it rolls off the fingers.
Yeah. Yes, I know. You know.
But it when you do it correctly, it just feels so good.
Yeah.
Chandimal turns the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, instead of sort of pushing it down there, you sort of snap it back down there.
Yeah.
Haven't done a very good descriptive job there. Go on the MCC manual coaching and probably see it a lot better.
Taps his bat down, Chandimal, and this time leans forwards and defends it back to the bowler, Bashir. Everything's been on the stump so far Tuffers. He's bowling from the nursery end this time.
Yeah.
Has been going from the pavilion end where he's had the slope with him.
Yeah, and this is where you can bring in both sides of the bat, especially if you just bowl that little slightly tiger line wider of off stump.
Bashir forwards and passing the ball back to the bowler. Is Chandimal.
There hasn't been a lot of spin on offer all summer,
No.
though, has there really? I haven't really been sort of like leaping around in this commentary box. You know, as balls are hitting gloves and fizzing, and they've all been pretty docile pitches for the Twiddlies.
As he comes through now, that's a swipe from Chandimal, gets down on one knee and sweeps it fine past the man on the 45, out to the boundary for 4. 149 for 4 then Sri Lanka, and looking to be aggressive on that occasion. 28 to Chandimal. Andy.
Close of play in the Pakistan-Bangladesh test in Rawalpindi. Rather dramatic end to the play. Bangladesh 262 all out, having been 26 for 6. 165 stand between Lytton Das, the wicketkeeper, and Mehdi Hassan Miraz, the off-spinning all-rounder. Lytton Das finished 138 out of a 262 all-out total, 52.7% of the runs, which is the fifth highest percentage a number 7 or lower has scored of a completed test innings in the entire history of test cricket. And then Pakistan lost 2 wickets at the end. Abdullah Shafiq and night watchman Khurram Shahzad, 9 for 2.
Sandy Wokes in. Matthews turns the ball to mid-wicket. No run. Shoaib Bashir in there quickly to throw it to Jamie Smith.
So Pakistan 21 ahead with 8 second innings wickets remaining. For those who've been on Nahid Rana batting watch, he was unable to continue his good run of form of 1 not out off 3 balls in the previous test. His first runs in 19 first-class innings. He got a 2-ball duck.
Oh, no. Wow. Almost as good as your record, Tuffers.
I reckon I might have been there. I reckon I've done him.
Matthews clips the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
And yours.
Good comeback. I did. There was a test. I faced a lot of deliveries for not many runs.
Well, yes,
on a couple of occasions.
I've done it a couple of times as well. Exhausting. Terrifying and exhausting. Well, it's actually warming up a little bit, isn't it?
It is.
Beautiful breeze coming through our window.
Matthews, squared up again. He does like to whip it through the leg side, and then he sort of catches the ball as it bounces back up the slope from Wokes. No run.
He was just practicing that afterwards. High elbow.
Yeah.
Hit
straight up.
Left hand, high elbow, hit straight. He wants to give it always wants to give it a little flourish. Sort of bit of a clip through mid-wicket. It's his downfall first dig.
It's a lovely aroma coming through at the moment.
What we got?
I think it's still lunch. Smells a bit garlicky, actually, as Wokes through, and this time he does play a bit straighter to the offside, an extra cover, but it very much hits his bat. It's like he's getting into position quite last minute and just pushing at it. Matthews.
Well, they're all out the back, aren't they? All the food stands. Bit of a tease, isn't it? Just wafting through.
Might be an ice cream day, Tuffers.
What, garlic ice cream?
Not garlic.
I bet you can have it. Oh, what's his Heston?
Good. Matthews beats the edge. Up the slope from Chris Wokes. Very nearly catches it.
Well, you're a bit of a foodie, aren't you?
I don't mind my food, yeah.
Snail porridge was his famous one, wasn't it, or something?
Oh, was it? I've never actually been to his
haven't you?
restaurant. No, I'd love to go. It's that famous one in Marlow, isn't there?
Fat duck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's like a 3-week,
You can put.
booking.
He sort of says, you know, food's all about not necessarily the taste and what have you.
Matthews works the ball to mid-on off a good length from Chris Wokes, looking to attack the stumps on that occasion. End of the over, 151 for 4. Matthews 36, Chandimal 28.
Like if you're having sort of fish and stuff, he sort of puts earphones on you and puts sound of the sea, which is meant to heighten
the experience.
it. Yeah, and he says it's sort of like all the senses sort of heighten and everything, and that gets the taste better.
It's interesting.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, I wonder what you could pair with TMS.
All sorts, I'm sure.
Listening to everyone having a chat.
Yeah, having a cheap sausage roll, play the sound of a motorway, and dream you're in a service
Send your
station.
thoughts in.
Yes.
Bashir continuing from the nursery end. Chandimal sweeps again, and he connects beautifully. It's out to the boundary once more in front of the Warner stand, and he's getting on the attack early this time. 155 for 4.
Cake. Big cake.
Oh, it's
wouldn't it?
cake,
Wouldn't
isn't
it be
it?
cake?
A nice scone.
Yeah.
With a bit of jam and cream.
With the earphones on. And some freshly mown grass.
Oh, yeah.
Coming through the aircon or something, you know. That would be nice.
An assault on the senses.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he was nearly assaulted there at short leg. He's absolutely clouted that pass down. Is that Dan Lawrence? I think it is, yeah. Nearly cleaned up.
Chandimal forwards this time and working the ball to mid-wicket. No run.
You ever done boot hill?
No.
Short leg, I mean.
No.
No.
I was always mid-wicket or fine.
Always.
Pretty much, yeah. Very leg-sided. Chandimal this time forwards and angled back, playing it back to the bowler.
Listen, Wagger's there about his ticket prices at lunchtime. Oh, he's off his long run, wasn't
Yeah, he was. Understandably so, as Chandimal drives this time through the covers. Lots of space there. That was a classy looking drive. 159 for 4.
Looking to be aggressive, isn't he, after lunch, Chandimal? Really good positive sweep shot gone for 4, and that one just slightly pitched up. A little bit too full from Bashir and punished through extra cover. Good stride, wallop. They've got to do something. As you say, all the experience in the world, this partnership. Looking to try and dominate Bashir. It's going to be a good test for the youngster.
And a test for Ollie Pope.
Yeah, oh yeah.
As Bashir is in, flights that one up in the air and hammered again from Dinesh Chandimal.
Yep.
There was a lot of power in that one. He moves to 40, 163 for 4.
Yeah, just lollipopped that one up a little bit, didn't he? I mean, there's flighted deliveries and just slow deliveries, and that just felt that it didn't quite come out the fingers, and it was just a bit slow, enticing the drive, and he climbed into it and bashed it. So looking to try and take the spinner down here, these two, in the sunshine at Lord's. If you can get rid of Bashir, you can tire out the seamers.
Steps forwards. Bashir bowls straighter, Chandimal defends. At the end of the over, 163 for 4. A good one for Sri Lanka. Matthews 36, Chandimal 40. Has he been hit out of the attack? Will he have another? Or will it be back to the pace bowlers?
Chandimal 8 fours in his 31 balls. He had 40 off 30. It's the 98th time in his long test career that he's faced 30 or more balls in an innings, and comfortably the most he's scored after 30 balls, previously 32 off his first 30 against New Zealand back in 2015. That's the only time he's scored at more than a run a ball in his first 30 balls before today. So very effective counter-attack.
Yeah, he looked a bit angry there, Shoaib Bashir. First time I've seen him sort of pick the ball up and sort of fainted to throw it to the keeper where Chandimal was. I like it. Bit of passion, bit of aggression. You can still be aggressive as a spinner.
Wokes in. Matthews defending. Getting the ball back down the pitch. 3 slips. There's still that leg slip and leg gully as well.
Looks flat, that did. Just plopped on at the front foot.
Well, I do think we'll have another passage of Gus Atkinson or Ollie Stone at some point, just bowling short stuff.
Yep.
Whether that heavy rollers.
That's gone by now.
Yeah, that it's just kind of given the pitch a chance to breathe. Might get a little bit more uneven bounce. Wokes bowls and Matthews defends. King if it stayed a little bit lower that time. Jerry Turner and Bushy has an idea for what food to pair with TMS.
Oh, okay, lovely. What we got?
Would you like the sound of waffles?
Oh, yes.
Waffles and Test match special?
I don't mind a bit of waffle. Yeah. Waffle. There you go. Quite like fried chicken and waffle.
Oh,
Yeah, it's weird combo.
right,
I know.
okay.
Oh, no, but they do it in America. It's nice.
Angelo Matthews pushes at the ball to a point for good length again, no run. Isn't there a duck and waffle pairing?
I think there is. All sorts.
There might be a nice cheese and grapes.
Lovely. Well, it's a lovely day to do it here at Lords today. Look at that, hardly anyone in.
And he's kept his to the side. He's going to tuck into it after a good stat, reward himself.
Yeah, he was very excited. He was behind the queue at me at lunch. He was.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he said, "Oh, 4 cheeses, 4 different cheeses."
Matthews tucked up, plays the ball to mid-on. That one came back in down the slope. Off a length. No run. Shoaib Bashir, see him. There he is at mid-wicket.
Got to give him one more.
Yeah.
A nice little test here for Ollie Pope. You're right. And everything his own
Well,
way a little bit.
you've got to assume that there will be a partnership formed at some point. Matthews batting way out of his crease at the moment as he's forward onto the pad.
Oh, where's short
And
leg?
there was no short leg. It lands in between mid-wicket. Leg gully rushing in. Chris Wokes tried to get there. He hit it onto the pad and it popped up.
It was up there a long time
Yeah.
as well. That would have been absolutely down the throat of orthodox short leg, but you can't have them everywhere. And there's obviously a plan to get them trying to flick it with the slope down to that leg side. What is it? A leg sort of gully and a leg third, fourth slip.
And you just wonder with Angelo Matthews, you could probably take a slip out
Yeah.
and have that person in short leg as
It's a good shout.
Wokes past the stumps as Matthews lets that go in the channel. That was one that went up the slope from Wokes, so good bowling here, 163 for 4.
Yeah, he's not really a sort of a real extra cover driver, is he? I mean, Chandimal's a little bit
Yeah.
more like that, outside off
Yeah.
stump, looking to get on that front foot and drive. Not particularly Angelo Matthews.
Chris Wokes outstanding once again, 13 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 21. Just the 2 boundaries, those 2 aerial shots by Chandimal in the first over after lunch. We're looking at his the ball tracking data for Chris Wokes this summer. He's having an excellent summer, 20 wickets, average 18, his second most productive season in terms of total wickets after his 2016 summer when he took 34 in 6 tests. Very well last year, coming into the Ashes, 19 wickets in 3 games. But his speed is quite a lot down about 2.5 miles an hour compared with his average speed last year and indeed over the previous sort of 4 or 5 years.
As Bashir is in again and bowls to Chandimal, who's turned the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
But he's been getting more swing this year, about 50% more swing than last year, and quite a lot more than the previous, 5 years of his Test career, and a little bit more seam movement than he's got in the last couple of years. So his speeds are down, but his movement is up, and he's been probing constantly through the summer.
Thanks, Andy. You can give yourself a grape for that, as Bashir. Change of angle around the wicket. As Chandimal comes forwards and defends it to the offside, no run.
I've only got 4 grapes left, so just 4 stats for the rest of the session.
You're going to have to pick and choose some belters now. Don't waste them.
Chandimal taps his bat down, angled bat forwards, leans in and fends back to Bashir again. So he is giving him another one, and he's going to just try this for a little while. Bashir round the wicket. Still a slip, leg slip and short leg in play. Mid-wicket in close as Bashir bowls to Chandimal, who's pushing at the ball to the offside, no run.
And this is the art of spin bowling that he's encountering here. 2 good players set, flat pitch, sun's out. There's a little bit of spin there. As you say, he's so inexperienced, Shoaib Bashir, but this is all good learning stuff, and you get little tells from pitches and players, and it's all going on in the mind. So he'll be learning all the time here. Bowled.
Chandimal keeps the ball down, looking to work it leg side. Finds short 45 is quite wide. No run. So 1 more ball left of this over. Haven't seen the sweep yet from Chandimal.
Well, they're sort of teasing him with it, isn't there? There's no man on the sweep. Man on the 45, saving 1.
Gus Atkinson's just shuffled in a little bit more at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah.
As Bushy bowls, oh, squared up, played away, fends it away, out to third man. As he'll come back for a couple. They might think about the 3, they do. Matthews comes back comfortably. Joe Root with the throw. At the end of the over, 166 for 4. Matthews 36 and Chanimel 43 in a partnership of 51 now of 62 deliveries. Very much forming the resistance, these two experienced players. A few words from you, Tuffers, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, they got stuck in nicely, these two. And why wouldn't you? Say glorious batting conditions. Feels like a batting day. The ball's gone a bit soft. Hint of turn. Get yourself a score. An honours board beckons.
And win yourself the match, Tuffers.
Win them. Oh, they've got a bit of bat in the go. If they start.
How much percentage chance would you give them of winning the game from here? 1%.
Yeah. And that's just because there are 2 teams playing. Yes, it's a bit like my physics exam. Put your name on the top of it, you get percentage.
Do you?
I think you do, don't you? Just for spelling your name. Oh, I spelled my own name wrong. No, I think so. Yeah, no, they're a long way behind, but it's good to see a little bit of fight.
317 more Sri Lanka required to win the game. 166 for 4. Chris Wokes begins a new over. Bowls to Chandimal, who forces it back down the pitch. Wokes parries it and rolls up towards the stumps.
Oh, no, not 1%, actually. I've been a bit harsh there, I reckon.
What does WinViz say?
Zoltz
is having a look to see.
I reckon it'll be more than that. 7%.
7%.
I've changed wildly there.
New ball in 20-odd overs time, just 22 and a bit overs. Wokes 3 slips and 2 leg slips. Bowls to Chandimal. Chandimal edges that. Down towards deep third. It's probably a gully catch. England do not have a gully. And it's gone away for 4 more. Chandimal scored quickly. He's up to 47 from 39 balls. He wants to win the game today.
Yeah. Why? What are you giving them, Simon? Percentage-wise?
Like 5%, yeah. I mean, it shouldn't happen, should it? But
look, stranger things have. Without a doubt.
But actually, not many in cricket really to score. Well, no one's ever scored that number of runs to win a Test match for a start. And by quite a few.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking, another 60 more than has ever been achieved before. Wokes bowls, forward goes Chandimal, plays out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. But we do see bigger chases these days.
Yes.
We have seen already this season. I was mentioning earlier that incredible championship match that finished in a tie at Cheltenham.
Yes, with a great catch by Bracey.
Yeah. Lord Morgan chasing 593 to win, bowled out for 592. It's barely credible, isn't it? 592 and ending up in a tie.
Yeah.
170 for 4. That Cheltenham pitch goes flat. This one's pretty flat at the moment.
It is.
Chandimal waits, Wokes bowls to him. Chandimal is forward, playing towards mid-off, and there is no run.
The CricViz WinViz facility currently has England 92% chance of winning and Sri Lanka 8%.
Oh, there we go. We bang on there. Almost, yeah. 7%, 8%.
Yeah.
And you probably said it before that ball went for 4. It was 7% before it went for 4.
Well, one of them's got to get a big 100, haven't they? But
2 of them probably.
Well, yes. But one of them's got really 170 or something.
You've still got Dhananjaya de Silva to come. And
class player.
Also Kamindu Mendes.
Class player. Very good player.
In the bag then.
Well, but then England just go bang bang and it's kind of done.
Exactly. England are 6 balls from victory. Sri Lanka are what?
A lot.
500 balls from victory or whatever.
Yeah, lovely.
There's Wokes bowling, and that's all. An edge that goes over the slip cordon, down towards deep third again for 4. He was looking to hit that through mid-wicket. He got a leading edge over the slip cordon to bring up his half-century in only 42 balls. That was his 10th 4. But he's chanced his arm, and he's keeping Sri Lanka alive here, Dinesh Chandimal. He's giving England a chance as well, but it's not quite going to hand at the moment.
No, a bit of patience now for England. As you say, just a slight bit of pressure trying to be exerted. As you say, that one just skimmed over the slips, could have gone to hand. But he's just trying to punch back, Chandimal, and he's doing a decent job of it at the moment.
174 for 4. Lots of close catches. Wokes bowls to him, Forward playing into the offside. He sets off a single. He's sent back. Angelo Matthews not interested at all there.
No.
It was quite close to Atkinson at cover. And Chandimal stopped and ran back just in time. I mean, a run out looks as good as anything, doesn't it, for another next wicket?
Angelo's been involved in 3 or 4 little episodes.
That's the end of the over from Chris Woakes. 14 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 29, 174 for 4.
Dinesh Chandimal's half-century came from 42 balls with his 10th 4. Not all of them purely off the middle of the bat, but a fine counter-attacking innings. It's his quickest Test half-century. The 43rd time he's reached 50 in Test cricket, 15 centuries amongst those innings. Previously, his quickest was a 48-ball 50 against India in Galle in 2015, and all the others have taken at least 63 balls. So, an uncharacteristically aggressive half-century.
Matthews on 36, and Matthews is knocking that delivery from Bashir into the onside with the spin. Yeah, he's overtaken Matthews, who's in for the long haul by the looks of it, as long as he can sort his running out. 36 not out. He's been there for 87 balls. Well, this is the opportunity for Sri Lanka, isn't it? They've kind of waited for this in this series. Bashir bowls, Matthews plays away into the onside again with the spin to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You know, perfect day, decent enough pitch, nice warm conditions in which to bat. Yeah. And lots of time in which to do so as well. No time pressure, no scoring pressure. 309 more required to win the game. Bashir bowls, forward comes Matthews, playing towards mid-wicket, picked up by Pope, and there's no run.
Get that down to 250, you know. Then, all of a sudden 200, and then you'll start seeing, well, not England twitching, but they'll be searching. You never. It changes around very quickly.
Bashir bowls, back goes Matthews, plays that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And what is clear, though, for Sri Lanka, they cannot afford many mistakes. I mean, it has to be almost perfect from here to chase this little target.
Well, it'll be. Yeah, we've been talking about it for years.
Well, I think it would be the greatest ever victory in a Test match, wouldn't it? If they got them, would you say?
Yes, not far off for sure.
Anyway, there's still 309 runs to get yet.
Well, yeah, it's
only got 6 wickets in hand. Bashir goes round the wicket to bowl to Matthews, and Matthews drives in the air. He's caught a mid-off. Well, where did that shot come from? Chris Woakes going away to his left-hand side. Takes the catch. Matthews is on his way for 36. England get their 5th wicket, and they are well on the way. 5 balls away now from winning.
Yeah. He's played nicely though there, Angelo Matthews. Round the wicket from Shoaib Bashir, just tossed it up. And it's the angle that's done Matthews there. He was trying to hit that over the top, but sort of like went wider of off stump and just managed skimming it about sort of chest high to mid-off, and Chris Woakes. So nicely bowled. He'll be delighted with that. Shoaib Bashir. He's coming for a bit of stick there, and he's just worked him out a little bit. Went round the wicket, tried to nullify that big shot through the offside. Matthews went for it and just didn't quite nail it.
I feel as though I might have talked him out a bit there, Tuffers. Anyway. Well, they have resisted today, Sri Lanka. They haven't just, and they did. To be fair to them, they did at Old Trafford as well. They're just probably not quite good enough against this England side, certainly in English conditions. Now, Dhananjaya de Silva, Sri Lanka's captain, is out there. Now, he is on a pair. He did bat well, especially against Mark Wood at Old Trafford in that first innings, where he made 74. And then since then, scores of 11 and 0. So he's walking out there. Well, not a bad day. Not bad conditions now, actually. If you come in on a pair, this is about as good as it gets, really. The sun shining, pitch flat, and also the ball into its, was it 59th or 60th over? 59th over. Wicket for Bashir. He's picked up one in each inning so far. There is some turnout there, a little bit. 174 for 5. Chandimal at the non-striker's end on 51. England were not relieved to get that wicket, but happy to get jubilant because
Yeah.
I think they feel Matthews was looking solid, wasn't he? Where
Yeah.
Chandimal's giving them a chance. He's the
Yeah.
one giving them a chance, whereas Matthews didn't look to be giving them a chance, apart from his running between the wickets. And then he drove one to mid-off. All right, 3 close catches for Dhananjaya de Silva, the right-hander. Bashir round the wicket to bowl to him. And back goes Dhananjaya and plays to mid-wicket.
Nice bit of
Picked up
bowling.
by Pope. And there's no run. It's the end of the over.
Nice little bit of bowling, that. It's just, I was just saying to Isha earlier on, it's been a good test here. Matthews and Chandimal, very experienced players of spin, flattish pitch, hot sun. You've got to work things out, you know what I mean? And he's very young in his career still, so he'll have a big sort of tick next to his name for that.
Did you enjoy this situation here? 4th innings, even though it's sunny and warm, a bit of spin in the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely.
Runs in the bank to bowl with.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you had a few runs in the bank, lovely. Yeah. Bit of sledging, bit of chat, Ooh.
And he could try things, or
you have to try things because the pitch is flat. 2 good players of spin. You have to then sort of go through your repertoire, so to speak.
Here's Wokes bowling to Chandimal, who drives nicely, but straight to short mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, and think about things and, look at techniques and look how players are using. When are they coming down? When are they not coming down? Do they like playing out? Will they go after that one that's a bit wider? Do they look, are they sweepers? If they're not, do you then give them the option to sweep by moving the sweep man away? All these little things which you are sort of... And to be fair, Shoaib will probably be looking to the more experienced players to kind of do those thought processes for him. But then, as the older you get and the more mature you become, and experienced.
Wokes bowls. Chandimal hits that.
Very
good piece of fielding by Wokes, driving away to his right, stops that from going up towards the straight long on boundary, saving every run, especially off his own bowling. Deflected it to mid-on, no run.
That's how you you get your experience through days like this.
And how much did you strategise in the sense that you said, right, look, it's flat, but we got some runs in the bank. I'm going to look to get him out in about 3 or 4 overs time by doing this, just I don't know, doing one thing, and then I'll give him something else in 3 or 4 overs. Here's Wokes bowling, driven away by Chandimal through extra cover. There's a shout from somebody. Might have been in the air through the mid-off area, but it's gone for 4 towards the Warner stand. Chandimal continues his attacking approach. He's on to 55 now, 178 for 5.
We used to think about it all the time. You just sort of subconsciously think about it when you're going to bed almost. You're always throwing scenarios around in your head.
Okay, you're off. Michael's coming in. 178 for 5. Dhananjaya de Silva leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, watching Chris Wokes going in to bowl to Chandimal. And Chandimal plays an awkward-looking shot there. He's playing on one leg, squared up, pushes it away into the offside. While he's playing his shots, England will feel there's an opportunity there. They got 3 slips and then 3 close catches on the leg side. A short leg and 2 leg slips. So there's a lot of wide open space for Chandimal between 3rd slip and mid-off. There's also a short mid-on as well and a mid-wicket. There's no fine leg, so there's no one out. Everyone's inside the circle, if you like. Wokes to Chandimal. Chandimal on his toes, playing that towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. Picked up by Bashir. 178 for 5. Tough as has gone. Michael Vaughan here.
Yeah, afternoon. It's warm. Ooh, it's a scorcher now, isn't it?
Still got your jacket on, though.
Why? Because I'm very smart, Simon. It's a nice hot day.
It's a T-shirt and shorts day, really, at Lord's today.
You know what? I've really enjoyed Bashir's spell, because he's had to work so hard. He's had to kind of go from over the wicket, round the wicket.
Wokes bowls to Chandimal, struck on a punch out for LBW. This looks close, it's out. Given out by Joel Wilson. And Chandimal has reviewed it. He reviewed it pretty quickly, but does that mean he hit it? Didn't look as though he did. It looked a very good shout.
With a player review for
it's just where he is in
Bristol
terms of out of the crease.
Both fielders get a front on, really.
I think he might be a long way down.
Seeing it now front on.
Oh, no.
Appears to have missed the back. We just go to Ultridge, just to confirm that.
It's quite close to being outside the off stump, but it looks straight enough as long as it's in line enough, if you see what I mean.
I reckon it's going to be umpire's call, which will be in favour of Chris Wokes.
Umpire's call for impact, which it's hitting. That's what we think.
Looks like there might be an inside edge. Just go back one frame.
that's a
Maybe
little.
Ball beside bat, no gap with a spike. I'll go back on ground to Joel.
Oh,
Joel,
that-
we've got an inside edge. I recommend you overturn your decision to
Oh.
run out. You're on screen.
So Joel Wilson's decision is overturned, and that was the smallest, I think one of the smallest scratches I've ever seen for an inside edge on the ultra edge.
Yeah.
There was something there, though, just.
Yeah, it's just a little touch, isn't it? Chris Wokes is just asking Joe. He said he can't believe it. It thuds into that front pad. Oh, it's just a feather. Kind of just a little brush, isn't it? It's not really an edge.
No. Anyway,
Joel's finger went up quickly, didn't it?
Well, it just looked a good shot. I mean, everything else looks right, doesn't it? I think the impact would have been fine, and it would go on to hit the stumps. But the merest scratch, well, there we go. He has hit it, and so he has rightly been given not out.
Yeah, I was talking about Shoaib Bashir to Chandimal, and then Angelo Matthews. He bowled beautifully. Chandimal attacked him, and then every time he got Matthews down the striking end, he just kind of toiled away, subtle variations of pace. You could see that Matthews was itching. When he came around the wicket, just went a little bit slower. And Matthews fell into the trap. It was a wonderful, it was quite a few overs that he brought that wicket because of his consistency.
Here is Bashir again, bowling to Dhananjaya. He plays it on the banks towards short leg, and there is no run. 3 close catches for Dhananjaya to Silva. It's a 6-3 onside field, with Bashir bowling right arm round the wicket to the right-hander, and the ball spinning in. Bashir bowls. Dhananjaya comes down the pitch and hits this over the top of mid-on for 4. There's a shouted catch it, but England had one of their shortest fielders in that mid-on area, Ben Duckett. I think one of them, the shortest.
Yeah, likes to chance his arm, doesn't he, De Silva? He gets a little bit too close to it, actually. And that made it difficult to get the elevation over mid-on. It just goes over the top of... well, he's got Ben Duckett.
And that's what I just said, yeah.
Yeah, if you could have...
If it had been Marco Janssen there, he would have sort of plucked it out of the air without even jumping.
Who's the tallest England player?
Well, probably Bashir, isn't it? He's quite tall. Here is Bashir now to bowl to Dhananjaya. Dhananjaya's down the pitch again, hitting this out towards Duckett. Good piece of fielding, scrambling to his left, prevents that going for 4. It's 182 for 5 with that boundary to Dhananjaya. Sri Lanka playing 1 or 2 shots here.
Yeah, it's good to see.
301 away from, well, near impossible victory target. 182 for 5. Bashir into Dhananjaya, who plays to mid-wicket. Pope bends down to pick up.
Well, I reckon he'll come down again. That one was just a little bit short. I reckon he'll be thinking about dancing down again and trying to go over the top once more.
Bashir sets himself and then goes in, bowls to Dhananjaya. De Silva goes back this time and dabs it to the right of Root at slip. Root picks up. Root wearing from this distance. He's got a sweater on, hasn't he? A short sleeve sweater. He has got this back issue, I suppose. I don't know whether that's something to do with it. But it's a pretty warm day, around about 26 degrees in London today. Bashir fires that one in. Dhananjaya turns it on the bounce into the hands of the short leg fielder. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. It's 182 for 5. De Silva has 4 and Chandimal 55. More from you, Michael, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that second new ball, it's due in 19 overs. And we've seen Sri Lanka play a few strokes. I mean, England have set really aggressive fields, so there's plenty of gaps. Got no fine leg. They've got 2 leg slips, short leg, a mid-wicket on the catch, 3 slips, orthodox. So you kind of get in your stance as a batter. You think, whew, there's acreage out there. Just got to get it through, get it over the top. So it's good cricket. It's entertaining.
Poor old umpire Wilson. I know I'm on his case sometimes, but you can't blame him for that one. That was just the tiniest little nick. So it'll go on his record, unfortunately. Here's Wokes. And Chandimal is forward, plays that down to mid-on, but I don't think there's an umpire anywhere who would have heard that, pick that tiniest little nick up. Everything else is right.
His finger went up very quickly, and understandably as well. I've not seen the replay, actually, whether it would have gone on to hit the stumps. It looked like it was. You see this leg slip, leg gully just going back now. 3/4 of the way back onto the boundary just for that kind of pick-up flick.
Sri Lanka 5 wickets down. England slowly chipping away. It's hard work though. Woakes comes in the sunshine and bowls on the leg stump, turned away to the leg side. Finds Potts at leg slip. He fields cleanly, there's no run. Joe Root's got a sleeveless sweater on, which seems remarkable, really. It's warm out there.
I think it's the hottest of the. I mean, day one was hot, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is a hot day.
This is warm.
Yeah, he's got his sleeveless sweater on. 182 for 5. Woakes polishes the ball on his trousers, wheels round in the distance. The members' pavilion behind him, and comes trotting in. He's there now and bowls, and a mistimed drive there from Chandimal, aiming for mid-off, but the ball actually goes up onto the other side of the field, out towards mid-on.
He's not far away here, Chris Woakes. You just get a sense with Chandimal, he's got into that kind of hitting zone. He's 55 from 52. He's played some delightful strokes, but you just feel with Chris Woakes, he's just got that ability to just get one to bounce or just nip back. I think these 4 fielders on the legs, well, 5, but the 4 close to the bat, I think any one of those 4 could get a catch at any time.
In comes Woakes. He's there now and he bowls a very high bouncer. I think umpire Wilson might act on that one. I was just giving it one for the over. That was very high.
You're right, Andy. He's having to get the handkerchief.
Yeah. There's a few sneezes and snuffles and coughs around, I'm afraid.
Well, you've got a bit of illness, haven't you?
Yeah.
I shivery last night when you were walking across the
sitting
pitch.
in that wind tunnel in dinner, I think, the other night, did it?
You had a bit of hot lemon last night and honey, did you?
Fighting on. 182 for 5. And now we have an extra fielder there, backward short leg. Chandimal's on 55. Here's Woakes, moves in, bowls to him, down the leg side, taken by Smith. Some excitement there, some raised arms, but no appeal for a catch. It's nicely taken by the keeper, though. 182 for 5. I see Archie's running through him at Taunton. He took the new ball.
Well, he had to because of the light last night. Both he and Jack Leach.
Yeah.
He batted, and I think it was bad light, and the only way they could get back and play was to open with the spinners. Very similar to what happened here.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
He's got a couple, hasn't he?
Yes, yeah.
Here's Woakes, bowls. Chandimal gets all sorts of a tangle there. His back leg came up. I'm not sure what on earth happened there. Bit of bounces like one of Bob Willis always called it the lawnmower shot, didn't he? He took the bottom hand off like that, snatching it off.
Tell you what, Archie will be tired. He's only used to bowling a few overs. He's clocked up 40 odd.
Has he?
I need one of those ice baths.
Yeah.
For a few days.
Oh, good on him.
Well, another bowler who's clocked up some overs is Farhan Ahmed, brother of England leg spinner Rayan Ahmed. He's taken 10 wickets on his first-class debut in the match, 10 for 217 from 76 odd overs.
Amazing, 17
wow.
overs.
And that's he's the youngest ever player to take a 10-wicket match haul in a first-class match in this country.
Oh. Right, Bashir continues. First ball tucked away to Pope at mid-wicket.
He's 16 years and 6 months old, and he's broken the record. Here's someone to knock off a list. Set by W.G. Grace in 1865.
He's leapfrogged W.G. Grace. There's the next one from Bashir, turn around the corner to a backward short leg.
Yeah, W.G. was 16 years and 11 months when he took his first 10-wicket match haul on the game in 1865.
Show my ignorance here, not sure W.G. bowled. What did he bowl? He's obviously renowned as a batsman. Bashir round the wicket, tosses this up. It's pattered away into the leg side.
I'm just looking here, there'll be a few tired spinners. I'm looking at the Yorkshire scorecard against Middlesex. Dominic Bess. He bowled 70.4 overs.
Wow.
7 for 179.
Oh, well, good on him. Glad he's getting some wickets again. He's a spirited cricketer. Bashir around the wicket. Bowls, dabbed away into the offside. Little chase there for Root in his sweater.
What about this then? So Moriarty, the left arm spinner for Yorkshire, 61 overs. And he didn't get a wicket.
Like Laker and Locke at Old Trafford.
There's some overs by the spinners this week. Yeah, Farhan Ahmed, I've seen a lot of Farhan over the years with the junior teams. He is a very, very good player. Very natural, very strong for such a young kid.
They've all got some confidence, that family too, haven't they?
Yes.
Bashir bowls, tapped back at him off the front foot by Chandimal. So what does WG bowl then?
Well, I think not quite sure actually.
Oh,
I'm trying to think he bowled sort of round arm.
I never thought it was a bowler.
So just a slight correction. It's not Farhan Ahmed's first class debut. He played against Sri Lanka for the England Lions, but it's his county championship debut.
Yeah. I think WG was round arm, do you?
I can't imagine he'd be too explosive at the crease.
No, it's tucked away out towards backward square leg. It's the end of the over.
I'm thinking that
for 5.
That kind of tippy toe run up for WG, and then he's kind of. I think he'll have a delay, and then he'll come around. Yeah, he's not going to get right over the top. I think he's coming around himself.
Most of the footage you see of him batting doesn't involve him running.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be too energetic with his run up. Would be my guess. Have you got any videos from?
But he scored all those runs again with 22 fielders on minefields of pitches that hadn't been rolled properly. Must have been an incredible cricketer.
Well, he did genuinely revolutionise the entire sport.
Yeah.
And in first-class cricket, took 2,809 wickets.
It must have been all right.
What was his average with the ball, Andy?
In first-class cricket was 18.1.
What a player.
Didn't bowl so much in tests, but played most of his tests when he was already reasonably old, 9 wickets at 26. 39 catches in 22 test matches. And just over 1,000 runs in test, average 32. But in first-class cricket, over 50,000 runs, 54,000 runs, average just under 40, 124 centuries. And when he began playing, centuries were incredibly rare. And there was a period in the late 1870s and 1880s when he scored over 50 hundreds. I think the next most century-laden player had about 6 or 7 in that period.
I wonder why he didn't bowl so much in Test cricket if he had all those wickets.
I don't know if he was quite old.
Yeah.
With quite a few of his tests. I'm not sure.
183 for 5. And we've got Atkinson back in the attack. He's running in. He's bowling to Dhananjaya De Silva, Sri Lanka's captain, who turns that array into the leg side, and they'll stroll a single. 184 for 5. I'd love to have interviewed WG Grace.
What would your first question be?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Wouldn't he be a great subject? He had a very high, squeaky voice. It's a good question. What would your first question to WG Grace? Well, there's so many stories about him. So many, a lot of it must be apocryphal. I think you had to get some of these stories actually nailed down, wouldn't you? About bells blowing off and that sort of stuff. You have to get down to the basics, I think. Here's Atkinson. There's a bit of bounce. Chandimal plays it to short leg.
You always know you're doing something special in cricket when WG's mentioned. You're breaking one of his records. You've done something very special. I always think the other one's SF Barnes.
Oh, yes.
If Barnesy gets a mention, there's something special.
Great
Gubby Allen always seems to appear.
Yeah.
Gubby was mentioned this week. What did he get 100 from?
Yeah, I think batting at 9.
Yeah, I think he was in the list, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Atkinson runs in, bowls, pushed away out to cover. He ran this place with a rod of iron. To Gubby Allen. Many years ago. Actually, the smallest stand here is named after him. The one down there to the left of the pavilion as we look at it.
Well, the one between
the pavilion
England dressing room. Okay.
Yeah, that's the Allen stand.
Yep.
So what was his position here? Did he run it? Was he secretary? Secretary of MCC, I think he probably was.
He wouldn't have sold tickets for today, would he, up front? He'd have got them in a bit quicker and a bit cheaper.
They might have got out there and tested the water. 185 for 5. Atkinson bowls and dives there, sprawling to his right. Refused to bowl body line, of course, on that tour. Wouldn't do it. Lively, quick bowler, but he wouldn't do it. Didn't think it was sporting. And Jardine fell out.
What's going on down here? What's that? Bashir is just having something delivered to him on the balcony. On the boundary, sorry, not the balcony. So the trainer's there with him, and Mark Sachs will be the masseuse. Hope he's okay.
Atkinson bowls off stump, dabbed away for a single. Pushing to a big gap there. Acres of space. It's fielded by Pope. 186 for 5. Chandimal 56. De Silva has 7. So England have taken 3 wickets so far today, but They haven't come easily, none of them. Even the night watchman hung about.
What about Mendes, who's playing so well? He's now in at number 8.
Yep, absolutely. He's due in next. I think if and when they dismiss him, they feel it's probably done. Then comes Atkinson, bowls, Bananjar quite late on that. Chandimal rather. Doesn't play the short ball very well. He's a bit delayed there. Tapped it away for a single. End of the over. 187 for 5.
Mark Saxelby, he's been around the England side since I was there. He's more than a masseuse. I think he's still doing the rubbing.
Yeah.
But I think he's more of a... I think he's a good foil for the psychologist. I think he's very good at just making people feel nice and comfortable in the environment.
He's a sort of mentor these days.
I think he is, yeah. I think he does more than just the rubbing.
Yeah.
Chris Wokes has spelled since lunch. Doesn't leap off the page, 6 overs, 0 for 21. 3 maidens amongst those. And I think he probably taken assist for the wicket of Matthews. He bowled 14 consecutive dot balls to Matthews before the over in which Matthews then took that risk against Bashir and was caught at mid-off. In all, 19 dot balls Matthews faced between his last run and his dismissal.
Yeah, that sounds fair enough. Put some pressure on at the other end.
I think Leach has just got his 5th wicket, so I think he's got 10 in the match now.
Good. Bashir with a slip, leg slip, short leg. He's going to bowl to Dinesh Chandimal. Slightly open stance. Bashir bowling his off spin, moves in, tosses that up. Chandimal goes for a sweep shot. That's very well fielded. What did it dropped? Might have been dropped. It was hit very hard, swept hard. It's a backward square leg. And the way that he's thrown that away, Atkinson, isn't it?
No, it's Ollie Stone.
It's Ollie Stone, yeah.
No, he definitely drops it. You can see from his reaction.
His cursing was hit very hard. Let's see where it went. Oh, no. That's...
I don't know why he's being harsh on him.
Nor do I. It's a brilliant piece of fielding. It was very low, way to his left. Well, if he's kicking himself for that, no, that's just a brilliant piece of fielding. Bashir again bowls shorter this time and offside. And Da Silva puts him away out towards deep point. Is just racing down that hill. Despairing dive at deep point, can't stop it.
Well, that's 2 at Old Trafford. There's the difference. We were doing the speed of the outfield, weren't we? With the, what did the fella say? You get a 2 metre piece of what they call on the side of houses. What's it?
Guttering.
Guttering, that's it. 2 metres of guttering, you get 45-degree angle and you roll the ball down. It's how far the ball travels. It's like what you do in the golf with the speed of the greens.
192 for 5. Bashir moves in, bowls, tapped away out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Who's been sending me letters then from the MCC?
Well, I can only imagine you've done something wrong if you, or they're inviting you to something, Jonathan.
The letter here I have my suspicions about.
Interesting.
Bashir bowls, pushed away. Back to the bowler again. Dear Jonathan, please forgive me writing in these terms. I hope you'll appreciate the predicament that I am in. This has been a subject at forefront of a number of meetings during this test match. This men's test match, actually. During the evening session of the first day of the second test match between England men and Sri Lanka men. Bashir round the wicket. Bowls, tapped away. Play was briefly halted when you were present behind the bowler's arm, the nursery end of Lord's Cricket Ground.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Despite the brief nature of the delay, a complaint was put in by the match referee and the host television broadcasters.
I can imagine they would do.
Well, I'll put my hands up to that. It did happen.
It was poor.
It did happen. Here's Bashir, bowls. It's played away off the back foot and there's no run. As someone who has frequently mentioned the pace of play,
yeah, you do.
Something we're all working to address as a continued frustration in the game. I'm sure you'll understand the importance of ensuring play can continue unabated. You'll notice that I'm starting to narrow down who could have written this because there's some quite long words in this.
But it's come from, you know, the head.
It's come from the MCC head of operations.
Yeah.
For clarity, the reason why a period behind the bowler is problematic is it can distract the batter and prevent them from seeing the ball clearly when it's delivered. Well, there's obviously some grammatical business in there. Furthermore, after play, you were seen walking across the Lord's Square.
You were, yeah.
This is an area reserved for playing, coaching staff, former internationals, and the Lord's ground staff. I know you've been warned in the past, yet have continued to ignore our entirely reasonable requests. Please, in the future, you'll treat the ground with due respect.
As you should, yes.
Despite pushes for more significant measures, here's Atkinson, tucked away into the leg side, and he's out. He's out, prodding up a catch. Taken by Dan Lawrence. The wicket for Atkinson, just cutting back in and some extra bounce. And that's the wicket that England really wanted. He'd been obstinate, determined, and played very well, but just a bit of extra bounce here from a cut back inside edge into pad.
Yeah, we mentioned, didn't we, the leg side field that England have had said for a while for Chandimal. You just felt that one of them would get a chance. Just nips down the slope. Nice simple one for Dan Lawrence at short leg. Chandimal's innings comes to end. He played well. Just faced 62 balls. He got 58. You always felt that was the way he was going to get out, somewhere along that onside with all those fielders positioned. Good bowling from Atkinson.
192 for 6. Back to this. So despite pushes for more significant measures, on this occasion we're simply offering a friendly warning and consider this to be the end of the matter. With best wishes, and it comes from a chap who works for the MCC. Well, he's the MCC head of operations.
What's his name?
Well, what do you make of that? I mean, is that fair enough? Cookie was with me. Have you had a letter, Cookie? You were down there as well.
No.
You interrupted play.
Good afternoon. Am I in?
Yeah, you're in.
I'm in, sorry.
You were there, weren't you? Did you get a letter?
I didn't get a letter, no.
Well, but it does say you've been guilty of
in the
these
past.
kind of, yeah, so you obviously haven't, Cookie. So
Well, it comes from Mr. Hoff, MCC head of operations. So I should be looking out for him.
I've not met Mr. Hoff before. Is he new to the MCC?
I don't know him either.
He's a good fella, Jack. He's a good fella.
192 for 6. De Silva's on 11. And out comes Mendes yet to score. Narrowing down potential culprits.
Well, it's you've had your warning now, Jonathan.
I have. I also saw the name and rumbled it. But one of you lot. It's one of you lot.
You'll not go behind the bowler's arm again, will you?
Well, Alistair led me out there, so it was entirely his fault.
That's not true. That is definitely not true, because I was the last one. Actually, the one who I think did hold up play, because I assumed that...
It was very embarrassing and not something I've done for a very long time, so I do apologise to everyone concerned. In comes Atkinson, he's there and he bowls, pitched up, driven away down the ground. Nice shot from Mendes, who, well, he's been the best player by miles for Sri Lanka. He's down at number 8.
Well, it's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, he's coming back for a third.
It's absolutely crackers. I mean, he's at 7 and now he's at 8 because of obviously the light watchman last night. Yeah, just little things like that when you see that, you know, Sri Lanka have not been, whether it's brave or whether it's just sensible to manoeuvre a player that's playing so well from 7 to number 4 or 5.
Well, that's an argument, isn't it? But
yeah,
it just does seem bonkers in batting at 8, I must say. 195 for 6. Atkinson waits for a moment. See, there's some things in there. If you know me, there's a few quite deliberately written to antagonise. 195 for 6. And comes Atkinson. Is there any bowls turned away out towards mid-wicket? So the only thing is that actually there's some quite long words in there, so it rules out most of you.
I like the subject, the forefront of a number of meetings.
Yeah, well.
They do like a meeting, the MCC, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Have a lot of committees.
Well, he's doing a good job, Mr. Hoff.
He is. Well, thank you. Zaltzman is a possible contender. Oh, he's putting his hands up, saying no. Here's Atkinson, passed on by Wilson, bowls short down the leg side. And sort of misses a pull shot there, which is aiming for the mound stand. And there's no contact. So England need 4 wickets to record their 5th win of the summer. I'd have to say the only thing really that's gone wrong for England this summer has been the injury to Stokes, because it would be nice, I think, from England's perspective to have kept that momentum of him in charge. And
Yeah, and let's go to the start of the summer. I think we all said, look, they've got to win every Test match this summer. Well, they've going to win 5. They've got 1 more to go, so they've done everything that you would have expected.
Atkinson bowls, just tapped away by De Silva. Yeah.
You know, every player that's come in, Gus Atkinson's done tremendous. Jamie Smith is just looking a natural.
Yeah.
I guess Dan Lawrence opening the batting, that's been a challenge for him.
Sort of forced on them.
Yeah.
Bashir, he's coming on leaps and bounds.
I just think he's bowling beautifully.
Yeah. Stone looked the part. I mean, there's been a lot of good things come out so far. 195 for 6. De Silva's on strike. And Atkinson's on his way. Bowls down the leg side. And there is no run. So 195 for 6. Cookie, some thoughts from you? My time is up here. I'm going to go and look for Mr. Hoff. And after you, it's going to be Allison.
Well, I've been impressed with the tactics used from England this afternoon. Been from the pavilion now, ball very straight. Catches in the leg side. Often see fields without fine leg in Test matches, but it's worked. Alison, how are you? I'm just going to move back. We had 3 of us on there for a second.
There you go, change seats, Cookie.
Yeah, I just hope Aggers can find Mr. Hoff.
I don't know, I haven't come across him personally, have you? You ever met
nice
Mr.
fella.
Hoff? Nice man, yeah. And I know it's often the people you would least expect to be involved in such letters that might be involved. I mean, do you know anything about it?
No, nothing.
Good, just checking. 195 for 6. Mendes getting ready to face up. De Silva at the non-striker's end. England in the hunt for 4 more wickets. Slip, leg slip. Short leg, catch it short, extra cover as well. And it's Pope in that position. Lets it go through to cover. Atkinson there picks up. And there's no run. I mean, when you're in the England dressing room, were there many sort of pranks played when you were
It's always a little bit of mischief
Mm.
going on.
Mostly
Never a
Joe
dull,
Root, wasn't it? Who
never
was
a dull moment.
mischief maker. Around the wicket, Bashir. Angled out towards cover. They're taking 1. One-handed pick up there. It's just a single. 196 for 6.
You just feel one more wicket.
Open things up.
Oh yeah, that will be. This is Pakistan. Sri Lanka's last recognised batsman. They've made England work pretty hard in these 3.5 hours, but England stuck to their task. I liked Dolly Pope's captaincy today.
Bashir and again. Defence from De Silva going back, drops it into the ground, and there's no run. I've been walking behind the bowler's arm. That's a rookie error, wasn't it, by the correspondence?
To be honest with you, I was right behind. Actually, I think it was me who got busted because I was the third. I think it was me, Aggers, and Henry.
Bashir round the wicket, using the feet, lofting up and over the top of mid-on. Ben Duckett chasing back, the ball slowing up, but it'll reach the rope. Another boundary for De Silva, 196 for 6. Now brings up the 200 for Sri Lanka. For the loss of 6 wickets, though. That target, remember, set at 483. England's put in a gallant effort and stay out there and test England's bowlers for as long as they possibly can. Applause around the ground. There's a number of Sri Lankan shirted people. And some warm appreciation. Good use, nice use of the feet to advance on the bowler.
He's used his feet a couple of times. Quite timing it perfectly, though, at the minute.
Oh, he advanced once more, but then checked the shot, defended, got to the pitch of the ball. And no run. Really warm sunshine out there now.
Yeah, well bowled from Bashir. Really held that one back. But had enough on it to give it the dip. A good battle. Battle for Bashir today.
And he goes once more. De Silva waits, presses forward from the crease and defends once more. De Silva there on 15. End of the over. 200 for 6. Results.
Yeah, Gus Atkinson's astonishing start to his Test career continues as drinks come out onto the field. 10 innings. He's taken at least 2 wickets in each of those 10 innings. He began with 7 and 5 against West Indies. Since then, that was here. Since then, 2 and 2 at Trent Bridge, 4 and 2 at Edgbaston against West Indies, 2 in both innings at Old Trafford, and so far 2 in each innings here. He's only the 7th bowler in the history of men's Test cricket to take 2 or more wickets in his first 10 innings, and the first to do so since Brett Lee, who made his debut December 1999 and took 2 or more in his first 10 innings. Before that, Ken Higgs, 15 innings in a row with 2 or more wickets in the mid-60s for England. And then you've got to go back to the 1920s. Herman Griffith for West Indies, Arthur Maley for Australia. Each had 10 consecutive innings at the start of their career, 2 or more wickets. Morris Tate, 13 for England in the mid-20s. And before them, Charles the Terror Turner.
Always like it when Charlie Turner gets mentioned.
Visitor to the stats. He had 10 consecutive innings with 2 or more at the start of his career in the 1880s. So, yeah, very short, very exclusive list that Atkinson is on again, to go with him becoming the only player in men's Test cricket. There were 2 in women's Test cricket to have a century and a 10-wicket match haul within the first 5 tests at the start of a career.
Have we touched on who that was in the women's game then that has that,
I did mention
that record?
it yesterday.
Yep.
I'd have to dig that back up again, but yeah, two Australians.
I was over on the TV when that was mentioned. Drinks being brought onto the field here at Lord's then. Bright sunshine. It's a really warm day out there. Start of the match, there was talk about a little threat of rain on the 4th day, but absolutely not evident at all. Clear sky up above. That sun really burning through. It's a bit of humidity about it as well. 200 up for Sri Lanka. Any feedback coming through on the letter that Aggar's read out earlier?
Not yet. I tell you what, it wasn't that warm walking into the ground, but we've just been on the TV, and that window here it is actually very warm up there.
We're sitting here in front of the open window, aren't we? And the warm air comes straight through. It's glorious. I think those sitting in shade, even the grandstand here, actually, the bottom reaches are in the sun, and most people have opted to sit towards the back to get out of the full glare.
The 2 women with a 10-wicket match and a century in their first 5 tests were Betty Wilson, who played for Australia in the post-war years, and Karen Price, who debuted for Australia in 1975.
Atkinson is keeping rare company, isn't he? It's just been an extraordinary start. I mean, just to see your name up on the Lord's Honours board is special for anybody, but first of all in his debut Test match, and then getting the century. He might have dreamed about taking a 10-wicket haul, getting a 5 at Lord's and a 10-wicket haul as a bowler, but wouldn't have in the same vein thought, I'll be raising my bat, bringing up 100 as well. Just incredible. So Sri Lanka looking to just keep fighting here, but they've only got 4 wickets remaining. England well and truly on the hunt. So looking at your career, Alice, you actually only did 2 Test tours to Sri Lanka. Is that right, in the course of your career? 2007 and 2012, which I suppose it...
Yeah, I did an A tour there as well in 2000. I want to say 2004. Yeah, I would have thought I'd done 3, but I assume you're right with 2.
I think I counted up correctly, not notched up those tours right, but I think it sort of also just goes to show again that the sort of infrequency by which England travelled to.
It's a great tour. It's a hard place to go and play. With the
huge challenge.
Just the conditions, I think.
Yeah. Beautiful place to play. It's a great place for spectators to go and watch cricket as well.
England have been there a couple of times recently, haven't they? Ruti. They've been there twice or just once?
Yeah, they went in fact, the series straight after you retired, 2018-19, they went there, and then again in early 2021, when this extraordinary run of form that Root's been on began.
Started, wasn't he?
Since when he's got 1700s in 48 tests. The most by an England player in 48 tests, overtaking Alistair Cook, the previous record holder, most centuries in 48 tests.
I think I've heard that phrase
I've been mentioned
a lot this last 2 weeks.
Atkinson bowling from the pavilion end, full, looking to drive, and Mendes hasn't timed it to extra cover, and there is no run. In Sri Lanka, after this, a 3-test series here, a sort of rarity for them, and after this they will have 2 test matches back home against New Zealand, and then they've got another 2 against South Africa. And I mean, it's one of the issues facing the international game, isn't it? Is how that Future Tours programme can work, how the number of test matches teams play in a series can be equalised. Big thick edge and taken a 3rd slip. Benteke with the catch. It's another wicket for Gus Atkinson. It's the end of Kamindu Mendes. He's been Sri Lanka's best with the bat in the series. And England take a big stride forward to completing this match.
Well, we said about 10 minutes ago, this partnership was really Sri Lanka's last hope. Mendes, we haven't seen many of those big drives from outside off stump. He's normally played with such control. Just gone down the slope a little bit, wasn't there for the shot. Ben Duckett, Aussie style, fingers up. Takes a very comfortable catch, and guess what? Atkinson's got 3. There's 3 more to get. He can't, can he?
Well, it completes a remarkable sort of bookending. Well, it's still a test match to go, but in terms of starting his test career at Lord's at the beginning of the summer, and then with the century in this match, well, that would be something, wouldn't it? 200 for 7. Kamindu Mendes then just faced 5 deliveries for the 4 runs to his name, and 3 more wickets to come for England. What time tea is at 10 past 4, so still an hour of play before the break. Aggers has just sat down alongside you cooking, just almost looking as if he's a bit suspicious of you somehow. I'm not quite sure why.
He said he can't find the culprit.
You can't find Mr. Hoff.
He said he can't find out who wrote it.
Well, there was some very neat handwriting on the envelope, I thought. Delivered by hand. I mean, there's a camera in this box. I mean, there might be, if someone was to look back.
Can you dust it for fingerprints?
There might be some sort of evidence as to how that letter arrived in the commentary box, but it was delivered by hand. Ratnayaka walks out to the middle. 3 wickets remaining in this Sri Lankan innings. They resume today 2 down. Chris Woakes got the first. Ollie Stone picked up his second with the fall of Karunaratne. 2 more wickets for Atkinson to give him 3, and Bashir picking up the wicket of Angelo Matthews. Pressure had been built on Angelo Matthews, had about 20 balls without scoring a run, drove a catch to Woakes at mid-off. So Atkinson, the sun almost glinting off those bleached locks of his, comes in around the wicket here, and the ball just sits up outside the off stump. Ratnayaka looks to cut, chops it into the ground and out towards backward point. 3 slips in the gully also behind the batter. Short leg in place 2. And very much on the hunt. But yeah, you'd like to see teams play 3-match series more frequently if they could, because yes, this is a 3-match series. We might see Sri Lanka improve their performance, by the time they get to the Oval, because they've just had a bit longer in the country. And
a bit late then, yeah.
It is late in terms of the series, but it could still provide more entertainment and competitiveness. This one again chopped into the ground, not really timed to cover. But three test matches is...
Yeah, I like 3 test match series. It's just, we're going over old ground, but I'm not sure you can prepare for a test match series in England. There's one first-class game.
Yeah, and also between March 2021 and this tour, Sri Lanka had only played 2 tests outside Asia. That was a 2-match series in New Zealand in March of 2023.
It's not really setting them up for success, is it? Around the wicket, Atkinson, that one sits up, and it was Ariel off the bat to cover. Dropped comfortably in front, though. But Ratnayaka hasn't really played a shot under control as yet. But you wonder whether, interestingly, sort of a separate issue, isn't it, about countries and their finances. And we talked about when the West Indies were here about how much it costs to host Test cricket in their own country, and the fact that they don't have a tour fee or earn money when they come and play abroad. And the ECB is sort of rectifying that with a tour fee to Zimbabwe when they come next summer. Fuller from Atkinson, a little straighter, defended up towards mid-on rather, and it's the end of the over. Atkinson will take his cap from the umpire. Another wicket taking over from Gus Atkinson, so 3 to his name, and Sri Lanka are 200 for 7. So Zimbabwe will get a tour fee when they come next year, which is part of an effort from the ECB side, instigated by them. But this idea of a kind of global test fund can only be driven at ICC level to try and help those countries that don't have the financial resources of the big 3, say. And there is a change at the top of the ICC now. Jay Shah, the BCCI secretary, is now, as of I think it's the 1st of December, he begins his role as chair of the ICC, and he has previously spoken in support of a global test sort of strategic fund. So it'd be interesting to see whether that takes any formal shape in the time that he takes office, because he's also made strong noises about supporting Test cricket being a real priority for him. In his time as India board secretary, is the chief there. He's brought in incentives, financial incentives for red ball players in India to incentivise them to play Test cricket. But, I mean, they don't need to go off and really play too much franchise cricket around the world because they've got a pretty strong one in their own country, but other boards face very different challenges. A spread field here again. It's Ollie Stone back for some more short ball stuff. It's come off the bat wide of the keeper down towards very fine deep third. Through for 1, 201 for 7.
They're not allowed to, are they? Are they allowed to go and play?
No.
They can only play in their own.
Yeah.
In the own RPL. I mean,
where there's not going to be that much pushback when you're looked after as well as you are as an Indian player.
I wonder whether the franchise world also has a big part to play in supporting Test cricket. Whether there can be some kind of negotiation, some deals done. Obviously, it's when private ownership comes in to it, it's got a different feel. It's not governed by boards, but whether there is some kind of tax on it, which then goes and supports the Test game. Because I do know, well, I believe that franchise cricket needs Test cricket to be thriving as well.
It's the ideal scenario is that the two can coexist and aid each other. I mean, some, like Cricket Australia, still own the Big Bash, and ECB have been very firm on wanting to still own the 100 competition in England and Wales. The selling off of the teams comes underneath their overall umbrella, so they can still retain that degree of control of the actual competition itself. Some changes in the field here for left-handed Ratnayaka, who's new to the crease. Slip, gap towards gully, and then a backward point. Silly mid-off, right in front of the bat, short leg as well, leg slip in place. Stone coming around the wicket here to the left-hander, bounces it in, a swish and a miss. Looking to go on the hook and through to Jamie Smith it goes. Umpire says that's at 1. Stone walks back to his mark. And the thing with franchise cricket as well, of course, is the chopping and changing of players who come in and out of tournaments and breeze in for a couple of games, but then they go off to another tournament. Might not finish that event because they go off to start another one. The Big Bash has brought in a requirement now whereby you need to commit to the whole tournament, I believe, if you're going to sign up. Stone in short, ducking underneath it. Ratnayaka flexes his knees, gets down low.
Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? I think the fact that people pop in for 2 games, then go off and do another one as soon as they're knocked out of one tournament. I think that should be a cross policy.
Have you spent much time sort of thinking about like how franchise game could help?
Well, apart from the fact that we should tax it a little bit, but I would say
taxing it in the manner of.
I'd just say like you had to give a percentage away into the pot for Test cricket. But that's just, I'm not sure how that works at all, to be honest with you. But
the private owners say, well, this is our private venture. A bit different perhaps when it is owned by a board overall. Around the wicket goes Stone, fuller length delivery.
I can't imagine.
Like a defence.
I can't imagine too many people happy to give that away. That would be the ideal situation, wouldn't it? To try and help.
Yeah, and the Test match fund would certainly go away a long way towards those boards that could use that cash and invest it in maybe longer tours, more tour matches. But you've got to also make sure those players they've got to be paid well enough to incentivise them to be available for those longer tours. Outside the off stump, angled away, vacant area here, past silly points up towards the grandstand, chase for backward points. Potts picks up and they're back for 2. Throw comes back into the gloves of Smith, 203 for 7.
And still wants to do it because Test cricket is not easy. It is long, it's hard, tough on the body. T20 games is different.
I mean, it's joyous watching somebody like Joe Root, who you know is just so engaged and steeped with the significance of playing Test cricket, the achievements, the pride. You'd like to think that goes for all these players on the field. Oh, he's struck, he's ducked into one. Ratnayaka, that one didn't get up like the previous one did, and that was a clunky sound of ball on helmet. He's sometimes on his feet, removing his helmet. Dan Lawrence there at short leg, checking he's okay. His batting partners come down as well. The captain, Dhananjaya De Silva. So on come the physio as well. That was a nasty clunk, wasn't it?
Yeah, it hit him very hard.
I've been saying it all game. Ollie Stone, they haven't lined him up when he's bowled bounces at all. At all well. He's hit, I think he hit Ratnayaka in the first innings as well.
He's only faced 9 balls, 2 runs to his name. It's the end of the over as well, which is a time for me to slip out of commentary. Cookie and Simon Mann will come in. But 203 for 7. We've got another 50 minutes until the tea break, and England need 3 more wickets to win this match. So at the moment, it's a short ball ploy again, and certainly working the sense of unsettling Ratnayaka now. A few more thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann will join you.
Well, I do think he's okay. You might encourage him to play a few more shots. Should be too keen to hang around in the situation, still needing 280 to win. England have been good today. England have been good.
Just a little more on Gus Atkinson. He now has 31 wickets in his first 5 tests, which puts him currently joint 5th on the England list of most wickets in first 5 tests in men's cricket. So if he takes the last 3, he will tie Nick Cook, the Leicestershire left-arm spinner, who took 34 in his first 5 tests in 1983. And then Freddie Truman and Tom Richardson. Tom Richardson, a late 19th century Surrey fast bowler. And both had 33 in their first 5 tests. Frank Foster, left-arm seamer, who did very well in an Ashes series just before the First World War, had 32 in 5. Frank Tyson, tearaway fast bowler in the mid-50s, who terrorised Australia in the 54-55 Ashes, had 31. As did, I think it's Alec Kennedy, is that right, Simon? 1920s, Hampshire seamer, had 31 in 5. So Atkinson's level with Tyson and Kennedy, with the potential to go further up the list. And if he takes 2 more wickets, he'll be just the 3rd player to have a century and a 5-wicket haul in a test match at Lord's. Ian Botham did it against Pakistan in 1978, 8 for 34 and 108. And then you've got to go back to Vinu Mankad, Indian all-rounder, in 1952. How's this for a hard-working match? Opened the batting in the first innings, made 72. Then took 5 for 196 and 73 overs, as England made 537. Then opened the batting and scored 184.
Earned his match fee. Here is Atkinson bowling. Struck on the pad there. De Silva goes towards short leg. You helped Cookie out there. I was hoping he was going to have to talk throughout the whole of that drinks break on his own, but he stepped in there, Zoltz, because you're
I would have really
so companionable.
It was a really pathetic effort from you there. You quit far too early, and well, I knew what was happening because I could see it in my eye.
Zoltz, he's such a team player, Zoltz, and he loves a stat, so or 2 or 3. Here is Atkinson bowling. Short ball pulled away down towards fine leg. Bashir is there in front of the mound stand. And they're through for 1 run. 204 for 7. So Ratnayaka took that blow on the helmet. They took a drinks break while that was all being sorted out. Tea today is at 10 past 4, unless another wicket falls, and then play can be extended.
Is it 8, is it?
Apparently. 8 or 9, yeah. 8 or 9 down tea can be extended for half an hour to try to get a result. So 1 more wicket before 10 past 4, and on we go. Joel Wilson is urging those in the pavilion to move the sight screen to the left a bit, because Atkinson's going to come around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Ratnayaka, who was rattled at the end of that last over. So let's see how he faces up here. Atkinson with 3 wickets, 2 away from another visit to the inscribers. Here is Atkinson bowling short, pulled away by Ratnayaka, and it's stopped at deep backward square leg by Ollie Pope on his knees. Away to his left-hand side. Good piece of fielding. Keeps it down to 1.
If he does get 5, does he get man of the match?
Got 105 wickets. God. Against Joe Root's 200s. I think that will probably be a sentimental choice, won't they?
Who would you give it to? He's got to pick up his next.
Yeah, I think he's probably... Let's wait and see if he gets his 5 for first. 205 for 7. He needs 2 of the last 3, and he goes in now to bowl to Dhananjaya De Silva, and De Silva has all the time in the world to get in behind that and play defensively off the back foot towards extra cover. And there's no run. England with 2 close catches on the leg side, 3 slips. It's all a bit arbitrary, isn't it, player of the match, really? There was that game in Wellington, just talking about Joe Root, that game in Wellington where Root made 153 not out and 95. So what's that? 248 for once out in the game, and he wasn't player of the match because he didn't finish on the winning side. And Kane Williamson did make 100. Atkinson bowls, and Dhananjaya defends towards mid-on, and there's no run. Williamson did make 100 in the second innings, so that helps New Zealand score 400 and whatever to set England that score. But really, I mean, in terms of just purely the player of the match, surely scoring, you can't do much more than score 248 for once out in the game.
He did run Harry Brook out without facing, so
Okay.
that's, you know, add another wicket to his debit column.
Okay, and how many did Williamson make in the game? I think he was player of the match, wasn't he, Williamson, in that game? I mean, it's all a bit arbitrary. They always give it to a player on the winning side, which it seems to me to kind of defeats the object, really. You're the outstanding player of the match. Atkinson down the leg side. He tries to flick it away there. De Silva misses it. It's taken by Smith away down the leg side. And there is no run. It's the end of the over, so another chance to get that fifer goes away for Atkinson. 13 overs 4 made 3 for 43, 205 for 7.
Williamson made 132 in the second innings, only 4 in the first innings, out of New Zealand's 483. Neil Wagner 4 for 62, including the winning wicket. Might have had a shout for player of the match. Does it matter though?
No, well,
do players care?
Well, I think sometimes they do. Don't they? I think some players do care if they're player of the match. They like to go away being the top dog from a game. Not everybody, but
For Root, on the other side of the coin, he was player of the match here against Australia in 2013, when he made a second innings 180 in a game which England had a massive first innings lead of over 230.
And he was dropped several times as well, wasn't he? Or a couple of really bad ones. Stone ran the wicket, going into bowl. Short, pulled away by Ratnayake, down towards deep backwards square leg. Really well controlled pull shot, hitting it down. Ratnayake goes to 4, and Sri Lanka to 206 for 7.
Ian Bell had made a beautiful 109, having come in at 28 for 3 in the first innings. Followed that with 74 in the second innings. Sometimes there's no justice.
There's no justice. Well, we know that.
You should be the player who most influences the course of the game, I think. I don't know how you measure
That's
that.
very hard to measure, isn't it? Stone over the wicket to bowl to Dhananjaya De Silva. Outside the off stump, uppercut down towards deep 30. He's got hold of that one all right. He's gone away for 4. England do have a fielder down there, but he's quite fine. In front of the home dressing room, that went about 20 yards to his right. Really well played. 210 for 7, Dhananjaya De Silva to 21. Did you care about being player of the match? Did you like to be player of the match if you'd done well? If it was like kind of neck and neck with someone, you thought, oh, I wouldn't mind being player of the match? Or do you not bother?
I can't really remember, actually.
You were player of the match in a few test matches, weren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah.
Well, yes, it's a nice little thing, isn't it? It's a nice thing to just sort of have that recognition, isn't it? I can remember.
Stone to De Silva. Silva helps that on its way down towards fine leg, this time on the bounce. But he does bounce in front of the fielder at fine leg. And so one more to Dhananjaya. He goes to 22 and Sri Lanka to 211 for 7.
I can remember 1990 against West Indies when I bowled about that first innings and got 6 for or something like that. And, at the end of the... I'd only just sort of my first home test match, actually. And then sort of sitting there thinking to myself, well, I've got a chance of becoming man of the match and getting a little, I don't know, statue or medal or something like that. And
which would you prefer, the statue or the medal?
Well, statue. I think I like a statue. I've got a couple of statues, not of myself, obviously. But and they gave it to Robin Smith. And I must admit, I was very young. Hold on.
Stone, nursery end, ran the wicket to Ratnayake. Another short ball swatted away, down towards fine leg on the bounce again. Throw comes in quickly to the non-strikers end. Stone has to back pedal because he wasn't expecting that. And Ratnayake had to get his skates on as well. One day we'll see a run out like that where the batter thinks it was an easy single out to the deep, but it went down there very quickly and came back very quickly. One more, Ratnayake 5, 212 for 7.
Yeah, and I sort of kind of got a chance. We won the game, obviously, and what have you, and they gave it to Robin. You know what I mean? So I sort of went, oh, okay, well, 100 and everything.
Well done, Robin. Well played.
Yeah. But then in the dressing room after the game, Judgy was taking a shower. He took his shirt off, and he was covered in
So,
bruises.
Dananjaya de Silva, he's back and plays it back to the bowler. Another run.
Proper medals.
So you saw actually,
Patrick
just acknowledged it.
Patrick Patterson, Malcolm, I don't know, Courtney Kirtley, Malcolm Marshall, all these guys, and he was sort of going like that. I went, yeah, no, I think you might have deserved that one, Judge.
And when you took your shirt off, Tom,
Absolutely
how
nothing.
many bruises there?
Absolutely nothing. Lily White, Lily White. They just slugged me up in the air. So I thought, well, okay. So ever since then, I wasn't that fussed, really. Yeah. So you're talking about influence in the game, but I mean, you know, an absolute peppering, and you got 30.
Stone bowls, another short ball guided away nicely by Dananjaya down towards fine leg. Another single to him.
Yeah, for bravery, I think he trumped me pretty comfortably.
I think it depends on the individual, doesn't it? Some are really keen to be the.
Well, I haven't got much. What have I got? I've got a blazer. That's it, I think. I've got a couple of little trophies, you know, a couple of MOMs or something, but most of it's all been given away to charity.
And normally there's a prize money, isn't there, for player of the match? Isn't there? Do you
It all goes in a pot.
It goes in a pot, doesn't it? That's the point I was going to make. So you don't get that money.
No.
It goes into the player pool.
Yeah, and then gets divvied up. But yeah, it's the sort of, it's just that little pat on the back, isn't it, which is really nice. Everyone wants a pat on the back, don't they?
In that 2013 Ashes test, aside from Ian Bell's 2 innings, the century and the 70-odd, Graham Swan took 9 wickets in the match, 4 and 5. So that, I remember thinking at the time, to get a second innings 180 with your team totally dominant, to get player of the match seems.
Yeah. Anyway, well, so someone's got to make a decision later. Gus Atkinson. And so how many wickets has Atkinson taken in the game in all? 5, is it?
Yeah.
5 plus. I mean, a scintillating 100.
Yeah. I'll tell you another story if you want to listen about because some of them. I mean, it's a bit like the Moose Cup. Do you remember the Moose Cup?
I do have a vague memory of the Moose Cup. Yeah,
it's amazing.
We won the Moose Cup.
Yeah. And there was.
Where was that? Which country was that?
Sri Lanka.
In Sri Lanka.
Yes, that's right. There was that massive trophy. There are some quite strange MOM trophies knocking about, actually. And not that we got many in India, but I think Neil Fairbrother might have got one or something. And it was like huge. It was like the size of a beach ball or something. And he said, well, I just can't get it home.
New over, and it's Potts bowling, and it's Dananjaya defending down towards backward point, and there is no run. I reckon in Cookie's first test match in Nagpur.
Yeah.
Right, just trying to think. Who would he have been player of the match in that game? I think they were given a motorcycle.
What, really?
Well, yeah, I think so. Because I have a vague memory of interviewing him or someone at the end.
Yeah.
I definitely interviewed him at the end because he did really well. And again, he got 60 and 100 in his first test match. And there was someone who would have won it was driving around on the motorbike. It was quite distracting. Potts bowls to Dananjaya de Silva, and he flicks that off his hip, and it's stopped at leg gully by Pope diving away to his left for a moment. I thought that was going to be a catch. There's no one at fine leg, so everyone's up inside the circle, if you like. England on the attack, looking for these last 3 wickets. Silva there on 23.
We got push bikes at the end of '92 in India, and we were all very sort of...
bicycles?
Yes, in which we all sort of like went pedalling around the outfield, which wasn't a great idea, having lost 3-0, pulling wheelies and what have you. And then we were like, oh, at least we've got something. We got this nice mounting bike.
Here's one down the leg side, an appeal for a catch. Not particularly optimistic. An inquiry there for a catch down the leg side of Dananjaya de Silva. England do have 1 review left. They're thinking about it. 8, 7. What's Ollie Pope going to do? I don't think they're going to go for it. He's not got a great record on reviewing so far. I think he's 0 from however many they've reviewed, is it?
I think it was 0 from 7, essentially. There was another one that was reviewed.
Not very good.
Where Jamie Smith's gloves had broken the plane of
That's
the stump.
right, so,
it was a no ball.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we all got given this this mountain bike, and they said they're going to ship it back to us. Well, it turned up about 4 months later, and it was just like in a box full of nuts and bolts. It had fallen to pieces.
Potts bowls, and Dananjaya de Silva tries to force. He can't get any power into that shot. Runs down to duck it. He comes to his right from third slip to pick up, and there is no run. So what? It all disintegrated.
Just
all
sort
they
of
expected you to put
disintegrated on the ship or whatever the hell they've ever. It just all sort of. It was just like bleh, in this box, all sort of. Yeah, it wasn't together at all. But hey ho.
man of the match on Alistair Cook's debut was Matthew Hoggard, who took.
That's right. So I think he was. I think he was cycling around the outfield. I think so. I have a vague memory of this. Here's Potts bowling, turned away by Dhananjaya de Silva on the banks towards short leg. I remember interviewing Alistair, and at the corner of my eye, I could see Matthew Hoggard going round the outfield, which is a very Matthew Hoggard type thing to do. I think he would have been keen for that, wouldn't he, to get on the bike
on a motorbike?
Yeah.
Oh, well, nice little prize. That.
Yeah. So whether that was shipped back or whether that made it back in one piece.
Well, you can get cars and all sorts, can't you? You know, especially in India, there's always that car, isn't there? They're all trying
In
to.
the IPL, trying to hit the car, aren't they? Well, I think they're trying to hit the car. The idea of the car is to be on display.
Yes.
That one has driven down the grass. A nice shot from Dhananjaya de Silva, belted over mid-on, up towards the home dressing room. 4 runs to him, 217 for 7. Silva goes to 27. England won't be too disappointed in the sense that it means that first ball the next over, Ratnayaka is going to be on strike. He's there on 5. Chandamalak for 58, Kamindu Mendes for 4, Angela Matthews for 36, Jayasuriya for 4, and Karen Ratney for 55 today. So overall, we've got 3 for Atkinson, 1 for Bashir, 1 for Wokes, and 2 for Stone. So Potts the only one not to join in this second innings after everyone picked up a wicket in that, at least a wicket.
Atkinson just pops in with another 3 for like falling off a log. He just bowls well. I think he's going to take this Lord's pitch around with it. Just suits him the way he bowls, that just jagging it back down the slope.
How did Cookie made 60 and 100 in that first test? What did Matthew Hoggard do to be player of the match then?
Well, it was a batting-dominated game.
Yeah.
He took 6 for 57 in 30.5 overs in India's first innings.
That's fair enough, isn't it?
Half. Well, 6 for what's that? 120 sort of equivalent.
It is Stone bowling, pulled away over the head of Duckett in that short backward square leg position, about 30 yards in off the rope. That's gone down to the boundary for 4. That was off the top edge. Duckett thought he was in the game for a moment there, but it flew over his head and to the right of the fine leg fielder. That was the game in which England dominated the game for large parts, and then on the last day, suddenly India thought they'd have a dart at England's the target England set them. Everyone got, hold on a second, this could all go horribly wrong. And unfortunately for England, India lost a couple of wickets and they stopped the charge. I think Dhoni was to the 4 there from memory, just smacking it everywhere. Short outside the off stump, clubbed away 4. Well, that was a bad ball, really. He knows he's got that wrong. That was a long hop outside the off stump. And Ratnayaka easy runs there without much protection on the offside. In fact, there's no one in front of square. Although it was hit slightly behind square, but there's still not a lot of protection there.
He's got some batting talent, Ratnayaka, as he proved at Old Trafford. I mean, that's a pretty decent shot. Takes on the hook and the pull nicely as well.
It's a very attacking short ball field. There's also a silly point in. Stone bowls, and Ratnayaka plays that pretty well. It was in at the body, and he jabbed it down into the gully, and there's no run. So we've got a fine leg, deep third who's very fine, almost like a sort of deep second slip, and the deep backward square leg 20 yards in off the boundary. Mid wicket, mid on, silly point, deepish slip, deepish gully. And Stone has been asked here from the nursery end to bang it in short and see what happens.
There's lots of ishes fielding positions, isn't there? Sort of a short leg-ish.
He's over the wicket now. That's pulled away, and that's gone down to deep backward square leg for 4. And also a deep forward square leg as well. He couldn't get round, and Duckett couldn't get round to his right. 229 for 7, and Ratnayaka 217. This is what Potts is. This is what Stone is being asked to do here.
Yep.
Just run in, bang it in short, and see what happens with the field set backing. We've got stacks of runs in hand. I mean, Sri Lanka still need 254 to win. They need 3 wickets to win, and they are just hoping for one of those to go off the top edge to a fielder.
Yep. He's no mug though. He's not a genuine tail ender.
17 not out. Stone bowls another short ball. This time he ducks underneath it. And it's through to Jamie Smith. Here's Rowley Stimpson. Read the discussion about player of the match. The methodology should be to imagine how the match would have gone without a player being present, and then give the award to one of the wicket keepers. I need to think about that.
Okay. Yeah, so do I.
It's a bit left field.
Well, that's assuming that if the wicketkeeper didn't play, the team wouldn't put anyone behind the stumps, isn't it?
We've reached that kind of stage in the match.
Yeah, a little bit.
Stone to Ratnayaka. Ratnayaka off his hip, plays it down to fine leg for a single. Sun belting down, warm afternoon. In fact, some of the spectators in the main stand and in the grandstand have moved back into the shade. It's that warm on the 1st of September in London today. 2:30 for 7 at the end of the over. De Silva 27 not out. Ratnayaka 18 not out. Tea officially is half an hour away. We'll see what happens with that. It could get moved back if Sri Lanka lose. Well, it will be moved back if Sri Lanka lose one more wicket. Jonathan is going to take us towards tea anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Yes, it can. Half an hour can be added on from 10 past 4. So without the interruption. Seen Steve Cram and Alison Kirbisher here today.
Yes.
Steve's such a lovely chap. Worked with him. You also done a question of sport and things, have you?
Yes, many times.
One of the really, really, really nice people in sport. Good to see them here. 2:30 for 7. Ratnayaka's doing a good job, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he proved it at Old Trafford. He's no bunny, is he?
No, he's not.
No, he got 70 odd, didn't he? Debut.
Now they're going to switch to a more
I think that's
traditional approach here by pitching it up and trying to get him out, and that's steered away down to gully. His Potts bowls round the wicket, and there's no run. Warm afternoon, sun belting down. It's lovely. It is a perfect afternoon. I'm sure lots of barbecues are being lit up.
Oh yeah, a few sausages sizzling away.
Yeah,
the odd shrimp.
What's that? A very famous chef here on a Saturday at Lord's popped in tea time.
Yeah.
It's Potts bowling with a grunt. Played away out to point. I won't mention who it was, but he's a very well-known chef.
Okay.
I say it's great to see you here. You know, chat, chat, chat. Lovely day. Lots of people will be listening to us, lighting their barbecues. You know.
Yeah.
What would you? Guess something a bit different. What would you?
Oh, yeah,
what do you think you should throw on the barbie? Just
Yeah.
make it. You know, give it a bit of something. A bit of individuality. I think was the word I used. And he looked at me, and he started listing these things. I thought I'd never heard of any of these. Stuff you put on a barbecue. I like barbecue. I've not heard of any of this stuff. Anyway, Adam in my headphones. Get him off. Get him off. he was listing magic mushrooms.
Oh.
I didn't realise.
What a barbecue.
Yeah. Didn't use them for that. I don't know. This is played off the front foot by Ratnayaka. Up to mid off, and there's no run.
You've got to be very careful when you're foraging.
Well,
you've got to know what.
Yes, you have.
You have, because they can. What's it? Deadly nightshade and all that.
Well, your friend Tommy Banks,
the
chef here, he wrote a whole book on foraging.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. On your hands and knees, presumably, foraging round.
There are certain places very, very secretive.
Are they?
Yeah, if you know where to go.
Truffles and things.
Yeah, all sorts.
There's Potts bowling, played off the front foot by Ratnayaka, runs towards mid-off, and there's no run. You can go on a very nice holiday where something happened, maybe COVID happened. You're going to go with some friends, you can go sort of truffle foraging in France, I think, or something.
Yeah, with dogs and pigs and everything. They rootle around for them. Worth a fortune, a truffle dog.
I don't know if it's a dogs or not.
Well, they can use dogs. I've seen dogs do it, believe me.
Really?
Yes.
Sniff them out?
Yeah. Fortunes if you get a whopper. Oh, I think they're worth more than gold.
Good.
I think so.
2:30 for 7. Potts round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Ratnayaka. Clipped away down to mid-on. So every now and then you go to a nice restaurant, you get little shavings, don't you? Put on a bit of pasta or something.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of a truffle. It's a bit too sort of overpowering.
Can
for
be.
me. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a little like rather than parmesan, you have a little bit of grated truffle.
Very, very unique taste, isn't it?
2:30 for 7. Potts rushes in from the pavilion end, played away carefully. Out towards cover point, extra cover. There's no run. 2:30 for 7. Ratnayaka 18. De Silva has 27. The last man out was Mendes, who he thought might be a bit of a thorn in the side. But not today. Not today. A big booming drive. Duckett caught him at slip.
Yep. I'd be tempted to stick the spinner on Ratnike. Every time the spinner's come on, he wants to take him on and wants to try and hit him over the top. He's making it look pretty easy against the pace bowler.
Apparently the most expensive truffle sold at auction, according to the Guinness World Records website, was an Italian white truffle from Pisa. Doesn't tell us what its name was. Weighing approximately 1.3 kilograms.
I don't think so.
It's Italian suffers.
Oh, yeah, but it would have been.
Davide. Sold for $330,000 US dollars.
One truffle?
2007, yeah.
Must have been the size of a beach ball.
Is there a photo of him? Or no?
No.
Oh, crikey. Wow.
I think Chelsea bought it and played it at left midfield.
That's
Do they go off, though? Have you got to eat it?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, right.
No, I think they just sort of, they're there for, well, they grow under the ground at the base of trees.
Yes, they do. In goes Stone, and he bowls, and that's played by De Silva to extra cover off the back foot. And there is no run. How do we get onto that, anyway?
I don't know. You started it.
Can't remember now.
Foraging? No. Oh, I can't remember.
No, I can't. 2:30 for 7. De Silva's on 27. Short leg. And then there's a sort of a deep gully. And this is a field for short stuff, really. Stone runs up again past the umpires there. Bowls short, swatted away. And it just doesn't quite carry to Wokes there at mid-wicket. Wasn't far off, a little bit short. But he took it on.
Yeah, well, at least they play the shots.
Yeah.
At least they're, trying to get some runs against your name. As I say, it's a bit of a, a losing cause.
Yeah. Change the field. There's a deep point going now. So if you imagine a one-day circle situation, there'll be 4 in the circle, the rest all out. Stone runs away, bowls to Dhananjaya. De Silva takes it on again, paddles it round the corner. Duckett's chasing to his left down there in the distance. Winds up, they shout no as he throws the ball in. Actually throws it over Smith's head there. It's backed up by Bashir. That cover. Oh yeah, still taking it on. 2:31 for 7. We're looking at what I even went and accused Stuart Broad just now.
What, for your letter?
Yeah, of being Mr. Hoff.
It's very well compiled. Very well written.
What surprised me.
I couldn't have done that.
He denied all knowledge, although there's a bit of a smirk.
Yeah.
So I think he knew about it. 2:31 for 7. Rathnake on 18. Ooh, look at that leg side. They're all standing in there now. And Stone runs in, bowls. A bit of a swish and a miss there from Rathnake. Funny old field this, really. They've got a sort of long stop.
Yeah.
Deep third slip.
Ish.
Deep gully.
Ish.
Then nothing. Umpire Wilson is the most square, as it were, on the offside. There's nobody between Umpire Wilson.
That's just find a spot and stand in it, isn't it, really?
Well, yeah, it is.
You won't see this in the MCC coaching manual.
No. Nothing between Umpire Wilson and Umpire Rifle, really. 2:31 for 7. Rathnake 18. Stone runs in, bowls him again. He takes it on, or flies down the leg side. It's a tactic that England use a lot. This just go short to the tail enders.
Well, I mean, it makes them feel a bit uncomfortable having been tail ender myself.
Yes, it's not nice.
No, it's not nice. But if you can bat a little bit, you know what's coming, don't you? And if you can play the pull shot or the hook.
Yeah, but what an opportunity this is to open up the offside.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah, there's no one there.
No. So he gives off a bit of room.
Yeah.
So they don't get hurt.
And swat it through
Swat
the
offside.
Yeah, and run.
It's perfect. Stone again runs in, bowls a bouncer. Rathnake ducks underneath it.
Get Crammy to do your running.
Yeah. He looks very fit.
Still fit, isn't he? Yes. Nothing of him.
I suspect he runs a lot.
Do you think he still churns a few miles out?
Yeah, definitely.
The blood, isn't it?
It was very, very complimentary about the French Paris Olympics.
Yeah. So he
it was terrific,
it.
yeah. 2:31 for 7. And on they go.
That really is a warm breeze, isn't it, coming through that window?
Yeah, it is. Ooh. It's a bit like an oven door opening up. Well, Bashir, you got your man on here.
Yeah, like that.
Bashir's coming on.
Float a few up.
Yeah. Rathnaka's actually he's at the wrong end at the moment. He's leaning on his bat at the non-strikers, but he'll have a chance. Bashir just gets better and better, doesn't he? I mean, when we were watching the India series, you could tell he was the one. He was the one who he just looked.
Yeah.
He just looked.
And it was not. It was nice to.
What's that?
I don't know what
that strange noise.
It was Noddy. It sounded like little Noddy's horn there.
Yeah.
He'll be delighted the way he got Angelo Matthews out as well, just because there was a couple of good players of spinning there. Just gone a bit flat, hadn't it?
He's coming round the wicket now and bowls, and De Silva stands up and taps it back at him. No, he
has a knack.
Yeah.
He's a good player of spin, Angelo. He was looked in.
Yeah. Kept the field up.
Yeah, that's right. So he's learning all the time.
Yeah.
Like a sponge.
Here he comes, past umpire Wilson, slogged away into the leg side. There's nobody there. Or at least nobody precisely there. There's somebody at deep mid-wicket. But they left the sweep shot open. There's a man there for the more of the slog sweep. But the orthodox sweep.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So because you're coming round the wicket, aren't you? Going, go on, have a sweep. If you miss it, you're probably going to be out LBW, aren't you?
Yeah.
So it's a tease.
Yep. Maybe a bit of a set-up there. There's a short leg slip, and then I feel of saving the single behind square on the leg side, but no one back. Bashir moves in, bowls. Oh, he's kept a bit low that, but he's got it away. Through the offside this time, chase for Potts. Throws it back from deep backward point, square third man. Have it whatever way you like it. 237 for 7. That target still 483. It's a long way away, isn't it? The 246 to win. Sort of situation you often found yourselves back in the day.
Yeah, not much fun.
Back in the 90s, how did it go?
Yeah. With Teddy.
Yeah. Bashir bowling, turned away the short leg. I know. Someone shouting good luck. You can do it.
You can do it. I can't.
No.
Well, you've got to make a fist of it, but it's a horrible position because you get lured in, don't you? You don't quite know how to play it.
Bashir again, that's nicely played. Very late. Chopped away down to third man. Can they get... I don't know I tell you what, if he flicked that back, Harry Brook, that's a tremendous effort. I think he might have done. Rushing back. And he might just have scooped that back a foot within the boundary.
Watch your shoulder. Watch your shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
I remember Ollie Pope. I remember Jack Leach knocking himself out here, doing that.
Hard to tell from that replay, but...
I suppose you're fit, aren't you?
Well,
you don't want to crunch
talking of old Crammy, he needed one of those pole vault mattresses there behind the boundary for that. He'd landed.
Oh, he's done well.
I think he has done well. I think he's kept it in. All for the sake of one run. It brings Rathnaka, the left-hander, on strike, but he's only got one ball. 240 for 7. Brook runs up to leg slip. So there's silly point, slip and a gully. Brook is at leg slip. It's Bashir. Swings his arm, comes round the wicket, and it's rather an ugly shot there from Rathnaka, looking to force the ball off the back foot. The ball dribbles away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 240 for 7. Tea still 20 minutes, 15 minutes away, so officially, but if a wicket falls, you can add half an hour onto that. But I don't know, can you see Stone bouncing about? I don't know, just...
They've given Chris Woakes a pretty good blast, though, haven't they?
Yeah.
He's looked the most likely.
Yeah.
Just by pitch up swing, bit of sideways movement.
This seems an awful lot of energy.
Yeah.
For sort of a non-specific dismissal. You know when you run up and bowl line and length outside the off stump, you can get a batsman out virtually every way.
Yeah.
When you're running up and bowling like this,
there's only a couple.
Yeah. Flogged out into the deep. Or maybe glove through to the keeper.
Yeah, or perhaps a chop on or something. But
yeah. Well, that's only if he engages in it. If he just ducks underneath it, then it's a stalemate, really.
Yeah, and it takes it out, yeah.
Well, it certainly does. 240 for 7. Dalanjaya De Silva on strike. In goes Stone. Bowls short, pulled away. to mid-wicket, and Wokes there threw it in the air. It's a crowd catch. It went very quickly.
Didn't fool us, though, did it?
No, didn't want it to. I thought, hang on, that can't be. But it goes very fast. Certainly deceived some of the crowd, but he smashed it into the ground.
He's playing the hook and the pull rather well, De Silva.
Yeah, and Wokes actually wasn't a bad crowd catch effort that, because he threw it up. He got something. We got one or two of them. Then goes Stone wider of the crease, bowls another short ball. And so Silva ducks underneath that. Taken by Smith. 240 for 7. Stone wanders back. Can hear some children's voices down there, queuing up for autographs or something, perhaps. I can't see them, I can hear them. Trouble these days is the boundaries inside where the crowd is sitting. And goes Stone, bowls short, pulled away out towards deep square leg. That's running towards that boundary, and it makes it 2. Another despairing dive out there by Potts this time. Another bowler absolutely throwing himself.
I know, I don't like it. I don't like seeing the big fast bowlers. Well, I do like it, you know what I mean? But I fear.
Yeah.
Because they can go bust. They're like, you know, thoroughbred racehorses, the old quick bowlers. They can ping all sorts of muscles and tendons.
244 for 7. It's on the boundary to Silva, though. He goes to 41 now. Stone's going to come round the wicket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men catching for short balls now as Stone bowls. He paddles that round the court. It is too easy. It's predictable and it's easy.
Yeah, it is. You don't want to get another 40 or 50 runs doing this, and you all of a sudden look up and go, hold on a minute, we only need 200.
Oh, yeah.
Just get stuck in. I mean, England's trump card is they've got a new ball.
Very soon.
Yeah, 4 overs. 3 overs in. Which might test them. That's probably why they're waiting for Wokes, probably give them a little blast with that.
Yeah. Rathnaka, tall, left-handed. Waits for Stone, past umpire rifle he goes. He's there, he bowls very full this time. He drilled it for 4. Well, that was rather asking for that. There's nobody there to field it. As we were talking about earlier, opening up the offside. He didn't need to open up himself. It was a very generous half volley outside the off stump.
Clouted.
Yep. 249 for 7. Rathnaka has 22. That means Stone bowled in this spell.
This is his 5th.
Yeah, he looks like he's flagging a bit.
Yeah.
It's hard work running in and bowling 5 overs of effectively bounce.
Halfway down, yeah. Test the fitness.
Yep.
The back.
Then goes Stone, bowls to Rathnaka, who pulls into the leg side, doesn't really time it. Wokes fields, it's the end of that over. 10 minutes now to go until tea. If these two are still there, there'll be a break at 10 past 4, in which we are going to be talking to a couple of representatives of MCC about the crowd situation.
Oh, you've already got some action, have you?
Is Mr. Hoff coming in?
No, we couldn't find him. Unfortunately. So we've got 2 alternatives. 249 for 7.
See, you've created, you've said a few things over the airways, and they're now coming in to perhaps have a little think. You see, perhaps you should go into can't even say it. Administration, John.
It'd be interesting to see what at 64 years old to start a new career. Interesting to see whether what said. Is it a hands up? Yep, got this wrong, everybody. Sorry. Could be that. Bashir round the wicket, bowls, tucked away past short leg, runs away down to deep square leg.
I doubt it.
Well,
that's a 50 partnership. And bringing up the 250 as well. 50 partnership in 9.5 overs.
Give people a chance to say it, though, don't you?
Huh?
Give people a chance to say it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so you're going to be a bit of a paxman, are you?
No.
No.
Never a paxman.
Sharpen the
I can't sharpen. I'm here talking to you. Well, seamlessly from talking to you to talking to them.
Yeah, that's a bit of a leap.
It is a big leap. Foraging for truffles one minute and grilling the MCC about ticket prices the next. $2.50 for 7. Rathnaka waits for Bashir. Just kicks that away, really.
Might want that short leg a little bit closer. Doesn't look like it's spitting off the pitch.
No. Did you see what he does get off this pitch to the left-hander? And that $2.50 for 7. Bashir again, little jump, comes in round the wicket bowls, and that creeps away off an inside edge. He's got away. Unless they can get 2, which they will do, actually. Root still wearing his sleeveless sweater. Tosses the ball back. Perhaps he's not feeling very well.
Perhaps he's got your throat.
Well, it might have. It's a big baggy one too, isn't it? Joe's sleeveless. It looks like it's possibly a size too big. $2.52 for 7. Rathnaka over his bat. Bashir swings his arm. Past umpire Wilson he comes. And there's an appeal flag before wicket. Umpire Wilson considers it and says no. Bashir liked it.
Yeah, he did.
Bashir liked that. Let's have a look, see if they're going to review this or not. A little discussion going on.
He's 0 out of 7, Ollie.
Down to 5. Oh, he's going to review it. He's reviewing it.
he's just put his hands together and said, "Can I get at least?"
Well, they haven't got many left, have they?
The third
One more. Is that the last one?
Review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Both feet of Elliot's go to front on them, really.
Let's have a look. It's a bit of a flatter ball.
Did he hit it?
Was it skidding on? Let's have a look. Where did it pitch as well?
Well, he hasn't hit it.
It certainly hasn't hit it.
Might be missing leg.
Might have pitched outside leg.
There's clearly no bet. You can go to ball track when available.
Didn't feel out this.
Didn't see it bite off the
Just waiting on
surface.
ball tracking, Joel.
Joel Wilson gave it not out.
Well, this is Ollie. This is Ollie for none for 8, is it? 8 for none or none for 8.
Yes, he's not had a single successful review yet, has he? He's got a good contesting with umpire Wilson. Anyway, here we go. Where's it
Joel.
pitching? Pitching on. Oh, no, it's
Pitching
drifting
in
on
line,
straight, isn't it?
in line.
Missing,
Wicket's
missing leg.
We get back on screen. Just
Bad luck, Ollie.
Decision of not out.
8-0. He's got his arms folded. He's got a smile on his face.
He got
He's just
wow.
He was lured into that one, wasn't he? Well played, umpire Wilson. But, England now have no reviews left. Ollie is smiling.
Hasn't got one right. You would have thought, just from the, probability.
Bashir bowls. Rathnaka drives out to cover. I don't know if he's a football man or not, but the interview at the end of the game.
Yes.
Just go straight in. Ollie, 8-0. See if he twigs it. What do you think? Bashir bowls, driven, Pope dives, short cover, fields. And there's no run. Think he'll get it?
I think he will. I think he likes his football. Arsenal supporter.
Is he?
Yeah. 8-0.
Yeah. 8-0, Ollie. Well, did you go that way or did you go 8-0?
Well, how do you say it? The things, Ollie Pope 0. Joel Wilson 8.
DRS 8. Ollie Pope 0.
Have you ever done that? No, did never do that.
No.
Ollie Pope, yeah. DRS 8.
Ollie Pope. You always knew, didn't you? As soon as the second team was mentioned. James Alexander Gordon, what a star. Did that for so many years.
Yeah. Who's on? Oh, Bill Lawrence.
Oh, Lawrence is on.
Come on.
This is surely one of the most unusual bowling actions ever seen in Test cricket.
With arms and legs. He spins it though, gives it a flip.
Does give it a flick. I suspect when you're batting against him, the first couple of balls, you don't quite know where the ball's coming from.
Franklin Stevenson was a bit like that.
Yeah. So here he goes. Can't really begin to describe that approach. He turns his arm over. Oh, he almost gets through. That's what I was saying. You don't know where the ball's coming from. His arms and legs all over the place. What he ought to do is add some gurning to it as well. So if he did that,
Okay.
I think it'd be formidable. Because you've got no idea where it's coming from.
It's turned. He's got an inside edge onto a pad there. He's nearly got a wicket.
really good Gurn going at the same time. Here he comes again. And he bowls. And bottom edge almost into the stumps. So for about 3 balls, he's unplayable. Then I think they rumble him. Oh, the crowd's getting behind him now.
Yeah.
Come on, Dan. Rathnaka's coming down to tell his captain something. And now comes trotting back again. Right, let's see what happens this ball. It's sort of a gangling, half-trotting sort of approach. He tosses that up. Oh, that's better. You see that? Like 2 balls, 2 balls.
You're done.
Then you rumble. But if you added a face...
Yeah.
Quite terrifying. You wouldn't want to get out to it, would you?
Well, I think that's what Ratnaker said to him.
And he goes again. Big, huge leap. And there's lots of cartwheeling, and that's gone flying past leg slip. I don't know what off. The ball's disappearing for 4. Let's have a look at umpire rifle. That's buys. It didn't touch anything. 256 for 7.
Oh, it's spun.
Heading towards tea with 1 more over after this. Lawrence got the ball back now. I say he's been all over De Silva in this over.
Big turn.
Yeah. 2 balls left in the over. He deserves a wicket. Off he goes again. And he's there, and he bowls, and this time he steps away, gives himself a little bit of room, slices the ball away to backward point. And they take a single, and now he's going to have a go at the left hand. He's going to come round the wicket. Yeah, I wonder where he cultivated this action
I
from.
don't know. On the farm, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Looks like the edge grip.
It's not off anybody's seen on the telly, is it?
No.
It's just, I mean, it's...
Well, not a cricketer.
No. I don't know what you can say. It is natural. Last ball of the over. In he goes, Lawrence. And he bowls to Rathnaka, who drives fluently out to deep cover. And they take a run. That's the end of the over. I'll make it. There's time for 1 more before the tea break. .258 for 7.
Well, it's just treading water a bit to the new ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just need to be careful, England, because you can get yourself a little bit sort of switched off, though, can't you? And all of a sudden, the other team getting a bit of momentum and a bit of belief.
Yeah, I think we could do a tea here, really. Get off, got a new ball immediately.
Cup of rosy.
Yeah.
And a sandwich. They still have the sandwiches? Must have a sandwich, right now. Is it energy bars now?
Yeah, I doubt it. Might be a banana. Not quite the same, is it, when Gat's tea trolley used to get wheeled in? You could hear it, couldn't you? You could hear it from the middle. You hear those wheels going. Gat's trolley.
Chocolate eclairs are on there.
They were, weren't they?
Cream slices.
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Always used to cut the crusts off at Lord's as well.
Do they?
The old finger sandwiches.
Oh, right. No, I don't think you have those anymore.
No.
Bashir round the wicket, bowls, and Rathnaka blocks the first ball of what will be the last over before tea, back to the bowler again. So there's a couple of slips, a short leg, short cover. And Bashir swings the arm. Comes in, bowls a flatter one, driven out. No, it's a crowd catch, everybody. Driven hard into the ground. It's a Pope who did drop it, but it was hit into the ground first. 258 for 7. It's great when people do fall for that, isn't it? Had 2 of those in the last 20 minutes. Bashir bowls. On the back foot he goes, cracking that hard into the offside. Wants a single. Never run on a misfield, they say, but he's got away with that one. As Duckett couldn't get in quickly enough. 259 for 7. 3 balls to go in the over.
Bowled a bit too short. He's bowled a bit short this second innings, Bashir. Just doesn't quite find that sort of like nice loop up and down length, a bit of flight, a bit of guile. It's just always been a little bit into the pitch and a bit short. Good players to spin, the Sri Lankans, obviously.
Yeah.
Cut him away.
Bashir bowls. Oh, that's prodded away. It's in the air for a little while. Duckett fields out there at mid-on. 2 balls to go. 260 for 7. So England need 3 wickets. to win the game. It's just the bowlers to come. Rathnaka, he hangs around.
You never know.
No, he does hang around.
You never know. These two put on another 100.
Yeah, that's true. Bashir round the wicket in the sunshine. Bowls. Rathnaka defends. Or rolls back up the pitch. Picked up by the bowler. Paul Wilson's ready. I think he's ready for a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Looks like a man who could do with a sandwich. Duckett's coming in from mid-off. So he's coming on the drive there. Rathnaka over his bat. Here's the last ball of the session. Bashir swings his arm, bowls. Rathnaka forward, stubbornly defends it, and with a bat over his shoulder walks off. So they've made it through to tea, which at one stage it didn't look as if they would actually.
No, good little fighting partnership from those two. England, go and have a cup of tea. Got the new ball just around the corner. That's what they're going to be banking on to make the breakthroughs.
So England, what, new ball straight after tea?
Yes, I think so. Little wash and brush up for the bowlers. Cool shower, bit of a rub down, cup of tea, and then come back out. New ball, which has moved, hasn't it? It's sort of been a new ball kind of pitch at Lord's, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Woakes has got movement, so yeah, that's what I think they'll do.
Yeah, I mean, it's good timing for England. They can get off and get their feet up.
Yeah. Little regroup.
Yeah, exactly. So, bit of a rub down for the quick bowlers, and they'll come out and look to finish this off. Woakes taking 1 wicket. Atkinson's got 3 again. Bashir has 1, and Stone 2 for 56. So, we're going to be joined by the Senior Head of Club Services at MCC and the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at MCC shortly, responding to criticism of the ticket prices and crowd numbers shortly. But let's first check on today's other cricket, and there's a potentially significant result in the title race down at Taunton. Kevin Howells has news of that, and also the match that he's at featuring the champions Surrey away at Trent Bridge. Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on about Taunton, but I really want to highlight as well what we've seen take place today at Chelmsford, which is a victory for Worcestershire. They were 10 for 4 with Worcestershire at one point in that game, and they've managed to beat Essex, pretty much ruling Essex out of the title now and putting Worcestershire mid-table. Remember, they and Durham, 2 promoted teams from last year. Worcestershire with this tag, and they hate it, and they'll hate me saying it, but it's got to be said of yo-yo. Division 1 relegated, get promoted back and all that, and it kept on happening. But they've beaten Essex by 43 runs. Essex only needed 184 to win that game, and they've been beaten by Worcester thanks to some bowling from Logan van Beek, picking up 4 wickets, but also 2 outstanding catches from Brett D'Oliveira as well, removing some very important batters in that innings. It's a 3rd victory on the bounce for Worcestershire, but for Essex, a devastating defeat because their position, they were in behind Somerset and behind Surrey at the top of the table. They now drop below Hampshire. Actually, they drop into 4th. The result you were talking about, the one at Somerset, basically means, I think now it's a 2-horse race for the title, of which Surrey, of course, are at the top still. But Somerset have beaten Durham by 293 runs. We've seen a lot of spin this weekend, and it's been terrific to see. Jack Leach has picked up 12 wickets there for Somerset, a 7 for 50 in that second innings. Durham all out for 126, 5 wickets, and they're all out for 336. Somerset scores of 492 and 263 for 5 declared. So a 293 runs victory for Somerset. What really whets the appetite is after the break this week for the T20 quarterfinals, guess what we've got a week tomorrow? We've got Somerset versus Surrey at Taunton. By my reckoning, the gap will be, as I'll give you the score here at Nottingham in a moment, 24 points. That is going to be a real humdinger of a game. So much looking forward to that one. But today, so many congratulations to Worcestershire, commiserations to Essex, but that is a terrific turnaround for Worcestershire and a 43 runs victory. You may remember Hampshire beaten Lancashire by an innings and 37 runs yesterday. Lancashire in the bottom 2. Kent were beaten by Warwickshire yesterday by an innings and 21 runs. They're below Lancashire. They are the bottom 2 clubs. Warwickshire just easing their relegation concerns a little, but actually Worcestershire go above them by 2 points in the table, which is something for that rivalry between the two teams, who again coincidentally play each other in the next round of matches. But here at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 68 for no wickets. Surrey gave themselves 48 overs, setting a 298 target to try and bowl Nottinghamshire all out. They haven't made any breakthroughs as yet. Hamid on 37, Slater on 31. We've got 28 overs remaining, 230 runs off that target for Notts. But it looks to have got an awful lot easier out there to bat. Obviously, it's been easy enough, you might say, but the spinners, just amazing. And we think we've got a record here. It's at the Cricket Archive. We give them many thanks for all the information we've got here. If you got a chance to mention this earlier, but we've seen this 16-year-old in action this match. Farhan Ahmed, 16 years and 192 days old, becomes the youngest player in England to take 10 wickets in a match, beating no less than W.G. Grace. It really was a wonderful performance from him, also from Freddie McCann with the bat earlier as well. From a Nottinghamshire point of view, if this does turn out to be a draw, as we think it will do, they will be not out of trouble by any stretch of the imagination. I make it 10 points above Lancashire. Nottinghamshire third from bottom. Durham, by the way, will be on 130 points. So again, Warwickshire, Durham and Worcestershire not out of trouble, but they certainly have eased any relegation concerns for themselves. What else can I tell you about? Big win for Sussex, at the top of Division 2, a victory by an innings and 59 runs over Derbyshire. It means they extend their gap at the top of the table. It'll be a battle between Yorkshire and Middlesex to see who goes up with them. Those two teams actually playing each other this week, but they've come off a bad light at Leeds now. Yorkshire 150 for 2, second innings lead by 229 runs. And one other score, Leicestershire 358 for 6. That's a lead over Glamorgan of 59 runs. There is one match which it's important I do mention, from the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy. Northern Diamonds versus Thunder being played at Southport. Northern Diamonds 290 for 6. Thunder with a target at 291 or 170 for 5. That's 121 needed from 18.3 overs with 5 wickets standing. It's been a really good week for the Championship, Jonathan, and the table is not looking like we thought it would do as well. Can't wait for it to get going again a week on Monday.
Lovely. Kevin, you'll be there somewhere. Thank you very much indeed for covering all of that for us. And, of course, you can listen to commentary on all today's county cricket on the BBC Sport website and the app. Back here at Lord's, England need 3 wickets to win this test match and to therefore have cleaned up 5-0, as it were, with 1 to play for the summer. But as we've been discussing, it's a disappointing crowd here today. A sunny Sunday, and there's lots of criticism of high ticket prices for adults. Under 16s can attend for £15, and the adult prices did start at £95, but I'm not sure that's available today. But anyway, we'll find all that out. Viv Brown is here. She's a senior head of club services at the MCC, and Katie Mayer, who's Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at MCC, is also here. Viv, let's start with you then, because the head of club services, this is yours. Tickets and marketing and all that sort of stuff, is you?
It's ticketing and membership. Good afternoon, and thank you for welcoming us this afternoon to come and speak to you. Yeah, my department is club services. We're based just behind the pavilion, and we look after all the ticketing and the membership administration as well.
Okay, well, that clears that up. Right. What do you think, looking out the window?
Well, it's a beautiful day, and all of us want to see a very full Lord's. And obviously, the attendance today is not something that we would hope to see on such a lovely day. If I could give you some background, maybe, to how we move ahead with this. We actually start pricing. We're doing the pricing for next season at the moment, and we put a ticket strategy in place, and we sign that off in September. And a critical part of that, I think, is at the end of every season that we also review that. And we have a look and think, well, did we make all the right decisions, and what can we learn and how can we move forward? And when we set out at the beginning of this year, we very much pegged the West Indies and the Sri Lanka Test match at the same level, and we priced them at the same level. And we saw much greater interest in the West Indies Test from the beginning of this year. Certainly also from a hospitality point of view, that was also more popular. But even the West Indies Test match, the day 4 sales did lag behind a little bit. They were sitting at about 17,000 until the Jimmy News, and then they took off and went stratospheric, and so that was very beneficial, although obviously those people didn't get to enjoy their day here. As we've moved ahead with day 4 here, we've seen that the sales have lagged, so we have put certain elements in place, group offers for 6, 12 and 50 size groups. We obviously very much price the under 16 pricing at the weekend to try and attract a family audience. When we look ahead, we're comparing, we do benchmark ourselves again against other grounds and similar environments such as Twickenham, the Oval, Wimbledon, and we try to benchmark our prices to match that. With all of that said, when we look at this, we know that we want to improve, and we want to improve year on year. And so I think as we move forward, we'll take into greater consideration how we address day 4, as it seems that the dynamics of day 4 have slightly changed over the recent years.
The problem is, though, it's easy because next year you've got India. So they're to sell out. So actually, this will be forgotten. I don't think you'll need to learn any lessons from this because you'll sell out the 4th day because it's India. It's these matches, it's the lower profile games. I mean, the West Indies was the first Test match of the summer, and it was people have been gagging for Test cricket. So I'm not surprised that sold out. But this speaks for itself. The public have spoken.
Well, we also looked back through historic pricing and historic attendance as well. And actually, some of the historic attendance for a day 4 of a Sri Lanka Test match is around 17,000, indicating that there is that level of demand. Looking, I think the Oval's day 4 is on a Monday. I think their prices are similarly matched. I'd be interested to see how they attract, what decisions they make there, whether they decide to do some dynamic pricing. And dynamic pricing is something that we've talked about as a management team, and if that's something we need to introduce as we go ahead. So certainly lessons learned. Very keen to learn those lessons and ensure that we see a much fuller house for days like this, especially when it's such a lovely sunny day.
Kate, you're the communications officer. Have you got this wrong?
I think it's a learning for all of us, but ultimately we do a lot of work here to attract large crowds, if not full crowds, across the entire season. We've actually seen more crowds coming for international matches this year than we have ever previously at Lord's, and we're really growing our new audiences coming through. We've got more new children coming in, women, non-cricket fans across the various inventory that we have this summer, and I know over the weekend with the children's pricing that's been reflected in some of the children's numbers. So we're very focused on doing what we can to just continue growing that. So clearly if there are days where we're not filling the ground, we will look at that and consider what ways we can bring in the following year and the subsequent years when perhaps there's some slightly less popular teams playing to really maximise that attendance.
Yeah, I mean the problem is that everyone is desperate for Test cricket to survive, and you sold out the 100 for the final. Wow, 30,000 people, fantastic. Let's bring them into the bigger game, the wider game, if you like. Was there marketing during the course of that to say, come and watch Sri Lanka play in the Test match at Lord's? Was that because they haven't come?
Absolutely. I mean, we market heavily right from the get-go when the ballot goes live around September the previous year. And this has been intensively marketed, I'd say probably more so than any of the other internationals this season, because we are constantly on a weekly basis looking at those sales numbers. And we knew that this day was lower, and I know that it's not unique to us. Our fellow venue over the river has had the same, I believe. So it's something we're all focused on across the game, not just for us when we're talking with the ECB and our friendly venues. And we've done lots to try and engage not just the England fans but the Sri Lankan fans as well, and things like bringing in the group offer was part of that to really try and engage them. I think we've got some sort of macro issues playing at hand with this particular match this week. There's obviously the Bazball effect and the day 4 possibly being a bit more like a day 5 in some people's minds, but this is also obviously the end of the summer holidays. It's later than we would normally host a Test match. It was a bank holiday last week. It's back to school for many people tomorrow, or certainly in the coming days. So I think that has played a little bit into some of the struggles with today's sales particularly. But we're very keen to maximise it in future years to come.
Explain to me the question of not being able to refund people who have paid, say people have paid £100 and you decide when it's all, we haven't got the numbers right, 40 quid. That means people might have paid £60 more. Why can't you just refund those people on the cards that they've paid for online, the difference? Because you say it's not easy to, or at least I'm not saying you personally, but the line is, it's complicated to refund people. Why? If I overpay something somewhere, I'll take my card back and they put it back on my card. Why can't you do that?
We have done that in the past, and it has caused some complications. What we're very keen to ensure is that it's not fair for people who've paid full price and have come in at that level.
I get that, yeah.
Yeah. So we want to make sure that we're treating people in an equitable fashion. Again, that's something maybe we could look at. We did introduce that last year for the Ireland Test. Actually, it was for the day 4, and the sales for that were very low, and it didn't eventuate in the end anyway. But it's certainly something that we can look into further. One thing I would say maybe is across the first 3 days of this Test match, we have welcomed 85,000 people into the ground. But we fully take on board the point, and we want to make sure that moving ahead we're protecting day 4 of Test matches of this nature outside those of India and Australia as we move forward.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that Lords is the home of cricket, isn't it? And so it is under the microscope.
Mhm.
People are muttering about, well, they shouldn't have 2 test matches a year. I mean, it's all that sort of wider argument it is opened up, isn't it?
And next year, when we look at the matches that we're hosting here, that's something we have to take into consideration and have a very stepped pricing schedule to make sure that it is marketed at the right levels to attract people to come to the ground. And that's something that we need to take on board and make sure that we continue to try to get right. And if I had a crystal ball, I'm sure this would be much easier, but I'm afraid I'm lacking that at the moment. But
Yeah,
I look forward to it as we move ahead.
Well, we're all lacking crystal balls, but I just think that next year is going to be different because it's going to be India. These are the years when it's like this, and it's an opportunity to get people who can't pay £100 plus. It's an opportunity for them to come, and we're busily marketing the 100 and shouting out from the rooftops and 30,000 people. The whole idea being to open the game up. Here's the chance to do it, and it hasn't been taken.
I think a particular opportunity on that front as well will be 2026 with that women's test match, which we're very excited that we got to announce last week. And I think will be front of mind when it comes to pricing the women's test match product 50 years on from Rachel Hayhoe-Flint led out the team here
Yes.
to make sure it's as accessible to as many people as possible. So it's very much front of mind. And that will be a year, I think, that's quite a good test for getting as many new audiences in for the particular format that we're looking at today.
Okay. James Hobbs, I'm a lifelong cricket fan living 20 minutes away from Lords. I'd love to be there today. It's too expensive. It gives the impression it's for rich people. Public school educated. It's sort of the Freddie Flintoff programme there, isn't it? We're trying so hard to get away from that sort of image, but it just feels, it looks elitist.
Well, for James, if you're only 20 minutes away, we opened Lake Gate about half an hour ago, and that's £15 and £5, and people can walk up and buy those tickets and come in, so we'd love to welcome you here.
Okay. Might see 3 balls.
Might be going into tomorrow, who knows?
If I set off walking, it'd be all over. Well, look, it's an important subject, and I do appreciate you actually coming out and talking about it.
Well, thank you for giving us that opportunity.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
So I think next year you won't have a problem, but it's these years, isn't it? It's the ones in between, those big high-profile ones.
Yeah.
Opportunity to get people into Test cricket. Anyway.
Especially on such a beautiful day. Thank you for
Well,
this
no,
opportunity.
Viv and Katie, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you very much.
I do appreciate that, and I hope our listeners will appreciate you coming out as well. So they're coming towards the end of tea here. The stewards are ringing the outfield. England know what they have to do. They've got 3 wickets to take to win this game, and therefore to go 5-0 up, as it were, in the summer of the West Indies. Of course, that was 3-0. There's still that test match next week at the Oval. That starts on Friday. So, yes, their 4th day is Monday. And I think schools are back then. All schools are back then. So it's just like it's a bit of a different dynamic to this particular Sunday. But there we go. We've talked about it. We've raised the issue. We've done all we can do. So we shall see where that goes. Alison, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Aggers. Well, good news to know that if you did come to the Grace Gates, you can get in for £15 now for this evening session, which, as Aggers rightly said, 3 wickets to go. It might only be 3 balls, or you might get, a good couple of hours before those 3 balls 3 wickets are taken by England. Might get a full evening session. Now, regardless, you'd be able to come into Lords and soak up the atmosphere if you've never been before. Note that the area out the back, actually, the nursery ground, the area they're now calling the Green's got bean bags and picnic tables set up, and there's quite a few games of grass cricket, garden cricket, backyard cricket almost, that break out around the back of the media centre in that nursery ground area. And actually, often there's been evenings where play finishes early at Lords, and those games of cricket go long into the afternoon at the end of a match here on a sunny evening. The umpires are coming back out, but it's good to hear that lessons will be learnt and attempts will be made to try and encourage more people to buy tickets at affordable prices, particularly at this stage of a match and on a 4th day in future. Right, England will have a new ball available to them, about 80 overs of this Sri Lankan innings. But Milan Ratnayake and the captain Dhananjaya De Silva have done a good job at keeping England at bay. Russell Arnold, former Sri Lanka batter, is alongside me again. And they've put on, Russell, the best partnership of the match for Sri Lanka at this late stage.
They batted well. Tested early with the short pitch stuff. Milan Ratnayake taking a blow for the 2nd time in the game, but he's handled the short one a lot better after that.
Yep, it was Ollie Stone from the nursery end continue with that short ball tactic. We had spin from the pavilion end in the shape of Shoaib Bashir, and even Dan Lawrence got an over as they're leading up to the tea break and the conclusion of the 80 over mark.
Dan
Almost not got a wicket as well. He found the inside edge,
created
didn't he?
lots of problems. Dhananjay De Silva had no clue what was coming at him.
Well, Chris Woakes has got he's got the ball in his hand. I'm sure it'll be the new one. It's in the hands of the umpires at the moment. Paul Rifle has got that shiny red ball with the gold leaf print. Here we go. It's held aloft by umpire Paul Rifle. 260 for 7 then. Sri Lanka set that target of 483. We're entering into the evening session of day 4. The sun is warm. It's beating down on Lords. Plenty of people are still taking that opportunity to sit in the shade where it's available in the stands here, because there is plenty of heat in the sun. 4 slips and a gully. Standing behind Dhananjay De Silva, the Sri Lankan captain. Chris Woakes, who bowled beautifully at the start of the day, has another opportunity here. He's kicking his legs out, stretching, limbering up.
There were periods in the day that you thought that Sri Lanka will bat on and on. Karunaratne and Matthews early.
Here is the new ball. It's Woakes with it. And first ball is clipped towards mid-wicket along the ground. In controlled fashion, Bashir is there to field. No noticeable sign of swing there from Woakes.
Both looked like they'd played themselves in, and there was like not a worry in the world when suddenly Ollie Stone got one to bounce sharply at Karunaratne, got him caught down the leg side. Then in the afternoon session again, Dinesh Chandimal came in, and what a positive knock he was playing.
Yeah, 58. Atkinson got his wicket. Oh, full outside edge found here by Woakes. De Silva setting off quickly for the single point, chasing back. Big cry of no when Ratnayaka wondered if there might have been 2 there. Throw comes back into Smith. 261 for 7 then. First run after tea.
It was a strange passage of play though, Alison, because straight after lunch, Matthews glanced one, picked up 2 runs. Dinesh Chandimal kept attacking. 59 runs at one stage they had put on, and Chandimal had scored 51 of those out of the 59. Matthews had played 21 dot balls and suddenly chipped one to mid-off.
Funny, isn't it, how these things happen? But it's often when you get that big string of dot balls, the eagerness comes to score, and maybe that concentration level is affected.
Then the dismissal, you mentioned that inside edge, and luckily England have been having catches right around the bat almost throughout the day. That's the mindset they have been in.
Ratnayaka to face up to Woakes. A short leg in here as well, full and straight and driven nicely, just leading into the shot. Ratnayaka, cover chasing after it, back to the boundary, through the wide mid-off region, and coming back again here for 3. Neatly played, and again, you know, as we saw from him on Test debut at Old Trafford, he's a well-organised bat.
And then you got Sri Lanka's best batter in the recent past, Kamindu Mendis, who we were all wanting up the order. He comes in at 8. And he plays probably the worst innings of his Test career so far. Slashes at one outside off stump and into the slips she goes.
Yep, Ben Duckett.
And now it just seems like a matter of time, and these two are holding England up very nicely.
And there's some personal milestones to be met as well. De Silva is on 46, angles that into the ground, and then one bounce into the hands of 4th slip. So 46 not out, he can notch up a half-century here, the captain, in fighting calls.
On that line, of course, personal milestones. We have Gus Atkinson, who's got 100, 3 wickets at the moment. 3 more to pick up. I'm sure he'll be using the new ball from the other end. So 100 and a 5. Only 2 others have done that here at Lords. Bino Mankad and
Schultz.
You'll never get the other name.
Woakes bounds in. Oh, that's almost gone back onto the stumps. Bottom edge into the pad. Dribbles back up the pitch.
Yeah, Ian Botham the other.
Really?
His, first full summer of Test cricket. 8 for 34 and 108 against Pakistan on this ground. I mentioned that Vinu Mankad game earlier on.
He won 84, but he conceded more runs than he scored off the bat to pick up his 5 wickets.
He did, 5 for 196. Bowled 73 overs, went out to open the batting. 73? Having already opened the batting in the first inning. Got
73, is that the most bowled by a bowler in Test cricket?
De Silva hips it through the vacant mid-wicket region, takes 1, and mid-on.
Could be close,
Pots
Andy.
it there to field.
I think from memory it's about 98. There was I think Sonny Ramadin bowled a lot of edge batted in 1957 as England batted for a draw in the second innings. And then I'll get out the full list. I think there was an Australian bowler winning Old Trafford Test of 1964, one of the dullest games ever played. Both teams got over 600, and there were an awful lot of overs bowled, and cricket just slowly died on the inside.
Well, on the subject of milestones, a few milestones for the Sri Lankans. Dimuth Karunaratne today became the fourth highest run scorer for Test, highest run scorer in Test for Sri Lanka. He went past Sanath Jayasuriya during his knock today.
Well, let's see if Atkinson can take another step forward to being on the honours board yet again, because he has got the new ball, now 1 over old after Woakes completed, 265 for 7, De Silva on 47.
And then we also had Kamindu Mendes, who's played 9 Test innings, 641 runs.
Atkinson moving in, right arm over to De Silva, and he's punching it back down the ground past his batting partner at the non-striker's end. Long chase here as the ball is running back towards the pavilion. Should be pulled up inside the rope, and it is. And they've come back again. De Silva brings up his 50 of 68 balls. A valiant effort, with England just 3 wickets away from victory inside 4 days here, but the Sri Lanka captain has been standing firm. A 16th Test 50 for Dhananjaya De Silva.
He's always good to watch. Looks like he has a lot of time, Dhananjaya De Silva. A class act indeed. And he's got the mic again.
68 balls, 7 fours, his 28th 50-plus score in Test 12 centuries amongst those. No hundreds against England yet. This is 4th 50 against England.
So Kamindu Mendes, a failure today, but is in line to become the quickest 1,000 runs.
Tremendous player, Atkinson. In a little bit of width and a big drive. A miss from Ratnayaka, through to Jamie Smith it goes. But yeah, that was a wild drive, looking to go down the ground.
Today's failure makes it harder, of course. 1,000 runs, I think 2 players took 12 innings to get to. Herbert Sutcliffe, 99 years ago. And Everton Weeks, 1949.
Been doing your research, Russell. Atkinson in full, driven beautifully by Ratnayaka, the left-hander down to the boundary in front of the Allen stand. And cover chasing back in vain. Punch of the gloves between these two. At tea, the partnership stood at 60 from 76 balls. But advanced Sri Lanka by 12 since then. And a couple of flowing boundaries against the new ball. So really not great.
No
deal
swing,
of movement,
no swing at all for both bowlers. They've been trying to bowl fuller, which they've done since lunch. They've been a lot fuller at the batters in terms of the length. And nicely played away by Milan Ratnayaka.
It's warm, it's pretty still out there. Oh, but there's a wild swish at a drop. First slip, Joe Root has missed one. The edge found, the drive attempt from Ratnayaka. And there was the opportunity for Atkinson to take his 4th.
Probably a foot shorter, but across the body of the left-hander. He looks for that big drive. Was dying on Joe Root, but yet a very comfortable catch. It would have, if he was standing upright, he goes down on one knee, somewhat like the long barrier, and gets hit on his thigh. If he was standing upright, it would have hit him on his knee. Just to give you an indication.
Now able to run one. And here's De Silva on. He's hit this one straight to Dan Lawrence at short leg.
That was
struck him on the body. Again, that was a chance. It went to him on the full.
It went to him on the full. He got his hands to it while jumping up.
And it's gone almost sort of through him, in effect. The ball's ended up behind him. It's gone between his legs, ricocheted off the hands between his legs. So 2 chances in 2 Gus Atkinson deliveries. I mean, it's short leg. You've always got to have quick reactions. He was almost standing too tall for that one.
Surely he can't catch it. It'll be one of those instances where the ball catches you, that gets stuck in your hand or somewhere.
Atkinson in again, and the pull shot attempted doesn't come off. It's bottom edged into the body and into the ground. And, well, an eventful few deliveries at the end of Gus Atkinson's over there. Takes his cap from the umpire, 273 for 7. And that could have easily been the end of both Ratnayaka and De Silva.
It could have easily. And just to finish up on Kamindu Mendes' numbers, well, he should easily become Sri Lanka's quickest 2,000 runs, because Roy Dias, I mean, Aggers will know, a lot about Roy Dice. He was one of Sri Lanka's most elegant players of the past. He took 23 innings, so Kaminda Mendis well within that number to.
It'd be quite an amazing stat for him to have. Accolade. Right, Chris Woakes then. Back at the nursery end. 273 for 7. England looking for 3 more wickets. They've just had a dropped catch. And one that's missed by Lawrence outside edge of the bat, but into the ground. And fielded by fourth slip. Perfect batting conditions still, isn't it? And the pitch isn't offering much for the bowlers.
Coming out here today, I just felt the Sri Lankans will be up for it because everything in their favour. Looking up the skies, the temperature, the sun's out, the pitch still playing so well. The ball was 20-something overs old. And that would mean you just need to get through that first half hour, which they did.
3 slips the gully, short leg, short extra cover, outside edge again, into the ground, towards fourth slip. Hope's in that position, moves across to his left-hand side to field. He's got his sunglasses perched on his cap, and they keep glinting in the bright sunshine overhead.
But England have been honest, to tell you the truth. They've just kept pegging away as a unit. Everyone's been coming at the batters. Different angles tried all the time. Ollie Pope's been having fielders in catching positions, and hence they've been able to pick up those wickets.
Ratnayaka awaiting Woakes, gets in behind this one, high front elbow, angles it into the offside, and there's no run. Yep.
Basically, that's what you call chipping away.
And they've had plenty of time and plenty of runs behind them, crucially, to keep chipping away and keeping those fielders in attack.
They've used that scoreboard pressure by having those attacking fielders and everyone building pressure. A lot of captains nowadays we see quickly go on to that defensive mode, spread that field, and wait for the batters to attack.
Woakes bounds in, angled towards point, no run. Fielded in the bright sunshine.
And make those mistakes. Case in point, Allison, the dismissal of Chandimal. 56 runs, he was hitting boundaries at will and flying. But still, there were, 3 slips. The leg slip, the fielder at 45 where he got caught in the first innings, and also the man under the helmet.
That comes back to the first innings and England having the opportunity to bat and score big. Woakes in down the leg side this time. Left well alone by Ratnayaka. He wasn't going to have anything to do with that. Woakes has been usually very consistent on that offside channel. And that big slip cordon there waiting. Just the short leg and deep backward square in place on the leg side, and then mid-on in front of the bat.
Joe Root, surprisingly, on this warm afternoon at Lord's, even by Sri Lankan standards, if you're feeling the heat.
Surely not. Ratnayaka forward in solid defence.
Okay, let's say it's pleasant. He's got a sweater on. He's been having that on all day. The only player, or only person in the vicinity of 20 miles, probably.
He clearly doesn't feel the heat. He's
cool,
calm, and collected.
You reckon he's cool?
Well, he's put down a catch, so he might be sweating a little bit now. 273 for 7. England with a new ball. They've picked up the juices with after tea. Woakes and Gus Atkinson. Atkinson 3 wickets to his name. De Silva 50 from 70. The captain Ratnayaka 34 from 51. They came together after Kamindu Mendis, as I've been talking about, was caught by Ben Duckett. Third slip. Big thick outside edge off Atkinson, who's running in now. Bowls, that's chopped back onto the stumps, and Atkinson picks up his 4th wicket. And Dhananjaya De Silva is left standing there. He's having to walk away slowly, and it's high fives for Atkinson. And a little hug there for Joe Root as well to say, don't worry, I got a wicket anyway. 273 for 8. De Silva gone for 50.
The established player anyway. Back of a length again. De Silva caught on the crease. It did not bounce as much as he expected it. Bottom of the bat and straight on to the stumps. De Silva looking at the pitch, looking at the bottom of the bat, but ideally should have been pushing forward and keeping that one out.
Well, he's battled away, but on a successful partnership and the best of the match with Ratnayaka. But Sri Lanka's captain, well, he knows the writing's on the wall. 2 more wickets needed for England to win the Test match, and Sri Lanka still such a long way off from their target that was set at 483. But really warm applause now for De Silva. Here's a slow walk back to the pavilion for him. He hasn't made it to the boundary yet, but he will walk up those steps. And Atkinson is 1 away from the fifer.
50 from 71 balls for Dhananjaya De Silva, 7 fours. In that, the partnership was 73 and 15.5 overs. 3 half-centuries for Sri Lanka this innings, but no one has reached 60.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Having a start, getting to that 50 mark, but not being able to go big. Lahiru Kumara now walks out. I'd run out for naught, wasn't he, in the first innings?
He hung around a bit.
Yep, 22 odd balls, I think it was.
Yep, he was giving good support to Kamindu Mendes in trying to go on, and then they were shielding the strike, tried to get across. Ollie Pope threw the stumps down.
That's right.
But it's going to be a bit different ball game here, along with Milan Ratnayaka.
Oh, he's coming out against a new ball.
He knows his team needs 210. I don't think that will be at the back of his mind. But a very soft dismissal, you'll have to say. Dhananjaya De Silva standing at the crease and ball hitting the bottom of the bat onto the stumps.
Yep, he was disappointed. Well, Atkinson could yet get another little storyline to his name here. He's running in, 4 wickets to his name. He's bowling to Kumara, the number 10. And it beats the bats through to Smith outside the off stump. 4 slips in a gully. And Atkinson 1 wicket away from would be a third 5-wicket haul at Lord's. Remember, he got 12 in the match on debut. He's up on the honours board for a century.
What a great start.
It's unbelievable.
To his career, setting the bar high, and that's going to be a problem for him going forward, because you can perform well, you'll do well, you'll do what the team requires, but might not be at this level.
Kumara gets a full ball from Atkinson, digs it out, it's a puff of dust, manages to take 1 through point, gets down the other end, which might be a semblance of relief from him, and he can hand the reins over to Ratnayaka, the established batter, to hold England off for a little bit longer. 274 for 8. England 2 more wickets for a 2-0 series win. That would make it 5-0 for the summer so far. 1 to play at the Oval. Atkinson. Short hair, bleached blonde, racing in, right arm over. And Ratnayaka stands up to defend, drops the ball into the offside. No run. He's on 34 from 52.
Ratnayaka's been a good find for Sri Lanka. Not express, he's tall, just hit the deck. He'll do a job for you. A holding role with the ball, that's what he's being picked for primarily. But he'll keep going. He's very good in the field compared to a lot of the other fast bowlers in the Sri Lankan team. But his batting is surprising everyone. He's kind of showing that he can bat at 7 and 8, which will add some balance.
So valuable to Sri Lanka here. Guided, dropped into the offside towards gully. Quick single being taken, and Kumara manages to get home.
Without running himself out for the second time.
You wouldn't want that, would you?
And hence, going forward, he can only get better. He seems confident. And as you know, in the subcontinent, a lot of those all-rounders are spinning all-rounders. You rarely get a bowler or a player who can give you 10, 12 seam overs a day, bat at 7 and 8. The tail contributing the least in Test cricket, the Sri Lankan tail.
Kumara facing up, jumps. Is through. Oh, it's a misfield at extra cover. And chase back for Stone and go through for 1.
I think that was intentional.
Allow them to get the single, keep Kumara on strike.
Yep, intentionally
for 8.
Missed. Bogus apology to Atkinson from
Stone.
From Stone, but it's what England would want.
Yeah, well, it is.
All at
Unless
Kumara.
that's lack of awareness from Kumara and Ratnayaka. But anyway, it'll be Kumara who's on strike. Andy, you're poised with your mic.
Well, just on Atkinson, now 1 wicket away from the very rare double achievement of a century and a 5-wicket haul in a Test. Here's a list of previous England players who've scored a century and taken 5 wickets in a men's Test match. Tony Greig, Ian Botham, Ian Botham, Ian Botham, Ian Botham and Ian Botham.
Right. A list of 2. Well, in multiple times. So I'll tell you what, Gus Atkinson will be doing well if he manages to do it on multiple occasions. That will be a mark of him as a true all-rounder. Wokes moves in, bowls full, a drive and a miss from Kumara outside the off stump. This is Wokes over the wicket to the left-hander, so slightly angling that ball across in into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Big black wicket-keeping gloves, 276 for 8. What part of Sri Lanka does Ratnayaka come from, Russell?
Yeah, he's from Kurunegala, a place called Variapula. Kurunegala is where Rangan Herath is from. He grew up there, and that's where he's played most of his cricket.
Mara crouching low, waiting for Wokes. Manages to defend, not looking altogether comfortable though. Drops it towards the short leg region, and there's no run.
I'm not aware if you know your way around as much in Sri Lanka, Kurunegala. Halfway between Dambulla and Colombo.
I've been to both those places, so I can now visualise Dambulla in the jungle, in the centre of
Yes, and it's somewhere. You do find rocks around there. Kurunegala, Gala means rock, and
Wokes in, bouncer. Kumara ducks, doesn't have to duck too far to get underneath it. I remember going to Sigiriya Rock, actually, from Dambulla.
Yes.
Is that the other direction, or is that
no?
towards that way?
Sigiriya Rock is around Dambulla, where we play a lot of cricket. We haven't played Test cricket there, but just white ball cricket, and it's a part of the cultural triangle. In the center of the country, Pola, Narwa, Anuradhapura and Dambulla market, maybe an hour and a half drive from Kandy.
Wokes to Kumara, not far away from the outside edge, oohs and ahs from that slip cord and hands on heads as the ball lands in the gloves of Smith. It's a beautiful part of the country, isn't it, to be able to visit?
Very different, rural, lots of fields and space, wildlife.
Many other
snakes,
cricketers have hailed
monkeys.
from that particular part of Sri Lanka?
We do have a few, but Rangan Herath is the name that stands out. There's Ajit Ekanaka, who played a game or two from.
Wokes moves in, and Kumara defends on off stump, angled towards cover, and there's no run.
There are a couple of others who played a few games for Sri Lanka. Eric Upashanta was a seam bowler. He played in the 1999 World Cup out here. The Sigiriya Rock, though, it's a tremendous experience. Getting up there, I've never been up there, though, Alison. I'm scared of heights.
Beautiful view when you get up to the top. It's hot, hard work.
It's an early morning climb.
Yeah.
To
Don't get up there in the heat of the sun. And now a bit of a switch in field, a leg slip put in place here for Kumara. And Wokes coming around the wicket to the left-hander. And he's hoiking it across the line, and he beats mid-wicket, chased back towards the boundary. And who's going to get there first? A slide, pulls the ball back inside the rope. That's Stone chasing back again. Ball comes back into the middle, and they've run a couple. 278 for 8. Kumara onto 4. Decided to really go for that one, but he made a good connection. Ratnayaka will be on strike 35 for the start of the next over.
Yeah, Atkinson's moved up another place, and most wickets by an England bowler in his first 5 tests. Nick Cook's 34, still under threat. Atkinson now on 32. He's still behind Fred Truman and Tom Richardson, 33 each. Tom Richardson played in the 1890s with a short but spectacular international career, and he's tied with Frank Foster, left-arm seamer from just before the First World War, on 32.
Well, will we see a fifer? Will it be this over? Atkinson's got the ball in his hand again. I wonder if his dad is at the ground again today. Surely his dad will still be here. 280 for 8. Atkinson's got 4 wickets in this innings. Ratnayaka is on strike. Full ball driven square for 4. Whistles along the ground, down the slope as well, out towards the old scoreboard. And the clock and the old Father Time weather vane. Neatly played.
He plays some very good shots, Ratnayaka. Front foot and back foot. He seems to know his game. But Atkinson, on the other hand, he doesn't mind conceding a couple of boundaries here and there. Now, quietly, he'll slip one slightly shorter. He picked the edge earlier, not to be taken, and he might even dish, just, roll one up there and then go back to that length, that effective length.
Bouncer pulled away, and this will be 4 more to the grandstand. Ratnayaka seeing it early, stood tall. He's a tall man, 6 foot. Controlled the ball well, but no fielder out on that side of the ground. So back-to-back boundaries off Atkinson. 288 for for 8. They're enjoying this new ball at the moment. Atkinson banging that one in. It got up to about just above shoulder height. Rathnayake dealt with it well.
Even though it's the second new ball, looked like he had a lot of time to play that. I didn't think he'll go for the short one. The fielder under the helmet.
A surprise short ball, really. Just that one man back at.
He's moving to
final leg.
extra cover now, Dan Lawrence.
Well, Ratnayake's on 43.
Could he get a second half century?
72
on debut.
Yep. Atkinson in. Oh, he misses this one. Oh, it's caught behind. Atkinson has his arms spread. He's got another 5 for at Lords. The catch taken by Jamie Smith, and Atkinson is being hugged by his teammates. The rare feat of a 5 foot and a century in the same test match, and it adds to the 12 wickets he took on test debut at Lords only a few test matches ago. What a remarkable start to the career of this young fast bowler.
Lifts the ball up to the crowd, enjoys the applause. His teammates stand all around him. Back of a length, there was no one in the leg side. He even pulled Dan Lawrence to the offside. I mentioned a wild hoik from Ratnayake. Bottom edge just goes straight through. Atkinson, can you believe it? He's just enjoying himself with the bat in hand, ball in hand, and whatever he does.
Well, quite unbelievable. Ratnayake has gone for 43. Congratulations to Gus Atkinson, and now just 1 wicket needed for England to win this match. But goodness me, 5 for 62 he's got, and still a few more balls in this over alone. Aggers, what an achievement.
Yes, thank you, Alison. And out of the sunshine comes the number 11, striding through the shadows with a lot to do. And England needing 1 wicket. 5 for 62. It is an extraordinary start to Test cricket. I mean, it really is. And yet, no surprise. He doesn't look like someone who would just fade away. I mean, you never know with injuries.
No.
But it's such an easy action, a lot of skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be around for, or should be around for a long time.
Yeah, and he holds that. He's got a very nice sort of variation in the way he holds it in different positions for little wobble seams.
Yes, he does.
Swings it away. He's got all the tools.
Yeah, he has. He's got enough pace too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and more gold, more gold to pay.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you've been in this position before, Tuffers. You're walking out to bat.
Yeah.
Number 11, 195 needed to win, or 1 day and 33 overs.
Yeah, I'm getting stuck here. No, the game is up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty horrible place to be,
It
really.
is. You just don't know what to do, really.
Well, you give a bit of a swing. Try and get yourself 10 or 15.
288 for 9. England need 1 wicket to win the game. Atkinson comes scurrying in, bowls a very high bouncer. And umpire Wilson, who's rather more generous than others would have called that a wide, but he just says that's 1 short pitch ball for the over.
I mean, we talk about ceilings, don't we? It's very trendy, isn't it, now, talking about ceilings of cricketers and what have you, what their ceiling is. Gus Atkinson, I mean...
Yeah.
The sky's the limit at the moment, isn't it?
It is.
Just looks like getting runs and wickets every time he's at the crease.
3 slips Gully, 2 leg slips. Atkinson bowls and Fernando steps away there and runs the ball down to Gully.
Didn't carry.
No. It's fielded by Bashiat. And there's no run. Shadows lengthening, very warm afternoon. Atkinson wanders back towards the pavilion.
They've got better though, Sri Lanka, haven't they?
Well, yes.
Yeah, they've got a bit better. Poor decision.
Chronic decision to...
Chronic.
It was, wasn't it? I mean, no one believed it at the time.
Chronic.
It's almost like saying, are you sure? Atkinson runs in. Fernando's heading off towards the leg side again.
That's the number.
Looks a bit more horticultural. And he sort of made contact with it, but clothed it to mid-on. 288 for 9. 1 wicket to win. And well done, Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, just a quick update on a few of those Atkinson stats. So a century and a 5-wicket haul in the test. Mentioned Tony Greig did it once, Ian Botham 5 times. So the last time an England player had a century and a 5 from the same game was the Wellington Test of January 1984, the final of those Botham achievements in all. It's the 36th time in over 2,500 tests that a player has taken a 5-wicket haul and scored a century in the same test. The third at Lords, Botham in 1978 against Pakistan, Vinu Mankad for India in 1952, 33 wickets in his first 5 tests. Only your old teammate Nick Cook is ahead of him, 34 in his first 5 tests. He's tied with Freddie Truman and Tom Richardson. There's another thing about 33 wickets in a 5-test sequence for England.
So much Kamara waiting for Wokes, who's skipping in, bowls, and there's a mighty swipe. And hits it for 4.
That was a good set.
Threw mid off. It is stepped away, swung the bat like a man chopping a tree down. And away to the boundary for 4.
The last England bowler to have 33 wickets in a 5-test sequence at any stage of their career was Graham Swan in 2013. The last seam bowler for England was Ryan Sidebottom, 34 wickets in a 5-test sequence. So Atkinson has already taken had a more productive 5-test sequence than either Broad or Anderson managed in their entire careers.
Cool. Wokes round the wicket, runs in, bowls, and another swipe and a miss. Those who have scored centuries and taken 5 wickets in a test match, I'll wager that it wasn't their first-class 100. They were recognised all-rounders, is what I'm saying. Whereas the big thing about Gus Atkinson is that people we didn't really have on the radar as being an all-rounder.
I think that some of the people at Surrey did.
Yes, but he's played enough games, I'd have thought, where if you're an all-rounder for Surrey, he would have had more opportunity.
Yes, yes, spot on.
Yeah. 292 for 9. Wokes runs in, bowls, and crafty slower ball there. It just drifted away from Kamara, but he wasn't to be deceived.
Where did Nick Cook get all these wickets in?
Against.
Yeah,
he got
in
called
England.
Do you remember when Phil Edmonds went in the back, getting out of his car?
Right,
yeah. So about 83, was it?
Yeah, against New Zealand, and then on the tour of Pakistan, he got a lot of wickets.
Yeah, Phil Edmonds drew up out here the day before the Test match, went in the back.
Oh dear.
So
did he have a sports car?
I don't know. Here goes Wokes. Bowls full again and hoiked in the air, down to mid-on. The crowd know it's going to be caught. It's taken by Stone. Wokes completes it. And England complete a comfortable victory by 190 runs, their 5th consecutive victory of the summer. They're heading for a rare whitewash. Haven't been done for a long time, 20 years, but they're heading for it now as they go to the Oval. And an emphatic victory within 4 days again. 32 overs remain on this 4th day, with Gus Atkinson heading the way there with another 5-wicket haul. He's taken 5 for 62, and Chris Wokes finishing with a couple of wickets. Shub Bashir bowled nicely. He took one as well. And Ollie Stone 2 wickets. So another comfortable win. Lots of handshakes all round. Man of the match, Joe Root or Gus Atkinson. Toughest.
Oh, yeah, tricky.
I know.
Well,
I can't interview Joe a 3rd time.
No. I don't know. Well, so match figures of 7 for 8 and 8 for
7 for and 100.
7 for and 100. Or
posted
100
record-breaking 100.
140. Oh, I might just have to go for Joe.
Well, we shall find out soon enough, because I'm heading off down there. Tuffers, I'll leave you for some thoughts, and then Simon's coming here.
Yeah, no, another dominant performance from England. And their very good, tidy summer continues. 3-0 against the West Indies, and it's probably looking like 3-0 against Sri Lanka, but you never know. They did fought a lot better than at Old Trafford here at Lords, but they're all walking off now towards the pavilion, and they'll be delighted with their work. Ollie Pope, 2 out of 2.
But no runs.
But no
There's always something, isn't there? But one thing we can go back to is that the 2 teams shake hands. Sri Lanka fielders coming down and shaking hands with Gus Atkinson, who's leading England off after another remarkable Test match for him. 7 wickets and 100. Can it get any better than this? Joe Root, a couple of hundreds as well. We'll find out who the player of matches, but of course we can go back to, it is Gus Atkinson who's the player of the match. There we go. So you get 200 and you don't get player of the match.
Well, that's a bit odd. Break every record going, catches and hundreds and everywhere. I'm sorry, mate, we're giving it to the youngster. Well, I like that in a funny sort of
7
way.
wickets and 100 is pretty special.
And first 100 as well.
Yeah.
I suppose. Yeah, well, as Agger says, you can't keep interviewing Joe Root.
So it's going to be Gus
Well done,
Atkinson. But
Gus.
go back to that first morning, Tuffers. 10:30, the coin goes up.
Chronic, Agus
Sri
called it.
Lanka put
Chronic
England in
decision.
flat.
Yeah, it was a poor decision. And also go back to, and we're talking about Gus Atkinson, what was it, 200 for 6?
Yeah.
You know, they'd battled hard and got themselves into a decent position, Sri Lanka, even though, you know, they got the toss the wrong way round. But and then Atkinson sort of came in and gave, you know, the impetus right back to England. So, yeah, perhaps, I think that's a fair, is that a fair shout? Yes, I think it is a fair shout. Gus Atkinson, man of the match.
Yeah, well, that will be, you know, do his interview down there later and get his award. And they're going to the team pool, as you revealed earlier, the prize money.
Ollie Stone, nice to see Ollie Stone being able to run in and bend his back, you know, and sort of really try and bowl with some good pace and hostility. So there's plenty of positives. You're right, the only sort of negative is perhaps, you know, Dan Lawrence, is it working up top there in opening the batting, and just the slight form of Ollie Pope.
Yeah, England have got, well, a few days to think about their team composition for the next game, but I mean, you'd imagine they might go something similar for the next game at the Oval.
Yes.
There's Jordan Cox in the wings.
Yeah. I think, well,
and there's also Josh Hull in the wings as well.
Yeah, I think you're going to probably, well, you're going to see all the seamers pull up.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're all fine.
Yeah.
And you got 4 days.
Yeah.
That's a reasonable amount of time, isn't it, to sort yourself out. Stephen Finn's joining us as well. I mean, actually, you're well qualified to talk about this, Finn, about, you know,
injuries.
I thought Gus Atkinson's 100.
I was actually thinking about, you know, 4 days and you're ready to go again as a seam bowler. You know, what I'm saying is for the Oval, Josh Hull is there, but just go again. If you've been part of this win, you want to play again, don't you?
Yes, I think for a number of reasons. One, Sri Lanka are on the ropes, and as a bowler, if you want to be playing in that next Test match, believe me, there will be tougher days ahead for all of these bowlers, quite clearly. But yeah, you want to be playing, and whilst you're in rhythm and you're playing in a team that's been successful, you also want to be out there as well. So yeah, I'd be very surprised if England changed that lineup.
Finny, impressed with Ollie Stone and how he sort of ran in paces and aggression. He bowled nice and hostile, didn't he? Spell in that.
Yeah, he did. And the thing is that you can look at the speed gun, and sometimes it was coming up 83, 84 miles an hour when he was banging them in. But I don't always trust those speed guns. When it's bouncers, I think when it's full of a length, it's a bit trustworthy. But when it's short and it's being banged in, I think it's very hard for those speed guns to tell the true test. I think he was accurate with the way that he bowled those bouncers. I think he got it zipping around. And yeah, for someone who's had 3 years out of this Test side with injury, he'd have had a lot of anxiety about coming back and performing and wanting to take his opportunity. I didn't feel like he snatched at it. He bowled nicely. He was just upstaged like everyone has been this summer with the ball by Gus Atkinson.
Unbelievable. What's he? Sorry,
keep going.
What's he sort of? What's he got at the moment? Is it just Lords and he likes bowling with that slope? He's got lots of different sort of skills and the way he holds the ball, isn't he? Lots of wobble seam and all this kind of stuff. What is setting him apart at the moment?
I think the simplicity with which he bowls the ball. So I think his action is always the same, and the only thing he has to change in order to get the ball to do something different is just a slight little canter of the seam, whether it's angled towards first slip to get it to move away from a right-hander, as he did when he took his first wicket last night, nicking off the right-handed opener.
Gets in the swing a bit as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he can get the ball to move through the air, but then I think I like how simple and snappy his action is, and when he bowls that ball into the pitch from back of a length with that wobble seam, it gets bite off the surface, and that's what gets good players out, is that bounce and bite off the surface. So yeah, he's someone that I've been excited about for about 18 months or so now, and it's great to see him in the Test arena doing so well.
What about the return of Matthew Potts to Test cricket? We saw a bit of him at Old Trafford, a bit more of him here.
Impressive, growing as he goes on. I think he was maybe a bit undercooked at Old Trafford, but as he's bowled really well in the first innings. He was the pick of the bowlers actually in the first innings. He bowled that really nice nagging full length that you have to in the first couple of days. In Tests in England, he used the slope really well here at Lords, always angling it in towards that off stump and just allowing the surface to do the work for you. So yeah, I've been impressed with everyone actually.
Yeah, they were pretty ruthless, weren't they? You know,
relentless as well.
Yeah, and as Steve was saying, they sort of had a sniff of a Sri Lankan side lacking a little bit of confidence and a bit wary, and went after them.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see what surface the authorities at the Oval come up with, because actually,
flat.
Well, having said that,
sell some day 4 tickets.
Well, I don't know, in the Championship this season, and actually for a couple of years, the pitches have been quite green at the Oval.
Yeah, they've been spicy. I mean, it has been quite a hot, humid few weeks here, hasn't it, really, in the UK? And you would imagine that early September it will be by the time that Test match is played. In London, you would think that they can produce a good one that might last a touch longer.
What have you made of Sri Lanka's performance?
It's just a shame that they've took so long to get into both Test matches, actually, because I look at their team and they actually look quite well balanced. They look as though they've got most areas covered when it comes to a Test match team. So it's just a real shame that maybe they've been undercooked or underprepared going into the beginning of this Test series and then made the wrong decision at the toss, in my opinion, which has cost them in this Test match. But they've took a day and a half to start really playing properly in the Test.
Yeah, it felt like they just need to be a bit braver at the toss, didn't they?
Well, yes. Yeah, no, braver at the toss, but also just they needed a platform at the beginning, didn't they? And they never got off to a decent start.
Yeah. OK, thanks very much, Finney, and Tuppers as well. Let's go to Jonathan, who's there at the far side of the ground, and get some reaction.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Beautiful, warm afternoon down here, I must say. And I've got Dhananjaya de Silva alongside me, the captain of Sri Lanka. Well, disappointing, Dhananjaya, 4-day defeat.
Yes, of course, lose is always, disappointing as a team, We could have done better, I think. Yeah, we are a much better team than this. I think, yeah, boys will bounce back in next game.
Yeah. I'm going to take you back to the toss. I don't know if you had a second chance, whether you'd do the same thing again, or would you have a rethink?
I'll bat first, definitely.
Okay. When did you think maybe you hadn't got it right?
Well, I'll take the toss as well. We could have bat first, but, our top order was exposing in the last match, so I thought I'll give them a break and, let's see how it goes when you bowl. But, yeah, we done better. We done well in the till tea time, I think, 230 for 6, and then the Root and Atkinson, took the game away from us.
I must ask you about Joe Root. He's had an extraordinary game. He's breaking records. What do you think of him as a batsman when you're standing there watching him play?
Well, yeah, he has proved himself. He's a world-class player. Alongside he played with like 10, 12 years now. He scores runs and as you said, breaking records in every match. So I think he's a world-class player.
Right, you've got a few days to get it together, Dhananjaya, for the Oval. What are you going to do? How are you going to regroup?
Well, I said this earlier also. We have to bring our A game to the first inning. Either we bowl or either we bat. So I think that's the point I have to mention to the boys as well. We had to do in the first inning so then the second innings will be easier.
Okay. Good luck to you. Thanks for talking to us. There we are. Dhananjaya de Silva, who said he would have, on reflection, might have batted first, which is very honest, actually. To be Michael here, Russell Arnold's here. I mean, it's very honest, isn't it?
Yeah, I liked him. He had a smile. Look, you can hide behind decisions, or when you get things blatantly wrong, you've just got to accept that they made a poor call. It was the only way, really. I always felt this week after Old Trafford, I thought, Sri Lanka bat first, and get 300, 325 with the way that Jayasuriya bowls. I think they could have a good week, but as soon as they won the toss and asked England to bat first, even though they got a few early wickets, and it was mistakes, wasn't it, from the England batters, not because of the conditions in the pitch. As soon as England were batting first, and particularly when Joe Root got to around 40, 50, it was pretty much game over.
Yeah. Go on then, Russell. You heard the captain there. I mean, that was very honest, actually, wasn't it? And with a smile on his face as well.
And he did give away the reason as well, exposing the top order. But if you want to beat a good team like England in conditions that you're not used to, you got to set the game up for yourself. Once again, he said the first innings, which means we all know in Test cricket you do the hard work early, and then the game gets easier for you as the days wear on. So mistakes all around, and they'll really need to look at what their strength is, stick to that, plan accordingly, and then execute.
Do you think they can beat England next week?
I think they can, because I'll look at Old Trafford and I'll think they didn't play too well. But in that fourth innings, there were times we felt if Joe Root was dismissed, they can get over the top. So, they were not totally outplayed in the sense they were always there and thereabouts. You can create that opportunities once again, and there's no team that's unbeatable. Get out there, put some pressure, and you never know what can happen. You have to believe.
Yeah. I think we'll chat to Ollie Pope in a minute. Is just putting his cap on, getting his sunglasses sorted out. When do I go 8-0? Do I go early or do I go later?
No, not your first question.
Not the first question. Hello, Ollie. Well, there you go. Another victory. Well done.
Good win, yeah. I mean, obviously some pretty special individual performances. Gus, man of the match, and Ruti with his 200s, just doing exactly what Ruti does. So pleasing week, and yeah, nice to get the series win.
And for once, the bowler gets the award. It's not you batsmen get them all the time. That's a fantastic award, that.
Well, you say bowler. I mean, he obviously went and got his 100, so which is an unbelievable effort from him. So no, what Gussie did was pretty special. I know people wouldn't have expected it, but I know exactly.
Did you expect it?
I wouldn't say I was expecting him to get on that board this week, but I knew what he was capable of with the bat. He's hit some 50s in first-class cricket, and for him to be able to go on and go big is awesome.
Yeah, and to make it look, well, not easy, but I mean, he just looked very relaxed about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just the nature of him as a person. He doesn't really overcomplicate things too much and goes into each game knowing exactly what he can do and just takes it in his stride, and that's probably one of his best attributes.
Are you disappointed to have missed out?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think cricket, it's the way it goes sometimes. You go through good phases and you go through bad phases, and unfortunately the last 2 weeks hasn't worked for me, but I'll be working hard and hopefully put a score together next week.
Yeah, and do you take with you the solace, if that's the right word, of actually winning games as captain? Does that kind of keep your chin up?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it's in an ideal world you go and lead from the front with the bat and go and score 100, but the fact that we're 2-0 up in the series and I haven't made the contributions I wanted to with the bat, you're still taking that every day. I mean, it feels sometimes like an individual game within the side, but there's a bigger picture to it as well, and it is the way cricket goes sometimes. Some games things just don't quite click for you, and that's just the way it is. And yeah, hopefully, like I said, I'll work hard this week and hopefully put a score together and lead from the front next.
Are you a football man?
Yes.
Did you ever listen to the football results on the radio with James Alexander-Gordon? If I go DRS 8, Ollie Pope.
I'll tell you what, the guys behind the stumps aren't helping me out too much. But yeah, it was weird one. I think we had one today where even the batter was just waiting around to see if it carried to the keeper, and for some reason Snicko said there was nothing there, which was a bit of a strange one. But yeah, I'll hopefully get one next week.
You will. Good luck, Ollie. Thanks for talking to us. There we go. Right, well, we're building up for that, and fair play. Smile on his face, and yeah, I mean, he'd like to score some runs, but England are winning, and on we go to the Oval. So we just got the man of the match to interview. He's actually on the telly at the moment, clutching a large magnum of champagne. So we'll have a chat with him. Cookie's there having a laugh. Well, he almost said nil, but he didn't quite say nil, did he? But you knew what I meant.
No, I was just asking him about the DRS. It's not as easy as it looks, is it?
No.
I think Aldridge, this game, has played a few little funny tricks with them. They were saying that a few batsmen have said they've hit it and they haven't hit it.
Oh, really?
And so, the Chandimal one, they're saying that the opener, Kunaratne, said he had hit it and it didn't pop up. So I don't know whether the technology was foolproof this week.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I was talking to him about, always disappointed not to score runs, Michael, but the fact that he's winning, the captain is winning games, I mean, you do take that with you into the final match of the summer.
Absolutely, and, as a captain, you're obviously wanting to score runs and contribute to the team, but he contributed in the field. Some of those kind of funky fields on the leg side, I've never known a field with so many catches on the leg side that I've seen. We've had 2 leg slip catches. He had 2 there today. Short legs in place, very proactive with his kind of tactical side of the job. But, it is quite easy as a skipper when you're so far ahead of the game and you've got 4 quicks who are fresh, you've got a spinner who holds an end. We just want a bit more competition. That's what I want to see from Sri Lanka on Friday.
Here it comes. Wow. Gus, I'm not sure what to say to you. I mean, where do you want to start with your bowling or your batting? I think I know what the answer's going to be here.
Batting.
Yes. Wow. Come on. How about that?
Yeah, it's incredible. 100 at Lords. I mean, 100 in general. It's been a long time since I've got one of those, but to get it here is incredibly special. And I'm looking forward to challenging myself with the bat going forward. And yeah, it was pretty surreal.
But the way that you played as well, it was a beautiful innings. I don't mean to sound surprised, but I don't think many people are expecting you to play so confidently.
Yeah, I know. It was just one of those days where things went my way. I felt really good at the crease, and I just seemed to time the ball and get in good positions, and And that was it, really. I mean, I just tried to play my natural game and be aggressive, and when the ball was there to hit, I tried to hit it.
Yeah. But people have said, I mean, Ollie Pope was just saying, look, you know, we've seen you score 50s. You obviously haven't got the 100. So, you know, also, leg pulling aside, you're perfectly capable of doing it.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, looking forward, going to try and, you know, score as many runs as I can, but obviously
pressure's on now.
The pressure's on. Yeah, I know. But yeah, you know, going forward, I'm going to try and do as well as I can in Test cricket with the bat, and I know that, you know, adding batting to it will be huge for this team.
And wickets taken as well, and this handful of tests that you've played, you're right up there at the top now for those taking wickets in such a short time span. You're obviously really proud of that.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I didn't feel like I bowled as well this game as I did against West Indies here, but you know, things went my way, and yeah, I guess just one of those innings where it worked for me. But as a unit, we bowled so well. I thought everyone was great. Stoney ran in really hard, bowled bouncers, bowled difficult overs, but yeah, all round we were brilliant.
This may sound a strange question, but the step up then from Surrey, you know, county champions, to this level, how big a step is it, do you think?
Yeah, a big step, I guess. I mean, obviously I'm pretty inexperienced in Test cricket, but I'm sure there'll be harder challenges going forward. But you know, I think the intensity and everything is a big step up, and yeah.
You made it look easy. Thanks for talking to us. Yeah,
Thank you very
good to hear. Well played. Well played. There we go. I knew we'd go batting first. I mean, you know, if you're going to want to talk about that, aren't you?
I love him. I just hope he never changes. I hope he can have that simple kind of method. As he said, there'll be more difficult challenges ahead, but I just hope he has that deadpan attitude. I just love his kind of his character. He just kind of, whether he's back or ball, he's just got the same kind of body language. You would say a psychologist will look at his body language. Oh, he needs to get those shoulders back, get those eyes up, be a bit more confident. But you know, does he? He's just being him. He's just enjoying the game, and you know, as he said with the bat, he just stood at the crease, he looked at the ball and he thought, oh, it's there to hit, I'll hit it. Very simple.
Very uncomplicated, Russell, isn't he?
Certainly very different to the English players that we played against. Yeah, they were soft, I think, they'll whinge about the heat, the cold, but so easy, and I think that will make them play better. He's giving me a smirk, Barney.
Very well said, I'd say. We've got to talk about Joe Root again. You know, obviously, again, Cookie can be excused this conversation if you like, but I mean, it is you know, phenomenal what he's achieved in this match.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many words to describe Joe, and he's had many say this week he's the greatest ever England batter. I absolutely think that, but I just think it's a pleasure. You know, I think every time you see someone go out to bat, and Joe just seems to play the same innings all the time, but it's just a joy to watch. You never get bored of watching him bat. He's just got pure stroke play. He's got that defensive technique. He's got such great balance to work it on the onside. And the most important thing, he's got hunger. You know, I think for someone that's done so much, and you know, people forget he captained for a lot. You know, he captained over 50 games, and that can take a huge amount out of anybody. And he just seems to have found that enthusiasm again to just walk out. That process that he has coming down the steps here in the long room, he gets to the edge of the boundary, he stretches, and then he sprints on. He sprinted on a bit quicker in the second innings than he did in the first innings, so his process was slightly off. It's a real joy to watch a magician. He's like a poet, isn't he? He's just an absolute pleasure to watch his magic. And at the minute, he's producing his magic, and he has done for many, many years. He produces his magic on a regular basis.
Yeah. Cookie, if you had 5 minutes to yourself with Ollie Pope ahead of the Oval, what would you say to him?
Actually, for once, good question for you, Maggers. It's very tricky because you don't want to go too technical now, because that is a big danger of a batsman who's out of form in a series, because then you can complicate it, and you've got to be 100% certain when you go out to bat that you are knowing what you're going to do. So if you start tinkering, which we all do, and you make major changes, this is not the time to do it in the 4 days. I think he's just got to go clear his head and work with what he's got, get through the first, say, right, I'm going to do everything to get through the first 30 balls and then play, because actually that is, at the minute, he's not a great starter. on a purely technical thing, he does fall over offside too much. I think his left shoulder's a little bit closed up, so I would like to open his left shoulder a little bit and try and keep his head up. And I think that will make him defend straighter, be less movement after the ball, but I think that's a project for after next week.
Is it fair to say, being a non-batsman, of course, that that's actually quite a common fault actually in batsmen? It does seem to creep into the game, that question of balance and the head going over.
Absolutely, it is. It's amazing, and every batsman, when they're out of form, for whatever reason, the head is one of the first things to go. I don't know quite why it is, and everyone says the heaviest part of the body, so that is why it does it. But I don't know why you're out of form. It just accentuates it even more. But even when Ollie Pope is batting well, I still think his head falls over to the offside. So I think that is something which I'm sure he's aware of. I hope he's aware of. And do you know what? I might be wrong on the technical side, because different people have different technical elements of their game, which they kind of find their own method to do it. Yeah. But I just think fundamentally, I'm looking at it, that's what I would do if I was coaching him.
It's home ground next week. I mean, does that count for much?
Absolutely it does. Yeah. You know, he's got, up until this year, had a great record at the Oval playing for Surrey. So that will give him all the creature comforts that he knows. There's none of that uncertainty about the Lord's Slope or how this pitch is playing at Old Trafford. He will feel absolutely at home in the changing room, in the environment. So, you know, it's like lined up for him. The series is won. Ultimately, that's his job as a captain, to win the series. He's done that, so you can almost park that. So he needs to score runs and a good opportunity to do that.
Maybe just go back to some old-fashioned Test cricket. Absorb, get behind the ball, get yourself going. Maybe he's just caught in between with going after the bowling and starting a Test innings, so the style England have been playing lately.
Russell, we'll see you next week. You two are off to do TV, I think, on at 7 o'clock this evening, is it? I think. Thank you two very much indeed. Let's go to Andy Zaltzman for some closing stats.
Well, yeah, let's start with Gus Atkinson and that extraordinary feat of a century and a 5-wicket haul in the same test. Only the third England player to do that in men's Test cricket. Tony Greig did it once. Ian Botham did it 5 times. So Atkinson just the third on that list. Also the third to do it at Lords. Ian Botham, 1978 against Pakistan, had an 8-for and a century. And then the only other player to have a century and a 5-for in the same test here at Lords, it was Vinu Mankad in 1952 for India, who had, I think, 72, 184 and 5 for 196 in a very hard-working game. Looking at Atkinson's start to his career, 33 wickets in 5 tests. Only one England player has ever taken more wickets in his first 5 tests, and that's Nick Cook. The only other two with 33 in their first 5 tests. Two of the greats of English fast bowling, Fred Truman and the 19th century Surrey player Tom Richardson. And looking at just the list of players who've had 33 or more wickets in a 5-test sequence at any point in their test careers is a pretty illustrious list as well. Graham Swan most recently, Ryan Sidebottom, Steve Harmison, Nick Cook. And before that, it's pretty much a who's who of the greats of English bowling in Botham, Fred Truman, Tony Locke, Jim Laker, Frank Tyson, Alec Bedser, Headley Verity, Harold Larwood, Morris Tate, S.F. Barnes, and a few of the other early greats of English bowling. So, I mean, that puts in context quite how extraordinary it is for Atkinson to have started this well. Neither Stuart Broad nor Jimmy Anderson ever took 33 wickets in a 5-test sequence in their entire career. So it's truly extraordinary what he's done. Joe Root, you mentioned or talked about him yesterday. The first time he's 2 centuries in the same match in his career. England now won 7 in a row against Sri Lanka. Only twice have they won more consecutive games against a single opponent. That was against Bangladesh. The first 9 tests they played against them, and the first 8 tests they played against South Africa way back in the 19th century. And Ollie Pope might not have had a great game with the bat, but he's won his first 2 tests as England captain, and since 1967 only one England captain in men's Test cricket has won his first 2 tests, and that is Alistair Cook when he was a standing captain in Bangladesh in 2010.
Thank you, Andy, very much indeed. There we go. We've made it from the far end of the ground to this. I mean, what a beautiful setting to here at Lords on the outfield. The sun's starting to go down, the crowd emptying and so on. So, yeah, it's been a lovely 4 days here. You can watch highlights of today. On Today at the Test, that's on BBC 2 and the BBC iPlayer. That's from 7 o'clock tonight. Or there's clips now, if you can't wait, on the BBC Sport website and app. On BBC Sounds, you'll find our TMS podcast, looking back at a debate on the cost of Test cricket. And our look back on the 1984 Test match here at Lords with David Gower and Sidat Wetimuni. The Vitality Blast quarter-finals are live across the BBC this week. Then we're back for the third Rothesay Test from the Kia Oval from 10:25 on Friday. But for now, we'll leave you with some of the lighter moments of our coverage here at Lords. Goodbye. Test match special to a live commentary. It's the 16th, it's not the 15th. I'll turn up a day early. Thank you, Robert. Sunday the 16th, and Jonathan Agnew proudly marches through Melton Mowbray, playing the Euphonium.
Live commentary?
Live commentary. It'd be rather nice, wouldn't it?
I could do the stats. Number of
Well,
notes that you harp
yeah,
out.
well, that would be cruel.
Not going to be great commentary, is it? You know, or when he's put his left foot in front of his right foot.
Commentary. I think that is the longest light check I've ever seen in a Test match. No wonder the over rates are so poor.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's just taken 5 minutes to decide whether you can roll see. Anyway, I've had enough. You're an hour behind, so if it updates, you must be closer.
Ooh.
Or is it just frozen? Sure it hasn't frozen.
For Oasis or my tour show.
Andrew Matthews has lowered his trousers there at first slip. Not sure what he's up to. But, all back up again now.
I was about 10 or 11 paces.
You had a little hop skip.
A little hoppy skip. You never know, I might have got into the Australian breakdancing thing with a run up like that.
What would you have called yourself?
I don't know.
Tough cat.
Tough cat. There you go.
Coffee down your shirt, your flies are undone, you're an absolute shambles. What's going on?
I'm sorry, my trousers are too small. Apart from that, I'm doing all right.
Yeah, Ratnayaka's Test bowling average is heading towards Agnew territory.
Is it possible?
Yes, so the 4 for 51 against those 4 players.
Well, your
about
challenge,
300 against the rest.
your challenge tonight, Zoltz, is to find Aggers at the bottom of some bowling table.
That's not a challenge.
There we go. Some merry moments of our 4 days here at Lords. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We're going to say goodbye now and hand you to the US Open Tennis at Flushing Meadows and join Russell Fuller.
Thank you, Jonathan, and welcome to all of those of you on BBC